Well, that was an amazing rendition once again. If you'd like to get in touch with Scott to have an anthem like that sung at your next event, just contact the head of the Charles Announcing Committee and we will connect you. He's been fabulous. He's been with us for 5 or 6 years now. Thanks for starting off our regatta once again, Scott. Thank you. And we're excited to bring you the second day of racing. Some statistics for the regatta this year. We have over 10,000 competitors in the regatta this weekend. They are racing in more than 2,300 overall entries. We have 270 international entries, racing in 61 events. And we expect about 200,000 spectators to be here in Boston for the event over the 2-day course of the regatta. The first event of the day is going to be the mixed inclusion double. All those entries, you didn't see them warming up because they have all started from the BU Boathouse. This will be a combination of crews with athletes with and without disabilities rowing in the same boat. They're all boating out of BU and warming up in the basin, and they should be underway as we speak. And as we start the day off, we want to thank a few of our sponsors. Alexandria Real Estate Equities is one of them. They are the official life science realty partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They are the largest owner, operator, and developer of collaborative life science and technology campuses in key innovation clusters, including Greater Boston. And thank you, Alexandria Real Estate Equities, for being with us. We also would like to thank BNY Mellon. Again, they've been with us for several years now. They are our presenting sponsor for the 6th year. They are the global leader in investment management and investment services. Really appreciate their support here at the regatta this weekend. And as we said, coming up first will be event 36, the mixed inclusion double. The course record was set last year by Team Austria. Roland Putz and Joanna Bayer in a time of 2021. They are the Austrian mixed PR3 double, and PR3 is the new nomenclature, I guess, for the leg, trunk, and arms division. So leg, trunk, and arms previously, now known as PR3. They were the winners last year, setting a course record. This event was introduced at the regatta just 3 years ago and has grown to 15 competitors today, so that's very exciting. We've got several crews from the U.S. here. I think we have all U.S. crews. We have a British crew in the mix as well. It's a couple of British crews here, so it's very exciting to see the event grow and that it's actually, these inclusion events are taking hold in other countries as well. And before those crews come down the course, we'll spend a few more minutes thanking our sponsors. We want to also thank Gentle Giant Moving Company. They are the force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year for us. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. You can stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo or down at Reunion Village to learn more. Thank you, Gentle Giant. Also on a nice chilly morning, I don't know if they're open yet, but Sierra Brewing Company is down at Reunion Village. They're proud to return as the official beer sponsor for the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's favorite beer. So try one today down at Reunion Village. We've got a great view of the race course right across the river from the beautiful Weld Boathouse. They've got the purest ingredients, the finest quality, and that is Sierra Nevada. Thank you, Sierra Nevada. We also want to take a moment in this chilly morning to thank the volunteers. They've been here since dawn, making sure the course is clear, getting all the stations set up. The Head of the Charles, huge thank you to nearly 2,000 volunteers working round the clock over these last 3 and 4 days to support racing this weekend. It would not be possible without all the hard work of our volunteers, so thank you. Thank you, Head of the Charles volunteers. We'll also give a shout out to Hudson, the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles. They are hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers over in the Shark Zone. Located directly beside the main expo tent, see how Hudson is pushing the pace of high performance rowing.
Also coming up this morning, we've got all the youth events. So high school kids, they'll be coming down the course in singles, fours, quads, eights, not all together. But we've got some big entries here. The youth eights, both girls and boys, have about 85 entries. So big packed competition and always entertaining. These are young kids, they're learning the sport. So the coxers are learning to steer the course. It's always interesting to see these kids come down the course. Always create some interesting maneuvers around the corners and the bridges.
Sure, and especially the addition of the youth coxed quad, which is just fabulous. It's a really great way that we can help encourage and foster the growth of sculling in younger athletes. So that's a really exciting event as well, and it's been a great addition to the regatta.
Yeah, that is a great event, getting the kids sculling early, for sure.
Still waiting for the first crew of the mixed inclusion double to come by Cambridge Boat Club with a course record of 2021. They should be coming around the bend any time now, and indeed we do see the first bow coming around the corner here. The winners from last year's race are not returning. Joanna Beyer was in inclusion 4 yesterday afternoon and will be racing later this afternoon in the Director's Challenge 8. So with the winners not returning, it's kind of anybody's race here. Athletes Without Limits have not been here before, but they were given bow number 1 in the starting position. And that is indeed who's coming around the corner. This is Josh Martini and Justin Boatner. It's a great last name for a rower. This is Athletes Without Limits from Washington, D.C. This is a fabulous inclusion program out of the D.C. area, led by Coach Patrick Johnson, who is an early pioneer in coaching rowers with both physical and intellectual disabilities. They've got a great inclusion crew here. They've got 6 or 7 entries. And these guys are doing a fabulous job. Athletes Without Limits is the national governing body for athletes with intellectual disabilities, and they'll be headed to the INAS World Championships in Australia next year. So that's a very exciting program that Patrick's got. A great double, looking to do a great course here too for a visiting crew. That's an excellent line through the Elliott Bridge. But they'll have to really contend with crew number 4, who were their winners a couple of years ago, or at least in the top 2 from my memory. This is Josh Boissonneau. He competed on the U.S. national team in Plovdiv, Bulgaria this year in the PR3 mixed double, placing 5th. And he's teamed up with none other than Tessa Gobo from the U.S. national team. She's a gold medalist with the U.S. national team, and she has been practicing hard with Josh here on the home course. You see her take a quick check over her shoulder. They are looking great. This is very strong and long rowing for Josh. Josh is our para rower, rowing out of CRI as his home club. He teamed up with Pearl Outlaw in the mixed PR3 double at Worlds, and he's looking great this morning. They are hunting down that Athletes Without Limits crew. They've passed 2 crews already and are well on their way to a strong finish. That was the CRI crew of Tessa Gobo and Josh Boissonneau. Coming up next is bow number 3. This is Josh's teammate from the World Championship mixed double. This is Pearl Outlaw and Jennifer Bryan. They are both rowing for Ithaca in the inclusion category. Pearl is a visually impaired rower. She competed at Plovdiv also with her partner Josh in the crew that just went by, placing 5th. So she's a strong rower in the sculling program for Ithaca. Coach Becky does a great job with those scullers, and Pearl is looking super strong here today. She wants to go after her teammate Josh in that friendly rivalry, so Ithaca versus CRI is really a USA duo. Stern rower against bow rower. Bow number 2 approaching next. This is the Three Rivers double. Aiden Porter is in this crew. Aiden was second with his teammate at the World Para Rowing Trials down in Mercer earlier this summer. So second place, did not qualify for the national team, but is a very, very strong para rower. Used to be from community rowing, now in Pittsburgh. He's rowing here today with Stephanie Sidnick. Go Three Rivers, rowing with Riverside Blades there. Go Three Rivers, you've got some fans on the bridge. Take advantage of it. This is probably another CRI crew coming through next. This is not a CRI crew. They may be just borrowing equipment here, but we've got a Marlowe inclusion crew. This is fantastic. An inclusion crew from Great Britain. They've only recently taken up the lead for inclusion rowing over in the UK. So this is Ben Marsden and Katrinka Ernst. Ben is a PR3 classified athlete. He previously raced in the Head of the Charles with his coach Bruce Lynn. Bruce Lynn has been the other person helping to grow the inclusion double events in the UK. So we are so glad you are here. Marlowe Inclusion Double. Let's give him a big round of applause. His partner Katrinka has reached the semifinals of Henley Women's Regatta, so these crews are doubling up with some serious competition here. Well rowed, Marlowe. Bow number 6 is from the DC Strokes out of Washington, D.C. This is Sam Mader and Luke Arnold, Washington, D.C. These guys are also affiliated with Athletes Without Limits. They look to be rowing both PR3 So yes, both athletes here are PR3 category, but they have opted for the stabilizing pontoons that you might notice in the stroke seat. They've got a real sleek version though. The pontoons that I've seen before, a little bit bigger and maybe a bit wider. So that's a nice set of pontoons there. Use a bit to stabilize. They're doing a great job. This is DC Strokes, bow number 6. Bow number 8 is the other crew from Marlowe. So as we said, Marlowe has really taken up the charge to bring inclusion rowing to the UK. This is Ruth Naylor and Kingsley HOCR54. I'm sorry I mispronounced that, but he was also at the World Championships. Rachel was a World Championship sailor before becoming a hand cycling world champion. She won a Paralympic gold in Beijing. And Paralympic rowing gold came in 2016. Ruth was second in the Head of the Charles Women's Masters 8 in 2016. Go Kingsley, have a wonderful row. He's rowing a fantastic Resolute, and he's a fixed seat rower. As you can see, he's doing a fabulous job rowing a Resolute standard racing hull, where most competitions require the fixed seat athletes to use a wider hull, so he is proving his mettle in a standard racing shell. Thank you, Kingsley. Bow number 7 is another crew from Athletes Without Limits, Andrew Walters and Max Constandy, averaging just 24 years old. Athletes Without Limits, another crew from DC. Bow number 13 is a DC Strokes crew. This is Cole Carrington and Cedric Montrose. Again, they've got the stabilizing pontoons there. They're doing a great job. Holding a great course. Somebody let these geese in the race. I don't see a bow number, so there's probably a penalty there. And this configuration has some stabilizing pontoons in the bow seat. You see, those are just used as an aid. We have a fixed seat athlete in the stern. This is bow number 10. This is the Dallas United crew, John Fay and Hillary Shinnick. Hillary's using a full stroke. John is in a fixed seat. He's rowing just using the upper body, so it's a bit difficult to match, but they're doing a fantastic job. Welcome to Inclusion Rowing, Dallas United. Bow number 12 in the MPOCR is North Star Community Rowing, Steve Faber and Christina Granquist. Christina is a visually impaired rower. She lost her vision at age 24. This is her first year rowing, but the technical aspects came to her naturally. Her first Head of the Charles. Huge round of applause for North Star Community Rowing. Welcome to the Inclusion Races. Bow number 15 is doing a very nice job. This is our own Matt McLaughlin and Veronica Bennett. Matt has previously won this event, but he's not finished in the medals in the last couple of years. He's rowing with his coach, Ronnie Bennett, this morning. Now, he's been racing inclusion races in Worcester and all around the region, so Matt's a very experienced athlete in the U26 program at Community Rowing. Coach is doing a great job. Hannah Millam, Emily Dwyer, Ronnie Bennett. They all do a fantastic job in the inclusion program. Matt, have a great row. Pull hard, lock and load. This has been a very exciting field already. I'm really pleased to see the diversity. We have fixed seat rowers rowing with sliding seat rowers. It's such a huge opportunity to row in the greatest event in the world, and we really appreciate the support of the referees, coaches, volunteers who help make this event possible and make sure it's safe, effective for all the athletes on the course this morning. Bow number 11 now. This is another community rowing inclusion entry. This is Rachel Pulsoni and Rich Durrell. This is actually a military entry, so Rachel is a coach in ROTC. Thank you for your service, Richard. The Resolute Racing and the Independence Fund helped sponsor this event. Richard is in the stern and Rachel is in the bow. Look at that beautiful Resolute provided by the Independence Fund. They honor men and women of the U.S. military by providing high quality racing and sports equipment for the CRI Military Veterans Rowing Program. This new boat was christened earlier this year, so it's debut race. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Richie and Rachel, you're doing a great job. Enjoy the rest of the course. Let's give them a cheer as they go through the Elliott Bridge. That's the military inclusion entry from Community Rowing. Bow number 14 is next. This is another entry from Three Rivers, Toby Williams and Earl Bone. Toby actually came here to Boston a few years ago. She was a participant in the United States Association of Blind Athletes rowing development camp held at CRI each year. She's a visually impaired rower training with the Three Rivers Open Masters program, and I'm not sure, this may be her very first head of the Charles, so let's give her a warm welcome. Toby Williams and Earl Bond from Three Rivers, inclusion double. Let's go, Elliott Bridge, cheer them on.
Yep.
Bow number 9 now approaching just a little bit wide here on the buoy line. We don't have the wind that we have to contend with from yesterday, but you can see as the crews with the stabilizing pontoons, it may not be the best idea to hug the buoy line. You don't want any mishap with a pontoon on a buoy. This is another crew, Athletes Without Limits. This is Zachary Ware and Vinay D'Souza. This is a very young crew here. In addition to having a fixed seat in the crew, they're just 19 years old, these two. Zachary is just 15, rowing for Athletes Without Limits. And again, you can see in the stroke seat, this is a PR1 rower. This is a rower who's using just the arms and some of the shoulders. Let's give him a huge round of applause. It's no easy thing to do the entire head of the Charles using just your arms. I dare you to try it one day, but look at them go. Athletes Without Limits, all the way from Washington, D.C., doing a great job here. Well done, Athletes Without Limits. I think that was everybody. That was a great showing for the inclusion doubles. I believe we've seen all 15 competitors. Again, they've done a fantastic job steering the course. They've done a fantastic job steering the course and really representing all of the different clubs that have inclusion rowing. It started out with just CRI and a handful of entries. Now we are an international event. What a great day for inclusion at the head of the Charles. And from that event, we go straight into the men's youth singles.
So these are kids who are 18 and younger. We've got 37 entries in this event this morning. Sees a high turnover of athletes in this event. Obviously, there are high school kids, so the kids move up and graduate high school, or they can row in their high school 4s or 8s as well. So this year, the 8th place finisher from 2016 moves into bow number 1. That's Jaden Snyder from GMS Rowing in Connecticut. He was a silver medalist at Youth Nationals, so he's rowing bow number 1 in this event. The course record in the men's youth singles was set just last year. In 2017, it's 18 minutes, 42 seconds. That's a pretty decent time. For a high schooler, that's a great time. This is another international event as well. While it's mainly domestic competition, we've got an entry from South Africa. We've got a couple of Canadian scullers in this event. An Irish sculler, a British sculler. So quite an international field that we're expecting to see shortly in the men's youth singles.
And in the meantime, we have a couple of unofficial results. Indeed, that Athletes Without Limits crew looks unofficially to be the winner, edging out the Josh Boysono Tessa Gobo double by just about 20 seconds. So all these crews are finished well under 27 minutes so far, the ones we have times for, and it would be Pearl Outlaw, the Ithaca inclusion double, coming in third. Athletes Without Limits, CRI, and Ithaca are the unofficial 1, 2, 3 in the inclusion double.
Few more words from our sponsors as we wait for the men's youth singles. Teddy Peanut Butter is our official peanut butter partner. Head of the Charles is once again pleased to have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. It's all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Yeah, made locally. And if you're looking for something to wash down your peanut butter, Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your favorite brewer's beer. You can try one today. It's available at the Beer Garden in Reunion Village.
I also want to thank Brooks Brothers once again for these awesome.
They are good, and they're new every year. They're different every year. They do a great job.
Well, and we're grateful for the sleeves this year. We've had vests for the last few, and it's pretty chilly this morning. So thank you, Brooks Brothers, for all you do for the regatta and for outfitting all of our volunteers with these fabulous jackets.
It's always a question leading up to the regatta from the volunteers and the race operations. What's this year's jacket going to look like? What color is it? And is it sleeves? Is it a vest? What is it?
They've got a tent this year also, right? Down at the
they do, yeah.
At the Fitness Expo area. So please stop by and take advantage of all of our sponsor offerings down at the Rowing and Fitness Expo near the finish line area.
Actually, I walked past there yesterday, Alan. People were queuing up to get into the Brooks Brothers tent.
Oh, for sure. And there are a lot of new vendors down there. They've done a fabulous job. There are new rowing products, new rowing machines, all type of new vendors are down in that area. It's really exciting to see it grow.
Yeah, the technology offerings, all sorts of people offering different technology to enhance rowing. Measure all sorts of things. We're in a big data world. We have the first boats in the men's youth singles coming into view now. These are all high school kids. Looks like a tight race with these first two crews coming around the corner here. And big Elliott turn bend. And it's bow number 4 that is leading. Bow number 4 is Jack Stone. He's based down on the Cape. He placed second in the U19 single at Club Nationals. And right behind him is bow number 2, which is Michael Kulik from New Jersey. He finished 11th in last year's Head of the Charles, so he's a returning scholar to this year's event. Bow number 1 coming up to Cambridge Boat Club now is Jaden Snyder. He was a silver medalist in Youth Nationals. Jaden is just 16 years old. That's Jaden Snyder from New Milford, Connecticut, going past CBC now. Bow number 3, he's taking a little bit of a wide turn there, is Buzz Fisher. Buzz is 19 years old, is from Wilmington, Delaware. He says he's just thrilled to be here, and if Buzz hears this announcement, then he must be rocking. Go Buzz. That's Buzz Fisher going under the Elliott Bridge now. Behind him, big gap behind him, is bow number 10, who's clearly made up quite a bit of space. This is William Durbin. He rows out of Bayville, New York for the Oak Neck Rowing Academy. William is just 16 years old. And coming up in the Empacker, bow number 13, this is Riss Krapp. Riss is a 17-year-old. He got a first place finish in the quad at Club Nationals, and a first place freshman at the Head of the Schuylkill. Bow 8 and 9 having a good battle here. Go boys. Bow 8 is Aidan Gallagher. He's in the Empacker. Bow 9 is Oliver Sanchez. About 12 is Josh Lauser. And about 6 is Andrew Rapella. Andrew's from Bergen Catholic in New Jersey. The light blue shirt going past the Cambridge dock at the moment is David Leibs from Chicago. He's a 17-year-old. About 7 is Lucas Spagnoli. Lucas rows on the Hudson River in Poughkeepsie. It's his first time rowing at the head of the Charles. Give him a big cheer as he goes under the bridge. About 16 coming up to the Cambridge Boat Club is Benjamin Moss. He rows at Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club in Springfield. He's been rowing since he was a wee lad. He was on an erg at 2 years old, according to the write-up. About 20, hugging the buoys, is Jonathan Greenberg. He's from Narragansett, placed 5th at Club Nationals. About 14 is Oliver Werner. He's from South Africa. Hey, welcome to the Charles, Oliver. About 19 is Harrison Ziegler. He's all the way from Los Angeles. He ranked 7th nationally in the men's lightweight double at National Youth Championships. The white boat, sculler number 17, is Finn Castle. He's from Philadelphia. He's a 16-year-old. He competed in youth nationals and men's lightweight double this year. Sculler 15 is Pete Nasto. He's in the blue single. He's from Paramus. Sculler 23, taking a sharp line on the buoys, is Maximilian DeWolf. Came 7th place at Youth Nationals. Sculler 25 with the red blades is Evan McRae. He's from Canada, St. Catharines. Welcome to the Charles. Sculler 27, closest to the buoys, is Maxwell Hyde. He's from Seattle. And sculler 18 is Drew Morris in the white boat. He's up from Pennsylvania. Drew only began his rowing career as a sophomore this past spring. It's pretty impressive. Great to be at the Charles. You only started this spring. Sculler 21 coming up to CBC dock now is Britton Davis. He's from Sheffield, Mass. Obviously got some fans down here. Give him another shout. Thank you. Sculler 32. Coming up and rounding the turn is Stephen Harris. He's down from Ontario. Stephen's in his senior year of high school. Won Royal Canadian Henley U17 single event last year. About 26 is John Hambleton. He's just 15 years old, but he's been sculling for 2 years. Rows on the Hudson River. About 24 is Eric Milkovich, up from Norwalk, Connecticut. Sculler 35 is all the way from Ireland, Jack Dorney from Ireland. Thank you for coming, Jack. Hope you're enjoying the Charles. Sculler 30 is Jackson Banter, all the way from Newport Beach. Sculler 22, passing the CBC dog, is Alessandro Landi. He's up from Florida. Alessandro, we requested this weather specially for you. Sculler 29 is Evan Gabriel. And Sculler 33 is Nicholas Aronow. Nick rows also at Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York. Sculler 34, Kenzo Otsuka, is up from Greenwich, Connecticut. He's been rowing in single for the past few years, and this will be his first head season. Sculler 28 is Benjamin Marino. He's a 17-year-old. This is the youth singles. Sculler 37 is Will White. Will rows at the Detroit Boat Club. Sculler 36 is Henry Hawkins, all the way from Radley School in Oxfordshire in the UK. Welcome to the Charles, Henry. Sculler 31 in his Ninja Turtle outfit is William Tomper. He's from Verona, Pennsylvania. Love your outfit, William. And I think that looks like it for the men's youth singles. So again, those are all high school rowers that we just saw go past, 37 high school rowers. And our next event is the men's club singles coming up.
We already have some unofficial results. The men's youth singles, again, these are unofficial. The judges have not reviewed everything completely. Unofficially, it would look like bow number 11 placed first. Bow number 11 at a time of 18:18. That's very fast for youth single. The only sculler under 19 minutes on the clock so far, but these are unofficial, unadjusted times for any buoy violations or other violations. Second looked like Rice.
If that 18:18 time holds, that'll be 20 seconds faster than the course record. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a tailwind down there, but it's sure nice flat conditions compared to yesterday. So bow 11, unofficially the winner. Bow 13 from Redwood Scullers, Stanford, Rice Crop. And third would be Jack Stone from Orleans. He was bow number 4. And again, these are unofficial. We're now waiting the full results of the field. It was a very deep field. There were some 37 competitors. We think we've seen them all. And unofficially, those are the leaders, but we don't have all the times in yet.
Yeah, 18 minutes, 18 seconds is really fast for these kids. That is really motoring.
So I keep wearing
races, we want to thank Delta Airlines. They are proud to be the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They are Boston's #1 global airline, offering 45 plus U.S. and international destinations out of Boston. Thank you, Delta Airlines.
So our next event up this morning is the men's club singles. It was due to start at 8:24, so the guys should be on the course now. The course record was also set last year in a time of 18 minutes by Luke Ryan. Luke has moved up to the champ singles event. And the second place finisher from last year is also not returning, so that means that William Weaker is the leading number one bow in this event this year. He was third last year at the event and was also third in the double this year at Club Nationals. Kevin Kelly, who's in the second position this year, he had a buoy penalty last year, so that pushed him down the field last year. But the first and second place finishers, who we'll see coming around the bend shortly, they were only 1.5 seconds apart last year, so it should be a good race, hopefully, if those two guys have been training hard again this year. And here they come.
All right, who have we got first here? This is bow number 1, William Meeker from Potomac. He was first in 2016 at Acras in the single. He was third in the men's single last year in the head of the Charles. Potomac sculler looking very strong here. Got a quick check over his shoulder for the steering line. Looks to have opened up a little bit, but the pack is tightening behind him. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Bow number 2, a little bit closer to the Cambridge shore. That's the Fairmount sculler, Kevin Kelly. Right on the buoy line, though, was for the California Yacht Club sculler. That's Matt Schaefer. This is only his second ever appearance at the head of the Charles, and he's making a name for himself. Motoring up through, going stroke for stroke here, just a slightly higher cadence from bow number 4. Doing a great job with that steering. 4 now just taking over bow number 2. Fairmont making another surge. Kevin Kelly trying to counter the move and get back on track. And that nice battle has helped them move away from the scullers behind them by quite a bit. Bow number 5 emerges next. That's Sam McVitie from the Seattle Rowing Club out in Seattle, Washington. Bow number 3 is the sculler from Great Britain, the Tideway scullers, Samuel Anderson. He was part of the GB Rowing Start program before moving to London to row at the London Rowing Club and then the Tideway Sculling School. He's raced at Henley Royal Regatta a number of times and very happy to be here on the Charles today. Bow number 3, Samuel Anderson. Bow number 11 also moving up well in the field. Bow number 11 will be the Merrimack sculler, Eric Hallenbeck. He was 4th at Accra Championships. He's just 22 years old, graduated from Gordon College this May, so from right up on the mighty Merrimack, this is the Lowell sculler, Eric Hallenbeck. Bow number 6 from the Bear Island Aquatic Center in Redwood City, this is Cameron Bowen. He was 14th last year, hoping to improve this year. Bow number 7 follows him, the Weld sculler, Will Raffey, rode for Trinity College, Cambridge. And then bow number 8 in the MPOCR is the FIT sculler, Jackson Moore. And he's with 9, Joe Cipolla from Undine. Bow number 10 now just behind them, looks like a Texas blade, and it is indeed the Texas Rowing Center sculler Kevin Kimber. And he's just ahead of the Riverside sculler Graham Colloway from RBC right here in Cambridge, Massachusetts. The familiar blue and white vertical striped blades. Go Riverside. Bow 15, his teammate from Riverside, Cal Brooks, is chasing him down. Bow 15, also from Riverside here in Cambridge. Bow number 17, another sculler from the Tideway Scullers from Great Britain. This is Nathan O'Reilly, actually an Irishman. He's the ex-club captain of the Tideway Sculling School in London. He raced in 3 of the last 4 finals in the Whitefolds Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta. Got the scullers, got some fans here at the Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 20, right on the buoy line, is the Seattle Rowing Club sculler Paul Buchanan. This is his first time on the Charles. Bow number 14 is the Narragansett sculler Jackson Krupnick. Rode for WPI back in the day. He's 24 years old. He's also a coach at Narragansett, so doing a great job. Is bow number 14, Jackson Krupnick. Got a nice battle going here between sculler number 18, the Wyandotte sculler, Alex Pappas, and bow number 22, the Burnaby Lake Canadian sculler, Paul Whitmore. Bow number 23 in the red jersey, another sculler from Potomac. This is William Massimini. Rode for Steel City last year and just recently moved to the Washington, D.C. area. Welcome to the Charles. Bow 21, right behind him is 612 Endurance from Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is George Torvik. He was 6th in the Elite Double at Club Nationals last year, going solo here on the Charles. 27 trails him, the Undine sculler Sean Neal. Very strong, checking his line over his right shoulder. Bow 27 now entering the bridge from Undine, Sean Neal. Bow 28 with a nice aggressive stroke rating there from Canada, Victoria City. This is Scott McDonald. He also summited Kilimanjaro in 2011, but this is his first head of the Charles. Welcome, Scott. He's past 19, the Union sculler Colin Fish, a former Brown rower. Another Union blades. Bow 31. So bow 31 moving up well through the middle of the pack. This is bow 31 is Brian Weddick. He actually coached the Kent School 2V. He was a varsity rower at Princeton, graduating class of 13 from Union Boat Club, Brian Weddick. 3 scullers now emerging. Going to be a difficult line to negotiate. 24 is closest to the Cambridge Boat Club. That is the Maritime sculler, Rob Tucker. 29 in the red is right on the buoy line. That is the Amoskeag sculler of Daniel Forget, previously from East Lyme. He's got a very good line. He's moving up well in the field. And bow 16 trails that small pack. That's Andrew Sales from Community Rowing. He's the boys' assistant coach and a graduate of Marist College. Bow number 30 in the bright green. Bow number 30 is the Green Mountain sculler, Sam Abbott. He's former UVM rower, just 25 years old. .32 now approaching right on that buoy line is Parker Shepard. He's a sculler from Potomac. Used to row at the Macaulay School down in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And he's moved through bow number 26 in the MPOCR there. That is the CU alum from Boulder, Colorado, the University of Colorado, coach and rower, Roman Samartino. And a big gap behind him, but next would be bow number 33. That's Joe Heron from Potomac. Joe actually stroked the London Rowing Club 8 in 2012. Still have a few scullers we have not seen, including one from Nassau in the Bahamas. Maybe decided it was just too cold and stayed inside.
So our next event coming up is the women's youth singles. The girls started at 8:37. The record for women's youth singles is held by our very own Anna Mathis. Anna set the record last year in a time of 19 minutes 30 seconds. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. You can go and see the Aston Martin. There's one parked on Adager Row next to the Brooks Brothers venue. And just next door to that is the BNY Mellon tent. BNY Mellon are our presenting sponsor for the 6th year. They're a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. All right, here are the unofficial results for the men's youth singles. So it's looking like Jack Dorney is currently in first place. He was bow 35, so he started right at the back of the pack. And his time at the moment is 18:50. So these times have moved from what we gave you earlier. So Jack Dorney is number 1, 18:50. Maxwell Heidi is number 2, 18:56. And Stephen Harris is third in 18:57. So those are the top 3 in the youth singles, men's youth singles. The men's club singles, here are the current times, and again, these are all unofficial times. So Matt Schaefer from California Yacht Club, 18:52. He's the current guy in leading men's club singles, Matt Schaefer. Brian Wettak was 19:01. He was in second place. And William Mika was 19:02, so that was a pretty tight race, second and third. In fact, fourth place is 19:03, so only a couple of seconds separating second, third, and fourth in the men's club singles. That's how tight the race was. Looks like we've got a boat rounding the corner. This is women's youth singles. These are high school girls. Again, the record was just set last year, 19 minutes 30 seconds by Anna Mathis, our very own CBC Anna Mathis. Bow number 1, coming around the corner here, is Julia Knowles. Julia's up here from Dallas. Rose at Founders Rowing in Dallas. She's 18 years old.
She's looking very strong. Nice long strokes, a great line for a visiting sculler as well. She's doing a great job on the buoy line. Again, nice flat water, not too much wind.
For an 18-year-old, that is a really nice course. And someone who's not a local, that's a really nice course. Behind her is sculler number 2, Cassandra Reed.
Rowing for West Cambridge Rowing right here in Watertown, Massachusetts. She's a 2018 junior national team member. Cassandra Reed, just 18 years old. She won the single sculls at the 2018 Youth Rowing National Championships right here in Belmont, Massachusetts. Sculler from Shaker Heights now, Sophie Calabrese. She's the current Midwest Scholastic Women's Varsity Single Champion. She's from Shaker Heights, Ohio. She's just 17 years old, one of the younger competitors in the field today. A bit behind her is bow number 4, Abby Malett from Leander, from Hamilton, Ontario. She represented Ontario at the Canada Summer Games last year. She finished 4th in the lightweight under 21 women's double.
These girls on the whole are taking a really nice course around this bend. For young girls, they're doing a great job steering.
Well, and not all of them are familiar with not only the Charles River, but the buoy line. As we said, the buoy line only went into place sometime on Friday, so it's not really much time to practice. But this sculler here is doing a fabulous job. This is bow number 5 from Rutherford, New Jersey, rowing for Nereid. This is Jane DeLauro. She was 11th in last year's Head of the Charles, but she'll certainly make up some time with that line this morning. Bow number 9 is moving up in the field. That's Seminole Ridge sculler Gracie Leon from Loxahatchee, Florida. Bow number 6 is behind her from Kent. This is Allison Gator Johnson. She's only in her first year rowing with Kent School Boat Club, but she rowed for 3 years with MRC before coming to Kent. She also competed nationally with USA weightlifting. So a very strong sculler from the Kent School Boat Club, Allison Johnson, just 14 years old. Bow number 10, another sculler from Founders Rowing, Julie Valoy. She is 17 years old, so Founders Sculling in Dallas, Texas has been doing a great job with that program. She's got bow number 11 to contend with right next to her, though. This is Adrienne Renz-Walls, rowing for Potomac down in Washington, D.C. She's actually been rowing since age 8, but this is her first time at the head of the Charles. Let's give a warm welcome to Potomac's junior sculler, Adrienne Renz-Walls, just 16 years old. Bow 12 is from Row House out of Miami, Florida. This is Sarah Zanzuri. She's 16 years old, a silver medalist at the Florida State Championships in the double.
Sarah's got a nice choice of blades and top there. Matching blades and gear.
Yes, very nice. She's probably one of the top junior scullers of her age group in Florida, rowing for Row House, Miami. Pretty big gap now opened up. That's a nice steering and nice course management from the first 16 or so scullers we've seen go by.
Scullers 14 and 20 coming up to Cambridge Boat Club now.
Sculler 14 is from Oak Neck Rowing Academy down in Bayville, New York. This is Josie Coleman. Josie's 17 years old, rowing for Oak Neck Rowing. And bow number 20 is moving up very well in the field. Bow number 20 from Dallas, Texas. This is Caitlin Gildersleeve. She was first in the single and the double at the Central Youth Regional Championships this year. So a very strong sculler out of Dallas and is moving well from the middle of the field today. Aggressive stroke rating as she goes through the Elliott Bridge. She's well ahead of this next pack of 4 scullers. 17 and 18 are side by side. Bow number 17 is the South Jersey rowing sculler, Madison Sicha. And 18 is from Suncoast, Florida, Rivera Beach, Florida. The Suncoast sculler is Maricela Adams Grimaldi. She's a first place at the FSRA State Championships and Southeast Regional Champion. And they have moved through bow number 13, the Texas Rowing Center sculler, Raya Myron, 17 years old, representing Austin, Texas. Bow 16, from Canada, Jennifer Oswald from London, Ontario. She's pretty strong on the rowing machine herself. She was 4th at the Ontario Erg Championships in 2017 and 5th at the Canadian Indoor Championships in 2017. Bow 23, the Ridley sculler, Lucy Black from Canada, St. Catharines, Ontario to be exact. She's won multiple medals at the Stotesbury and the CSSRA regatta. So Lucy Black, 17 years old, making a name for herself on the Canadian sculling scene. Bow 21 in the Empocker, that's the GMS Rowing Center out of Milford, Connecticut. This is Gabrielle Welp. She was 6th at Youth Nationals this year. 15 and 22 going neck and neck. 22 on the buoy line, that's Row House, Miami, Maya Mora. And 15 is the Seattle sculler, Cecilia Brown. This is her first year of competitive sculling, and she's doing a nice job negotiating the head of the Charles course. Bow number 19 in the Whitehall. This is the Elmwood sculler from Ottawa, Canada. This is Grace McNally. She's part of the Canadian National Team Talent ID program, so an emerging Canadian sculler with a great future. Bow 27 is chasing her, though. This is the Narragansett sculler, Alexandra Deshaw from Classical High School. She's a junior. And 8, bow number 8 now, the Shaker sculler from Ludenville, New York. This is Heather Niemi. And she's trying to hold off a charge from bow number 25 from Ravana Rowing in Charlottesville. This is Brianna Knight. She's been rowing for just 2 years, 18 years old. Bow 24 now from the Dawn Rowing Club in Canada. This is Abigail Najjar, just 14 years old, so a couple of really young scullers on the course today. Let's give them a big round of applause. Bow 26 now, Burton Beach Rowing from Vashon, Washington. This is Mabel Moses. She's a gold medalist in the lightweight single at the Pacific Northwest Youth Regionals back in just this year. Bow 29 is coming up next. That's the Lincoln School from Providence, Rhode Island. This is Delaney Bernier. She's a champion at the Northeast Regional Lightweight Single, also stroke seat for the Lincoln School's first varsity 4. So I'm impressed with the fortitude of these scullers. I mean, it's not an easy race to do, and at age 14, to be battling some junior national team champions, that is very impressive for these young scullers.
It is really good to see 14-year-olds out here on the course and taking this course and taking that bend really well. There was some really good steering out there.
For sure, and we've got another couple scullers coming up. Bow 28 from Osprey Rowing Club. This is Elise Bow, recently switching over from sweep rowing to sculling. So at 16 years old, she's moving up in the sculling ranks from Osprey Rowing Club, listed here as Saunderstown, Rhode Island. And back behind her is her teammate from Osprey, Sabrina Radbacher. Sabrina attends North Kingstown High School down in Rhode Island and rowing through Osprey Rowing Club. It's a cooperative program between 3 local high schools. So the 2 Osprey scullers helping one another down the course, pushing each other through the head of the Charles. Well rowed, Osprey. Bow 31 trails them right now. This is the Long Island sculler from Northport, New York. This is Ayla Lerner. She's qualified for the Scholastic Youth Championships this year. Doing a nice job steering through the final stretch of the head of the Charles. We still should see 1 or 2 more scullers, I believe. And coming around the bend right now is our Scholastic State Champion in the lightweight single in the state of Florida. This is Tampa Prep School sculler Taylor Bell, 17 years old, Florida State Champion. The pack ahead of her had compressed such that she has the course all to herself here as she comes around the bend in front of the Cambridge Boat Club and heads into the final bridge of the head of the Charles course. And I believe we have seen all of the scullers in this event. 32 competitors, and I believe 32 have passed by the announcer station here at the Cambridge Boat Club. So we will be cheering her on as she goes through the bridge here. She's got some fans out on the Elliott Bridge, which is nice to see. Taking a 10 for them. And we will be getting ready for the next event, which will be the women's club singles, the Peggy Hawes Trophy.
See quite a few quads going down to the start here. It's a Director's Challenge event, so it's the money raised from the interest for this event go to support the charities for the head of the Charles. The next event that you can just see coming around the corner here is the Women's Club Singles. The record for this event was also set in 2017. Last year was a fast year here at the head, set by Madeline Kuntz in 20 minutes, 25 seconds. But here at this year's event, we've got a tie race. Sculler 1 is Aista Balsanaiti. closely followed by Lauren Shaw. IC is from Amherst, Mass. And Lauren is from Saratoga Springs. Tightly rowing side by side here as they go under the Elliott Bridge. Having a real battle. Sculler 3 coming into view is Riverside Sculler, so based just downstream here. Samantha Pollock. She's raced and trained with Riverside for the past year and a half. Before that, she was at New York Athletic Club. That's Sam Pollock from Riverside, passing CBC now. Right behind Sam, Sculler 8. It's obviously made up some distance here. Sculler 8, Lauren Tracy from Potomac. And right behind her is Sculler 4, who is Emily Farrar. So tight turn under the bridge there, as you can see. Sculler 4 just stopped under the bridge. You really got to get your steering right. Next batch of scullers approaching. This is sculler number 6. Sculler 6 is Myrna Desovich. She's from Seattle, and behind Myrna, Sculler 13, who's clearly moved up the field, and Sculler 12. Sculler 13 is Natalie Reynolds from Greenwich, and Sculler 12 is Portia Geitskell up from Narragansett. Sure. Got quite a few scullers approaching now. Sculler 7 is Malaya Gillette. She's from Saunderstown, Rhode Island. Malaya rose for Colby College during the school year. About 16 is Mary Kalita. She's all the way from Minneapolis. Sculler 17 following the buoy line. Following the buoys because she rows out of Riverside, so she knows this course, is Ayana Zeef. Bow number 5. All the way from Tel Aviv is Mikhail Spalter. Bow 9 is Gracie Larkin from Nashville, Tennessee. And bow 15 is Hannah Elder in the blue boat, also from Riverside. Quite a few Riverside entries in this event. Sculler 11, closest to CBC, is Katerina Francis. Katerina's come out from Rutherford, New Jersey to race at the Charles. Sculler 14 is Maddie Spurlock, all the way from Anchorage, Alaska. She previously rode for Miami University in Ohio. Sculler 18 is Alyssa Treblecock. She rows at the Foundry in Cleveland, Ohio. The Foundry is a community rowing and sailing center in Cleveland. And Alyssa is the head coach for the Cleveland Foundry Juniors. Sculler 20 is Erica Sloan. Erica is the fleet manager for all the sculling programs at Craftsbury Outdoor Center. Scholar 22 coming up to CBC is Kristen Kay. Kristen rose on the Potomac down in DC. She's a former rhythmic gymnast who represented the United States at the 2000 World Championships. Quite a change, rhythmic gymnastics to rowing. Bound 19 is Chloe Lewis. Chloe Lewis is an Ithaca College graduate that she currently rows down in Philadelphia. Sculler 10 in the bright yellow top is Kelly Shepard, also from the Potomac. Sculler 21, breezing past the Cambridge dock, is Casey Kelsey. Casey is the coach at Church Rosemary Hall. I think that may be it, Ellie. That may be our women's club singles.
All right, and we've only been out here a few hours, but we could also get some 5-hour energy. Did you know that, Nick? 5-hour energy is the proud sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta this year. Are you feeling tired? Do you need to recharge? Stop by the tent this weekend and try the new 5-hour tea. It has ingredients derived from green tea leaves that will get you back to 100%.
I could do with some of that right now.
I think so. Either that or a little jolt of caffeine.
Yeah, maybe we should send some down to the dock masters on the dock down there, who are doing a great job.
Yes, they are. We might have to settle for some LaCroix sparkling water, though. They're also a sponsor this year. They are the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're down at Weld Exposition, though, so that we might have a kind of a far jog.
That's a little bit of a walk.
Yeah, but they are 0-calorie, naturally flavored sparkling waters.
Sounds good.
Nick, and on the course right now we have Michael Wilson, who is in the club single. He's a youth scholar, but he was in the club single. He broke an oar somewhere near the middle of the course, right around the halfway mark, right around Weeks. He stopped at Weld, retrieved another oar, and jumped back in to finish it. So let's give a round of applause for Mike Wilson with a replacement oar, thanks to the friends along the Charles. You see he's got a CBC and a Riverside blade, so hopefully they're set and spread the same. Or maybe you need one a little heavier on the starboard side to finish up the course. But great job, great tenacity to get right back on it and right back into it. Let's give him a round of applause as he goes through the Elliott Bridge. He was in a strong finishing position before that mishap, so we're glad to see him finish today. And as we said earlier, Sunday morning is Youth Extravaganza Day. We have the Women's Youth 4s up next, is that correct?
Yeah.
85 competitors in the Women's Youth 4. It looked like mainly U.S. crews, but I'm sure we've got some Canadian crews in here as well. I'm just looking through the list here. Mainly USA, a couple Canadian entries, but there's page after page, and this is a real testament to the, some British 4s here. This is great. Real testament to the growth of women's rowing in this Youth 4s event with 85 competitors.
All these youth events are really open because, you know, the kids are graduating high school, they're moving between programs, some of them move between sculling and sweep. So it's a really open field, and anyone's guess who's going to dominate and win their event in the youth events. But it's also always fun. You know, you get 85 boats out there. Imagine what it's like getting 85 sets of high school kids organized down in the basin.
Well, yeah, and the enthusiasm for the high school rowing. There's several high schools here on the Charles River that are racing today. There are just the enthusiasm among that youth crowd. You just can't beat it. We've got some crews launching here from Cambridge Ringe and Latin right out in front of the CBC docks right now. So they're exciting emerging programs. Many public school programs now as well, so it's definitely not just the prep schools. It's all comers now, and that's really great for the sport.
Yeah, and down there, as you say, it's a Cox quad, which is great to see the kids in quads.
And indeed, it's bow number 1. This is Row America Rye from Rye, New York. There's a few that won the Charles last year and also placed second at Youth Nationals. A very aggressive stroke rating, very professional for this crew, which is averaging just 16 years old. Isabel Aronin, Carlin McDermott, Jane Reynolds, Greta Filor, and Ashley Giannetti from Row America Rye, and nobody behind them. They've got to race against the clock, though, because as we said, it's 85 people. You may have a big gap from here at the front, but you know what's going on in the back of the pack. So they're pushing really hard, looking very professional. I'm sure the college coaches have their eyes on those 4 from Row America Rye for recruiting purposes, so they're doing a great job there. No one even in sight yet. It's a great feeling to go through that Elliott Bridge and not even see the bow of the person behind you. That's fantastic. Bow number 2 is the red and white colors of the San Diego Rowing Club. This is a new crew from last year, but a lot of talent, also averaging 16 years old. This is Julia Ramsey, Michelle Muhlenberg, Aurora Kozowski, Anna Duan, and Catherine Bolitho. San Diego Rowing junior crew, averaging 16 years old. Coxon doing a nice job as a visiting coxswain right on that buoy line. And bow number 7, as we said, anything can happen in a field of 85 entries. The Greenwich crew from Coscob, Connecticut, averaging 16 years old, have moved well up in the early pack here. Blades right over the buoys, a gutsy move for this young coxswain. And they continue to power away from the crews behind them. This is bow number 7, so they've passed several crews already. They're the 3rd crew to come by the station after starting 7th. They've moved past bow number 3 from Pacific Rowing Club out in San Francisco. And bow number 4 from Texas Rowing Center down in Austin. Bow number 4 is looking to close the gap on 3, but 6 is giving them a challenge as well. Bow 6 from City Island in the Bronx, They are excited to be here. Nicole Kagan, Mackenzie Seward, Brianna Swartz, Noah Bregman, and Annalise Kem from City Island. And 9 on the buoy lines, Noral crew from Redwood City in the multicolored jerseys, yellow and black. And then 8 nearest to us is the Newton Country Day School right here in Brighton, Massachusetts. Allie Montgomery, Olivia Check, Grace Ryan, Molly Heaney, and Megan Louise Lee from Newton Country Day School. Bow number 5 in the yellow is Long Beach crew from Long Beach, California. And in the red boat with the pink in the bow, that is bow number 11, the Windsor School, coached by none other than Lisa Stone of Windsor. Red, white, win, fight, go Windsor. They have moved through bow number 10 from Three Rivers. And 13 is putting pressure on both of them. Bow number 13 is putting some pressure on. That's the Holy Names crew from Seattle, Washington. It's an all-girls scholastic team out of Seattle. Isabella Angulo, Olivia Bay, Aislinn Jones, Sophia Longwell, and Claire Wichkowski. Bow 12, right behind them, is the SAC Gold River from Gold River, California. They were 12th last year at this event and would like to move up in the ranks. They've got a tight field behind them. Bow 14 charges ahead of this pack of 3. Bow 14 is the Greenwich Academy, a very young and promising crew. Bow 16 right with them. That's the West Side crew from Buffalo, New York. 16 hoping to pass 14. And then 15 of the St. Catharines, the familiar blue and red of St. Catharines, Ontario. Strong junior program. Doing a nice job, aggressive stroke rating, putting the moves on the crews in front of them. But look out for bow number 19, who's pressuring St. Catharines. Bow number 19 is the Nobles crew from right here in Dedham, Massachusetts, with a lot of hometown fans. She's doing a great job on that line. Fans on the bridge and at the Cambridge Boat Club. Go Nobles. They have moved well through 18, the Resilient Rowing Club from Burke, Virginia. Summer Keating, Valerie Spiegenthal, Anna Gall, Emily Elkis, and Lydia Nikolai from Resilient Rowing Club right through the Elliott Bridge right now. Bow number 20 right out in front, Dirty Water Boat Club from Brookline, Massachusetts. They call themselves the Brookline Warriors. Let's give a cheer for another hometown crew, the Brookline Warriors, Dirty Water Boat Club. Bow 17 trails them by a few lengths of open water. That's the Twin Cities Youth Rowing Club from Edina, Minnesota. This is the Twin Cities' largest youth rowing club. Bow 24 now coming up. Bow number 21 first, the Phillips Exeter crew. They have a fall program here. This is Katia Davis, Christina Baker, Ashley Lackey, Catherine Young, and Madeline Potter from Phillips Exeter Academy in Exeter, New Hampshire, bow 21. 24 is right behind them. That's Camp Randall out of Madison, Wisconsin. They're looking for a top 10 finish, and they've got their work cut out for them. But they are pressing Phillips Exeter pretty hard right here. Bow 22 in the red and blue jerseys. Bow 22 is the New Canaan crew from Norwalk, Connecticut. Julia Fullington, Meryl Sutherland, Anna Melly, Eleanor Davies, and Alex Zinsman. 25 are the Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut. It's the fearsome name, but it's just the street name of the original boathouse on Blood Street in Lyme, Connecticut. The Blood Street Skulls taking up sweep today in the Youth Women's 4. Bow 26 is Greater Lawrence from Lawrence, Massachusetts. Ashley Woods, Eva Schneider, Elizabeth May, Hayden Bronson, Ashley Surratt, average age 17 from Greater Lawrence. Go GLR. And they've moved up a bit. They've passed bow number 23, Saratoga Springs, New York. Isabel Hussey, Michaela Oler, Megan Shaver, Gemma Elwanger, and Rachel Paston. Bow 27 is the Sarasota Scullers from Osprey, Florida. They qualified from last year's Head of the Charles. Bow 27 right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club now. Shannon Chan, Charlize Simpson, Emily Nadel, Samantha Tanaka, and Julia Stone. 29, nearest to us, is the Manhasset High School from Port Washington, New York. A very tight pack there in the orange hull. The blue boat is bow number 33, so they're moving up well in the middle of the field. Bow 33 in the light blue, that is the Bromfield Acton Boxborough, coached by Holly Hatton, a very strong junior program. They have passed bow 28 right out in front as well. This is the Rockford crew from Rockford, Michigan. They are the Michigan State champions, but they've been passed by the hometown Bromfield crew. Bow 31 now, Green Lake from Seattle, a perennial powerhouse in the junior women's rowing scene. Bow 31 out in front, and they've got some fans. Bow 32 leads this next line, 32. That is the Cambridge Ringen Latin School, and they have fans here. They have moved past bow number 30. Bow 30 is the Boston Latin School, so what a rivalry playing out before our very eyes right in front of the Elliott Bridge. But they both have pressure from bow 35 and Saugatuck, the women's crew from Saugatuck, powering toward the Latin and Ringen Latin rivals. Bow 36 is next, the Northfield Mount Herman crew, the NMH girls. Marissa Coe, Grace Briggs, Bent Bechtold, Phoebe Rossman, and Skylar Neiman from Northfield Mount Herman. Bow 34, another hometown. Guess who? It is BB&N now. Bow 34 with their screaming fans right out in front here, looking very nice through the Elliott turn and bridge. BB&N. Ella Benjamin, Hannah Sarnak, James McKenna, Tessa Haining, and Sophie Collins Arroyo. Bow 37 is another entry from the Kent School Boat Club. But they're getting pressure from bow number 48? 38, excuse me, 38, Duxbury Bay Maritime School. Duxbury, Massachusetts, in the blue hull and the blue jerseys. Very brave to be rowing with the sleeveless singlets on a cold day like today, but Duxbury Bay Maritime, they're tough kids. That was Fiona Short, Caitlin Stain, Olivia Zakta, Elizabeth Weldon, and Amanda Kenny from Duxbury Bay Maritime. And with the yellow blades coming up is the Marion Mercy Academy from Marion Station, Pennsylvania. They were the silver medalists at the Scholastic National Championship Regatta. Marion Mercy now right in front of Cambridge Boat Club. They lead this pack of two boats trailing them. 39 in the red, that's the Emma Willard School from Troy, New York. They are the SRAA National Champions from back in 2016. But this is a young crew, averaging 17 years old. And 41 is in the blue. This is the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. Go PCRA. So far, these coxswains you've seen all in the bow-loaded configuration for their shells, so it's great that you can see ahead of you, but it's also difficult when the pack gets really tight. You see the coxswains sort of having to sit up and look behind them to make sure they have the right clearance to make their next turn. So not for the faint of heart. These young coxswains are doing a fabulous job so far today. We've got, can't quite make out the next bow number, but we'll do our best as they come into view. Looks like the bow seat's number on her back has come off, or is at least blocked by a jersey. Looks like 43, that's the Berkshire School from Sheffield, Massachusetts. And they're getting some pressure from bow number 47, the Wilson High School crew from Washington, D.C. Berkshire School is Tess Haskell, Camille Kittredge, Louise Rosenblad, Elizabeth Rowland, and Devin Thompson from the Berkshire School. Bow 46 now, Xavier Prep from Tempe, Arizona. A lot of good rowing out there in Tempe. You see this is a bucket style configuration. They've got a port stroke with 2 starboard seats in a row, called a bucket configuration. Bow 42 from Avon High School. They're trying to save this one for posterity. They've got a GoPro mounted on their bow. Avon High School now, right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club. In the maroon is 44. That's the Arlington Belmont crew, another local high school crew. Arlington Belmont from Arlington, Mass. This is Mia Seitz, Elizabeth Gromfin, Lolita Thompson, Maren McConkey, and Audrey Skian, averaging just 15 years old. So a very young crew from Arlington Belmont. Bow 45, right behind them, are the Zalac crew from San Diego, California. This is their junior women's program. Bow 51 moving up in the middle of the field. Bow 51 on the buoy is the Eustace crew from Pennsauken, New Jersey. And 48 on the outside now charging forward. Bow 48 are the Sagamore Rowing Club from Oyster Bay, New York. Again, Coxswain's doing a great job here through the bridge. 52 now approaching. Bow 52 is the Austin, Texas. Austin Rowing Club. Look like they're borrowing CRI hull and CRI blades. But that is Austin going through the Elliott Bridge right now. Bow 50 in the red. This is called Adventure Pursuit. And what a way to pursue adventure than the head of the Charles Regatta. Bow number 50 from Parkersburg, West Virginia. They've moved just ahead of bow number 49, so their adventure has brought them past at least one crew. Bow 49 is the Thayer School from Braintree, Massachusetts. It's the Thayer Academy girls. Had a great season last year. Looking for another great spring coming up. 54 are the Groton School. The Groton women's program is a strong contender in the New England circuit and even the national circuit. They're a fours school, which means they are no stranger to the Cox 4. That's their predominant racing event for the school. But they've got some pressure from bow 57, the Montgomery Boat Club from Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 60 in the yellow on the buoy line is moving up well in the field. That's the Ann Arbor crew. A 15-year average crew, so doing a nice job. 15 years old, and look at that gutsy line on the buoys. Well done, bow 60. Their boat is called the Speedy Carrot, and it's really living up to its name today. Bow 53 now, and right behind them, that's the Mercy crew from Rochester, New York. And bow 58 is the East Bay Rowing from Barrington, Rhode Island. Go EBR. '58 in all green today. 58 is Grace McDermott, Hayden Redmond, Elena Ainsworth, Emily Swintack, and Anna McGee. In the high vis is HB crew from Hollis, New Hampshire. I know, another tough crew braving the elements with sleeveless jerseys. Out of Hollis, New Hampshire, bow 59 in high-vis hats. And in the orange behind them is bow 61, the Wilmington Youth Rowing Association from Wilmington, Delaware. This has been a long time since they've been here at the head of the Charles, but they're back and they're excited and they're pulling hard. Let's give a cheer for the Wilmington Youth Crew. Bow 64 right along the buoys in the blue are the Milwaukee girls from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And 62, they have moved just past 62, the Cleveland Foundry Juniors program from Cleveland, Ohio. And bow 55, Stonington crew from Stonington, Connecticut. This is the first time in the program history for the girls to be racing in the Head of the Charles Regatta. So averaging just 16 years old, Claire Anderson, Caroline Andrews, Sydney Hewins, Lily Hagspasand, and Lucy Rath. Welcome to the Head of the Charles. Bow 65 is the entry from Vero Beach Rowing Association. I believe this is their first entry in the Youth Fours event. It's a great new club down in Vero Beach. The people are fantastic. They're doing a fundraising campaign for the boathouse. So if you're in the Vero Beach area and you care about rowing, check out Vero Beach Rowing. The people are great. Have a great row. Bow number 71 now on the buoys is Triangle Rowing Club from Raleigh, North Carolina. Doing a very nice job moving up in the middle of the pack. 68 is right on the outside of them. The Great Britain crew from Godolphin. This is had a really great performance at Women's Henley last year. This is Libby Ross, Louise Bonamoris, Alex Riddle-Webster, Maddie Grusing, and Grace Lane, all the way from London. Bow number 63 now from Lowell, Massachusetts, Lowell High School crew. Strong program up there on the junior scene. Bow 67 in the white, another crew from Greater Lawrence. We saw the boys crew earlier up on the Merrimack in Lawrence. 66 in the red. 66 is the Neponset Rowing Club from Milton, Massachusetts. Bow 69 now, another crew from Nobles. Nobles crew is Lucy Del Col, Amar Scherzer, Molly Connors, Catherine Poole, and Nalani Zama. But they're getting pressure from 74, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club, out in Springfield, Massachusetts. Bow 72 is St. Ignatius from Chicago, Illinois. They get pushed wide by the charge from bow number 75 from Connecticut, the Connecticut Boat Club out of Norwalk, Connecticut. And bow 70 now out in front with the orange and blue is Row LA, award-winning outreach program in the LA area. Isabella Soto, Shannon Stewart, Thea Welch, Ashlyn Trendle, and Jalen Yeo. Just 15 years old, all the way from LA. Bow number 73 now, the Brooks School crew from North Andover, Massachusetts. They were 5th at the New England Championships this past season. And bow 76 now out in front. This is the Harriton School from Rosemont, Pennsylvania. It's a scholastic program, but does race in the summer in Canadian Henley and other national events. They recently won a Philadelphia City Championship, the Harriton School from Rosemont, Pennsylvania. Bow 79, the Miami Beach Rowing Club from Miami Beach, Florida. They were first in the Varsity 4 at the State Championship Regatta. Let's see what they can do today on the Head of the Charles. They've gone past 78 and 77. 78 is the Maguntacook crew from Camden, Maine. And 77 is from Culver, Indiana, the Culver Academy.
And bow number 77. So 79 Miami, 78 from Maine, 77 from Indiana. The crews are coming down in groupings of 3, very tight groupings, difficult to negotiate, but very motivating to have the crews so close to one another. The first crew to emerge out of this pack of 3 is crew number 80, and that is the Villa Joseph Marie from Holland, Pennsylvania. And they're working hard to move away from 82, the Gunnery School from Warren, Connecticut. 85, though, is giving both of them a bit of pressure. Almost ready to overtake 85, the Cascadilla crew from Ithaca, New York. Cascadilla Coxon doing a nice job. You see they're going stroke for stroke here, 82 and 85. Powering together through the Elliott Bridge. There's plenty of room, but you still have to keep your wits about you. Bow 83 now. The Academy of Notre Dame in Villanova, Pennsylvania. The Philadelphia crew is really well represented here today. Bow 81 from Gentle Giant. These guys are pulling hard today. Gentle Giant recently lost a founding member, Judith Pearlstein. She passed away a few weeks ago due to cancer, so all of the Gentle Giant entries are rowing in her honor. It's a fantastic program, a fantastic company. And have a great row, Gentle Giant. And 84 now coming. This will be our final entry in the event. This is the Germantown Friends School from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They were 4th at the Mid-Atlantics and a semi-finalist at the SRAA Regatta. Germantown Friends School finishes up the field of the women's youth 4s.
So our next event that we'll see coming up the course is the Women's Quads, Directors Challenge Women's Quads. There are 35 competitors in this event. You'll hear some rather funky names as we read out the crew names. People like to give their boats some interesting names in this event, in the Directors Challenge events. And while we wait for the women's quads, we'll just tell you Alexandra Real Estate Equities is the official life sciences realty partner of the Head of the Charles. Alexandra is the country's largest owner, operator, and developer of collaborative life science and technology campuses in key innovation clusters, including Greater Boston. Thank you, Alexandra Real Estate Equities. And if you're looking for a new car, Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles. You can go and see them just up at the Attager Row next to Brooks Brothers. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Yeah, please. As you probably know, the head of the Charles would like to send a big thank you to the nearly 2,000 volunteers who worked during the head to support the racing this weekend. The regatta wouldn't be possible without all the volunteers. Got a few volunteers working on the weather today. We're hoping to get a little bit of sunshine out for you if we can get our weather volunteers fully working. Yeah, they're working to move the clouds away so there's a bit of sunshine might poke through this afternoon. It's a tough job. But they do get a free Brooks Brothers jacket for doing their job, like all our volunteers. Thank you, Brooks Brothers. So as we mentioned, the race that we're waiting for to come down the course next is the Directors Challenge Quads, Women's Quads. And after that, we'll have the Women's Youth Coxed Quads. And then the Women's Youth 8s. Those are the next 3 races that we're going to see coming down here. So we're expecting the Women's Quads to come along shortly. As you've probably seen, lots of the volunteers are wearing Brooks Brothers jackets. Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles. Be sure to visit the Brooks Brothers pop-up store at World Exhibition and the Rowing and Fitness Expo. You can check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection, created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thank you again, Brooks Brothers.
Oh, and this is a race. This is a race, people. This is the Directors Challenge Quad. This is Directors Challenge Women's Quad. They have no coxswain. They will be steering with the toe-foot steering mechanism. It is crew number 4 that has emerged in the front of this pack. So this is a huge upset. This is the winners of the Head of the Hooch last year, the Potomac combo. Bow 4 has moved right through the pack. Bow 4 is Erica Steve Caldwell, Megan Gradick, Laura Corbett, Karen Weingant. They've moved through 3 crews already. The first one behind them right now is unaffiliated. This is the 1999 Women's Lightweight Team Reunion crew, Sherry Klein, Kate Ackerman, Cass Cunningham, and Linda Murray. And bow number 1 has got pushed wide the Lucky Charms, Karen Reynolds, Tracy Glover, Ann Boucher, and Margarita Zeza. Pushed a bit wide by bow number 2, moving well on the line. That's Maritime Rowing Club and Upper Valley Combo. Erica Dade, Anna Bracken, Leslie Critchko, and Rowan Carroll. That was a great race for some excellent scullers in the first 4 of the field, but a really great showing to pass. It's not easy to pass in a quad, and that bow number 4 did a great job. Bow number 5 is our international entry in this Directors Challenge Women's Quad. This is a combo crew from Team GB and Australia. We got national champions of Austria, excuse me, my mistake. Anna Sikogiani, Christine Siegler, teaming up with Rachel Armstrong and Valentina Futuranova from GB. Well, Nick corrected me, but I was right initially. It was Australia, listing as New South Wales, so apologies to our Austrian and our Australian friends. But it wasn't my fault, it was Nick.
Yeah, it was. I take the blame.
And here we come out in front, the blue crew. Dallas, bow number 6. Kim Wilson, Gina Tomasecki, Libby Todes, and Kimberly Elting from the Dallas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas. Bow number 8. The Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut. These are former lightweights Peggy Johnston, Casey Elstrom, Charlotte Hollings, and Candace Fuchs. Average age 55. They're doing a great job rowing under Blood Street Skulls, but they're all former U.S. national team lightweight rowers. They've got bow number 9 behind them. That's the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania, outside Philadelphia. Bow number 10 from CRI. We got a happy birthday to Deb Kemper in this crew. She's rowing with Kristen Lau, Christine Schmidt, and Kimberly Burnett. Go CRI. Bow 7 is Chinook, Rosemary Wooden, Kim Goforth, Tracy Falkenthal, and Terry Walters from Chinook. And a very tight race here with bow 13, who have just come a little bit wide. Bow number 13. Bow 13 have overtaken 11. 13 is unaffiliated from California and Colorado. Bow 11 is on the buoy line. Bow 11 is from Tufts University. 3 former classes of graduates. 13, unsure of their line right now, have opted at first for the right-hand arch, but now look to be correcting and moving over to the center arch. Either way, no contact, all good. Looked like they had some UMass blades there in this unaffiliated crew. But they've got California and Colorado in that boat. Christina Battini, Whitney Kirk, Renee Cunningham, and Liz Thorin rowing unaffiliated and unscathed through the Elliott Bridge. Bow 14 now is the Greenwich crew from Cobb, Connecticut. And bow number 16 in the pink, that's the Beat Cancer Boat Club, listed under Los Gatos, California. But these are the Beat Cancer Boat Club. It's a community of rowers and their supporters who have faced cancer, thrived and survived, and are really pulling hard to beat cancer. And let's all get behind that cause, please. Beat Cancer, bow number 16. Bow number 21 on the buoys. This is a combo crew, Minneapolis, Potomac, and CBC. Molly Watkins, Larea Wetton, Olwen Huxley, and Chris Miller. They raced the Heineken Regatta together this year, so that's exciting. And they really moved up in the field. They're passing now bow number 12, the College Club of Seattle, Washington. Bow number 18, Saugatuck. And 15, Indianapolis. Bow number 18 from Westport, Connecticut in the high-vis shirts in the dark hull. And 15 in the high-vis rowing the blue shell, that's Indianapolis. Bow number 17 is community rowing here in Brighton, Mass. These guys have been coached by Kane Laren, and they're going to thank him by rowing a beautiful, clean line right through the Elliott turn. This is Anna Harris, Laura Davis, Pat Montaigne, and Ann Redmond rowing for CRI. Bow number 20 is another CBC crew. This is Lauren Scheffner, Beth Mooney, Nina Streeter, and Roberta Terry-Vise. They are great friends, also CBC board members and race ops for Head of the Charles. So wearing a lot of hats this weekend, and hopefully they're having a great row today out on the course. Cambridge, bow number 20. Bow number 19 now in the yellow blades from Farmington Valley. This is Windsor, Connecticut. Second time in this event, Farmington Valley. Alyssa Center Gray, Sarah Richmond, Sonia Randall, and Jacqueline Fuchsia. And bow number 22, a combination of White Marsh, Lake Quinsigamon, and Riverside. This is Beatrice Sims, does a fabulous job organizing things down at Community Rowing. And her mom, Patricia Sims, they're teaming up with another mother-daughter duo of Linda Haraiko and Angelique Haraiko. I believe this is the coolest and only double mother-daughter combo in the quad event. Have a great row. Bow 24 now coming up, the Duxbury Bay Maritime School. Elizabeth Davenport, Elizabeth Lang, Lynn McCarthy, and Suzanne Sarles, averaging age 52. Bow number 25 now, another Duxbury Bay entry, so they've got a strong sculling contingent this year. So Masters rowers averaging age 61. Weatherly Doris, Jean Jameson, Mary Fran Grossman, and Laura Carlton. And the third entry of Duxbury Bay follows them, so they're working together, pushing one another through the race course here. They've rowed together many years, and they're coached by former Olympian Bill Miller. Got some fans here on the shore cheering them on. 3 crews in a row from the Duxbury Bay Maritime School. And crew number 27 from Lake Merritt out in Oakland, California, and their shirts say "Descent is patriotic." That's a founding member of the NWRA from 1962. Bow 23 now, the Genesee crew from Rochester, New York. Bow 31 is another Cambridge Boat Club entry, Susan Cars, Mary Farrell, Yvette Martz, and Susan Wood. They call themselves Oh My Quad. Bow number 30 is another entry from the Duxbury Bay Maritime School, so that makes 4 entries for the Duxbury Bay Maritime School Masters Program. Bow 32 is Saratoga Springs and Cambridge, Mass. combo. This is Maura Conran, Lisa Hafner, Laura Adams, and Betsy Harling. 3 CBCers and a Saratogian. Bow 28, Quinsigamond Rowing Club from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. Lauren Baker, Carla Ferrara, Karen Duffy, and Linda Guida. Rowing together for 10 years out at Lake Quinsig. Bow 35 now, the Union Boat Club is a strong crew. They call themselves the Roots Are Showing. This is Sally Donahue, Heidi Hutton, Emily Erbelding, Paula Crane, Merkel, averaging 62. Nick wants to point out that we can't see the roots from here, ladies. Well rowed. Bow 33 in the high vis and the black hull, that's the Saugatuck Scullers from Westport, Connecticut. And we've got a CRI Comp Women combo here, rowing in some funky hats. This is the CRI crew of Cheryl Egan, Lisa Doucette, Melanie Allen, and Martha Mance. Bow 29 looks to be another CRI crew, bow 29. This is Karen Landy, Jen Hawkschild, Marjorie Elliott, and Niharika Mehta. Rec rowers for CRI. They've only been rowing ranging from 3 to 10 years. Their first time together as a quad. Go CRI. Give a round of applause to CRI hometown crew as they go through the Elliott Bridge.
So our next event coming down the course will be the Women's Youth Coxed Quads. So the women we just saw go past, it was just a standard quad with no cox. But for the youth events, we put a cox in there to help them with the steering. It's a tough course with all the bridges and the turns. So the high school kids all have a cox on board their quad.
Yes, I think that's a very smart move so that that youthful enthusiasm doesn't turn into too much aggression out on the race course to maybe have a little bit too much interference with one another. The coxswains so far have done a fabulous job. And again, these are 14, 15, 16-year-old kids having to navigate one of the most difficult head race courses in the world.
And a quad is a fast boat, so, you know, it's okay when the youth are in their singles that aren't so fast, but once you put 4 of them in a quad and they're moving at quite a speed, you really need someone else who's thinking about the steering.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody's got their job to do, and everyone's got their hands full in this event.
So this is just the 3rd year for the Cox Quads. It's great to have more events for youth sculling events. Henley introduced a youth sculling event over in the UK about 30 years ago, and it really made a difference as those kids grew up through the programs and became national team members. It's really good to have these marquee events, have a lot more sculling events for the high school kids. It really encourages them to get into sculling boats early on in their rowing careers. So this is the first boat in the Women's Youth Cog Squad coming down here. And it is bow number 1 from Don Rowing up in Ontario. The girls in this boat are average age of 16 years old. Don Rowing won the event last year, and the girls this year look to be rowing a strong course. About 2 behind them is also another Canadian crew from Argonaut in Toronto, Canada, also 16-year-olds. And right behind them, another Canadian crew from St. Catharines in Ontario, also 16-year-olds. So 3 sets of 16-year-old Canadians coming down here, going past 1, 2, 3. Really impressive for Canadian rowing. About 5 is Redwood Scullers and Stanford Rowing Center. It's a combo crew from California. So bow 5 coming up now, passing the Cambridge dock. Bow 6 is Potomac, up from Washington, D.C., another set of 16-year-olds. And then bow 4 is from Saratoga Springs in New York. So all the first of these crews, average age of 16. Bow 7 coming into view. This is ACRA from Nyack, New York. This ACRA crew has a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old in it. Great job, girls. Bow 10 is White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania. It's bow 10 in the white boat. Bow 9 is Germantown Friends from Philadelphia. Bow 11 pressuring them is all the way from San Diego. And closest to the Cambridge dock is bow 8, which is the Atlanta Juniors. San Diego got a big fan club out on the bridge there. Crew 15 is the Danske Studenter Row Club from Denmark. Hey, thank you guys for coming to the Charles. Hope you're having a great time. Crew 13 going past the boat club now. Crew 14
is all the way from Germany. Ludeverein Kreuzgas, they row in Cologne in Germany. Crew 17 in the white boat, a little closer to home, Burnaby Lake from Canada, British Columbia. About 12 is Holy Names from Seattle, Washington. About 12 is an all-girls scholastic team from Seattle with over 100 rowers on their team. Bow 18 is Row America from Rye, New York. These girls average 15 years old. Bow 16 with the yellow blades is Petty, up from Princeton Junction in New Jersey. Sarah Park, Chae Young Kim, Eileen Yang, and Clara Middleton with Regan Cook. Bound 19, steering a great course. These girls row at the Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas. Yeah, a little mishap out there. Crew 19, not sure what happened. But they picked it up well. Good job restarting, girls. Go. Push it hard. Last half mile. About 20 coming up is the Miami Beach Rowing Club. These girls placed 4th at the Florida States in the lightweight quad. Isabella, Erica, Christina, Alexandra, and Zoe from the Miami Beach Rowing Club. Crew 20. 23 are from South Jersey Rowing Club. This is their JV quad, who placed at all their regattas this spring racing season in South Jersey Rowing Club. 25 is Long Lake Rowing Crew from Long Lake, Minnesota. Rhiannon, Ella, Avalon, Ava, and Margot. Crew 22 in the white boat is from Cooper in Collingswood, New Jersey. Cooper are their second varsity quad. They're now all seniors. Crew 21 in the blue boat is the Cape Cod Youth Rowing. Cecilia, Sarah, Montana, Madeline, Marie Claire. Bow 31 with the gold blades is Notre Dame from Welland, Ontario. Crew 28 is Norwalk River from Connecticut. Crew 30 is the Long Beach Junior Crew. Layla, Jacqueline, Riley, Alexandra, and Yvonne. '24 is the Academy of Notre Dame. Narragansett is Crew 32. Daniela, Victoria, Celeste, Mabry, and Emily. They've gone past Crew 26, the Elmwood Crew from Ottawa, Ontario. Crew 33 in all white is Ransom Everglades Crew up from Florida. Crew 27 is Cleveland Foundry Juniors. Yay, 29, Crew 29, Row Boston. All girls in Boston Public Schools. Go Row Boston. Nancy, Leela, Orange, Elizabeth, and Isabel. Have a great row. And Crew 36 is Cambridge, Winge and Ladin. Go CRLS. Crew 35 for the bright green blades is Resilient Rowing Club from Burke, Virginia. Mia, Sydney, 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 and Samantha. 3 Sydneys. Crew 38, First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. This is Sarah, Darby, Ella, Alyssa, and Annabelle. Go First Coast. Crew 41 coming up now is the Haddonfield Crew from New Jersey. In the red tops and black boat. Haddonfield Crew is Julia, Annabella, Lillian, Lily, and Hallie. Crew 39 is the Coastal Crew Club from Hooksett, New Hampshire. Crew 40 in the red tops. Crew 40 is Bergen County from New Jersey. Crew 37, Adventure Pursuit from West Virginia. And Crew 34 is the Palm Beach Crew. Elsa, Maya, Vanessa, Greer, and Kira. Crew 42 coming up is the Hun School in Princeton, New Jersey. In the Hun School crew, we've got Priyanka, Haley, Catherine, Emily, and Madeline. Hun School, pleased to note that their alums include Olympians Jason Reed and Paul Tetty. Okay, Priyanka, Haley, Catherine, Emily, Madeline. Half a mile to the finish, girls.
All right, while we have this break, we would like to thank one of our sponsors, BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 6th year in a row. BNY is a global leader. BNY is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Ellen, speaking of countries, how many competitors do we have this year and from how many countries? If you don't know the answer, just make it up.
We have over 10,000 competitors here today. It's really exciting. Well, not today, over the course of the weekend. And I believe we have 270 international entries.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, it's been a great showing so far. Even the international crews were in the inclusion events earlier today. So
Amazing.
Marlo over from London, the UK, is really starting to come on board with inclusion. Of course, they dominate the Paralympic events, or have in the last few Olympics, but inclusion is a bit different. It's more inclusive, quite frankly, and it's a really much more of an all-comers. It can also include intellectual disabilities, which are not represented in the Paralympic Games.
Very, very good. And you had great success this past year at World Championships, correct, with your para team?
Yeah, no, we had a young crew, a few newcomers to the squad, but we ended up with a gold in
Some
the
hardware.
PR3.
That's serious hardware.
Yeah, and a silver in the 4, and Hallie Smith, the U.S. single sculler in the PR1 category, got a bronze, and she's going to be a really good force to contend with. Like she'll be great over the next couple of years.
Amazing. And this afternoon we're going to see some extraordinary international racing with a Dutch team, our own U.S. women's gold medal winning 8, gold medal winning 4 in a second 8 for the U.S. Team USA. So it's going to be an exciting afternoon, even though these conditions are
cold.
Cold and windy here on the Charles.
Yeah, we should have the youth 8s, and the Sunday racing is already dominated by, we've had youth single scullers, we've seen youth 4s, we've seen the youth coxed quads, and now we're coming up on the youth 8. So we've got 85 competitors in this event. This is the women's youth 8s.
Amazing. Any spills that you've noticed today with these high gusts and these winds, or is everybody pretty much upright going through the course?
I can't. The wind has been generally less than yesterday. Yesterday the wind was really giving people a hard time on the Elliott turn, but especially for young scullers and young coxswains, they've done an incredible job. Only one turn adjustment at the Elliott Bridge. I have seen no oar clashes, no mishaps. So, you know, we've seen scullers and coxswains 14, 15 years old. So they've done a great job so far.
And sometimes they steer a better course than the older folks.
Sure.
I'm not saying names.
But look what's coming, though. We've got our first crew in this event coming around the bend.
Oh, and they're being tightly followed. I think it's Saugatuck in the lead.
Yep,
number 1. Saugatuck is an extraordinary program for young scullers and young sweep athletes. They're developing extraordinary athletes down there. Bow number 1 in the black.
And bow number 2 is giving them a run for their money. Their compatriots from Connecticut, the Greenwich crew, are really charging hard, a little bit tighter on the buoy line than the Saugatuck crew right now.
And the Greenwich crew has a couple of dark horses in there. Lucy Coven won a medal at the Junior Worlds this year in that bow number 2. So this is they're going to fight through this bridge.
And no one behind them, so Greenwich and Saugatuck really pushing the front of the field. They're trying to open up as much space as possible. A very aggressive stroke rating over this long distance race.
Oh, they've already taken up a couple of beats here under the bridge. They are charging for bow number 1. And they've left open quite a gap. Both those boats have moved out considerably on the field.
And here come 3 and 4 in a nice tight line here, less than a length separating these crews. Both of them are a little bit wider on the buoy line, but it's not easy. The gusty wind, you don't want to take too many chances today. The wind can just pull your bow right around. So these coxswains are staying wide of the buoys. Pretty smart on a day like today. Bow 3 and 4. Mary, who have we got there?
Yep, bow 3 is Saratoga from Saratoga Springs, New York. Bow number 4 is PNRA Mercer from Princeton Junction, New Jersey.
But a big charge from bow number 6. They've closed within a length of open water on bow number 4, so a big move from bow number 6.
That's from Connecticut, from Norwalk, Connecticut. In fact, 4 athletes in the Connecticut boat raced at the U19 World Championships.
Well, Connecticut certainly has some strong programs there. 3 strong programs already, and here comes bow number 5.
Yep, you can see the middle of this Connecticut boat. They're really charging. And so are you, Ellen. All right, who do we have coming around here with the red blades?
Bow 7, I believe.
That's Mount St. Joseph from Flowertown, PA.
Sorry, bow 5 is in the red. Bow 7 trails in the yellow.
Oh, bow 5 is from Marin, the Bay Area. Extraordinary junior program out of Marin. And coxswain is really taking a tight line under the bridge.
Bow
Really
7, purple and gold.
And we've got Mount St. Joseph approaching the bridge right now from Flowertown, Pennsylvania.
Bow number 11 now is coming up, very boldly wearing sleeveless.
That is bold on a
jerseys.
day like today.
Yeah, it's pretty cold, and
From
right behind
Green
them.
Lake, from Seattle, Washington, they're coming around the bend, and that's a bold move to be wearing sleeveless in these conditions.
Yeah, and behind them, bow number 10 has just claimed the buoy line from bow number 8. So bow number 10 is on the buoy line.
That's a great coxing move from Marina Aquatic Center, bow number 10, to be able to grab the inside and push out bow number 8 just a bit. From bow number 8 is Loyola Academy from Skokie, Illinois.
And the wind is really picking up now. You can see the gusts on the water. It's not quite chopped yet, but it's not easy to steer. Bow number 12 in the gray jerseys is trailing them.
But bow number 8 is still hanging on. They are, they're not going to let that boat go without a fight.
Bow 9 trails bow.
And from Nashville,
12.
Tennessee, this crew placed 3rd at Southeast Regionals and 14th at Youth Nationals this year. Bow number 9 approaching the... Oh, no, this is bow number 12, Ellen. Okay. Approaching the bridge is PNRA Mercer. And bow 9 from Nashville, now coming around the bend.
Bow 14 in the pink hats. Mary, who have we got there?
We got Sarasota crew from Florida. Boy, the rowing program out of Sarasota has exploded this year.
We've got some close company here with bow 15 and 13 going stroke for stroke.
That's Rose City, Portland, and Row America Rye, New York. They are stroke for stroke, Ellen, and the coxswains are doing a great job under this bridge. This is often where we see crashes.
Yeah, but they're
And
moving.
look at them go. These coxswains are doing a spectacular job.
Yeah, and bow 17 is right behind them.
Bow 17 is Holy Name from Seattle, Washington. This is an all-girls scholastic team in Seattle with over 100 rowers on this team.
And bow 16 now approaching in front of the Cambridge Boat Club in the black, red, and gray. Looks like another Row America
Yep.
crew based on the blades.
Exactly. Row America Rye, yet another powerhouse for youth rowing in New York.
Bow 19 could be CRI. I'm not sure. Looks like it from here.
Yep, it is. It is indeed CRI Girls Varsity 8 from right down the river. Our hometown girls in red. They've taken the stroke rating up.
Yeah, and
Already.
they've also passed bow 18 in the blue right behind them.
From Milwaukee. All right, there goes CRI. Let's give them a big cheer from down the river. Stroke looks nice and long. And looks like they're going to start their sprint anytime now. Bow number 18 from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They train on the Milwaukee River, and they've raced at the head of the Charles for the last decade.
Bow 20 is behind them in the yellow blades, and they're in front of a tight pack, but bow 20 right now approaching Cambridge.
And that's Marion Mercy Academy. This is a composite boat of their varsity team and their varsity lightweight four, both of whom earned silver medals at the 2018 Scholastic National Championships.
Bow 21 now in the white hull and the black jerseys. Bow 21.
Bow 21 out of Alexandria, Virginia, Old Dominion.
And they're getting a lot of pressure from bow 24 in the blue and green jerseys with the orange and blue blades.
From Oklahoma City, really making a move. This crew represents more than 25 schools in the Oklahoma City area, so a lot of athletes to draw upon. Big talent pool.
We've got a local crew right behind them. It looks like bow 23. Bow 23 in the orange and maroon.
And that's Waylon Weston. And the orange, with the orange blades. That coxswain has very adeptly grabbed the inside around this turn, Ellen.
Mm-hmm. Bow 25 now right in the middle of the course in the maroon jersey and the blue blades.
From Atlanta, Roswell, Georgia. This is a fairly new crew. One of their members, Anna Luttrell, competed for the USA Junior team this summer and earned a gold medal with the Canamex Women's 8.
Bow 28 is just moved through bow 26. They still have a bit of overlap, so bow 28
boy.
on the inside with red blades is
From San Francisco, Ellen, and they have pushed the other boat out, you can see.
Yep, that's 26 with the checkered blue and white blades, bow 26.
And bow 28 Pacific has passed Westerville, Ohio, bow 26.
And then right behind them, almost side by side, are bow 27 on the buoy line and bow 29 with the yellow and black. So
27, another boat from Saratoga, an extraordinary program out there. And bow 29 is from Columbus, another crew from Columbus, Ohio. One of the few competitive Scholastic Junior programs in Ohio.
Bow 31 over on the buoy line now in the gray hull.
Oh, smartly done by that coxswain. Bow 31 is another boat from Saugatuck.
And coming up on the buoy line in the pink hats is bow 30 in the white hull pink hats.
Bow 30 is Montclair, New Jersey. They were the SRAA national champions in the women's JV 8s.
And bow 22 is right next to them in the bright orange and dark blue jerseys.
And bow 22 hails from Manhasset High School from Port Washington, New York. Look at the pink hats go.
Bow 32 now, bow 32 coming around the Elliott turn.
And that's from Pittsford, New York. They row on the historic Erie Canal just outside of Rochester. They're making the bend right now. They're actually cutting quite a nice turn, especially with these gusts. That's a beautiful textbook turn by that coxswain, hugging those orange buoys. Amazing when a high school coxswain can steer a course like that, Ellen.
Yeah, especially when they are got some company there. It's close quarters. It's not easy. You're responsible for $50,000 worth of equipment and
people.
9 people's lives. Priceless. Bow 33 in the red and black jerseys and white blades now approaching.
From Niskayuna, New York, They were the bronze medalists at the SRAA in the lightweight 8 in 2018. That's bow 33. But they're taking it a little bit wide, as is the boat right behind them, Ellen. Do we know in the blue?
Bow 35.
Bow 35 from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, from
bow-
Harvard, Massachusetts.
bow
Holly
30
Hutton's crew.
Yep, bow 36 in the light blue, and it's bow 35 in the blue behind them. So bow 36 is light blue.
Okay.
Bow 35 is in the blue hull. That's the Bromfield crew.
And in bow 36, that's another crew from Roswell, Georgia. And bow 35 is making a move. This is Holly Hatton's crew from Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough. Holly was a coxswain for the 1980 team, was an Olympic team coach, and has really done a remarkable job out in Harvard, Massachusetts.
Yep, and bow 34 now approaching in the multicolored jerseys. We've got jackets of high vis and some in their unisuits of blue.
Well, they're called Resilient Rowing Club from Burke, Virginia, and they look resilient.
And they are. Bow 38 now looks like the maroon of
Phillips
Exeter,
Exeter,
maybe.
yep.
And on the buoy line right next to them is bow 37, also in maroon.
And bow 37 hails from Arlington Belmont crew.
Bow 40 now approaching, white blades with look like Viking
Bow
symbols
40.
on their
The
blades.
Vikings hail from Port Washington. This is another port rowing club out of Port Washington, New York.
Bow 39 is right behind them in maroon.
And that is TBC Racing out of Washington, D.C. And they too made a risky stylistic decision to not go with long sleeves. But they're not thinking about that right now, and they're moving for the bridge.
That's right. If you want to get warm, pull harder. Bow 41 now approaching.
Bow 41 hails from Los Gatos, California. This is the first time of racing for this team at the head of the Charles. This is their inaugural row, and they came all the way out from California to battle these gusts and the headwind at the start and the headwind as they head around past Elliott Bridge. So let's give these guys from Los Gatos, this is their first time on the head of the Charles course from California, a big round of applause.
Looks like bow 43 in the green. They have some company though, but bow 43 is the first one around the bend right now.
Bow 33, Niskayuna, New York.
Oh, bow 44 behind them caught an unfortunate crab, but a miraculous recovery. The quickest crab recovery I think I've ever seen. The bow seat caught a quick mini crab, but jumped right into the next stroke. So bow 44 was making a move, but was slowed down a bit. But hopefully they're back on track and charging because it looks like a hometown crew there.
All right, and that's bow 44, CRI, the Composite Girls 8.
And coming up in the pink jerseys is bow 42.
In the pink jerseys from Miami Rowing Club. This team won during 2017 and 2018 several races in the state of Florida. They won the head of the hooch. And they hail from Miami, Florida.
Coming up are two crews side by side, both sort of in green and blue colors. And you can hear the wind picking up even here at the announcing stadium, but bow 45, 46 was trying to pass, but you see how important the course is. 46 was passing, but went wide enough that they now need to fall in single file behind 45.
And when you go that wide, you can really slow down your overall time by 5, 10, sometimes 15 seconds.
Yeah,
So
sure,
when you get crowded out, it's very costly.
She's back on track, and presumably 46 having a little more boat speed overall.
And 46 are the Chargers from Liverpool, New York. And in the green blades, Ellen.
But everybody's got pressure from bow 48. Bow 48
Bow
along the
48
buoy
from
line.
Connecticut yet again, from Norwalk, Connecticut. This is the second Norwalk boat we've seen of juniors today, so they clearly have a big, robust program.
Bow 49 now approaching solo along the Elliott turn.
49 is Godolphin from London. Godolphin is on the way up, they self-report, with recent victories at the UK schools head of the river in the women's fours and the J16 fours. They have a double gold at the National School Regatta 2017 in the women's youth fours and the champ pairs. They also raced at the Henley Royal Regatta. So all the way from across the pond, bow number 49, Godolphin.
Bow 52, though, charging hard. They're closing to within 3 lengths of open water on bow 49. So 52 in the green and gold.
This is the second crew from Greenwich Academy, from Greenwich, Connecticut.
Bow 47 in orange and blue.
Syosset Rowing Club, bow 47. This boat is composed mainly of lightweight rowers, and it's the first time that Syosset Rowing has been able to race in the head of the Charles. This is their inaugural row for Syosset Rowing Club out of Bayville, New York.
And bow 53, though, right behind them on the buoy line. They want the turn. You see that coxswain having to look over her left shoulder.
This is the second trip for bow 53 to the head of the Charles from the Shrewsbury School, again from across the pond from Great Britain.
Bow 50 in the blue.
The Villa Joseph Marie School from Holland, Pennsylvania. This entry raced as a junior 8 earlier this spring and finished 7th at the Stotesbury Cup.
.55 is right behind them. 55 in the white and royal blue.
And that's the, this is a wonderful program out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, GPS, the Girls Preparatory School. They have 1,000 girls at that private school, and it's a remarkable rowing program. Is that bow 35? 55.
Bow 59 is approaching. Bow 59 in sort of the teal colored blades, right on the buoy line back there.
So this is a boat club, the White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And they are finishing up their 5th year as a full-time year-round program. They usually race in quads and doubles, Ellen.
Bow 58 in the pink, though, is right behind them with a close company to bow 54. So 58 in the pink on the buoy line. They're passing 54 on the inside.
And that's Notre Dame.
As is their right.
And that's Notre Dame from Toledo, Ohio. A beautiful turn. He hugged, the coxswain there hugged those buoys. That was a beautiful turn by the crew in pink.
That's 54 on the outside in the dark black and gray.
All right, and bow 54 is the Black Swamp Rowing Team, also from Toledo, Ohio. This is an all-female, all-girls rowing club out of Toledo, Ohio. Bow 54.
And bow 56 on the buoy line, and bow 57 trying to pass from the outside. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Well, this is going to be a U.S. Great Britain duel around that corner. We've got 56, which is Farmington High School from Farmington, Connecticut, and bow 57 is Pangbourne, Berkshire from Great Britain.
But they're going to have their hands full with bow 61 now moving up in the field. Bow 61 in the all-blue hull and blue singlets.
From Glastonbury, Connecticut, bow 61. They placed first at the state championships this year with a time of 5:19.5.
And bow 66 in the red and white hull and blades. A little bit wide on the buoy line is
a little
next.
bit wide, but they're moving up and placing. Dallas United Crew from Dallas, Texas.
They're just going by bow 60 in the all blue with the blue and white blades.
And bow 60 is PCRA out of New Rochelle, New York.
Bow 62
And there's a
is
14-year-old rower in that bow number 60. That's extraordinary.
that is impressive. Bow 62 now in the white jerseys and the blue and white.
You know where they're
blades.
from? Greater Lawrence.
There we go, my hometown.
This is a non-profit program out of Lawrence, Ellen, that you started.
Yeah, we helped start it a few years ago. They've grown since then. They're doing a great job, and rowing is really taken off in the Merrimack Valley. Bow 65. Look at that coxswain with her hand in the air, demanding the line from bow 63. She's got her hand up, and she's
got her hand in the water, doesn't she? To make that turn? Maybe not.
Yeah, she's got one hand up, and she is charging. She's making sure the bumblebees stay wide.
She's
and here
taking charge. She's not only charging, she's taking charge.
Yeah.
That is the Mounties from Montclair, New Jersey. In New Jersey style. Look at that hand up. She's taking charge. She is taking no prisoners, that coxswain. Oh, and the bumblebees.
Bow 68 in the red hull and the blue jerseys, and bow 64. So 68 and then 64.
64 is the Windsor School from right around the corner. And bow 68 is Everett Rowing Association from Everett, Washington.
We've got bow number 70 in the pink jerseys and the blue hull on the line, and bow 51 just wide. So bow 70 now and 51.
Bow 70 is Bishop O'Connell from Arlington, Virginia.
'51 in the maroon.
And 51 is, that is Lowell from local crew, Lowell, Mass. And 73 in the black boat is Moorestown High School, also out of New Jersey, Moorestown, New Jersey. And they're followed by Mountain Lakes Rowing Club out of Arlington, New Jersey. A lot of Jersey crews, my home state. And coming up on the inside is Fairport out of New York. And on the outside, they're followed by Eustis out of Pennsauken, New Jersey. So Fairport has taken the inside of the big turn, but now they're going to find themselves on the outside of the final turn unless they can get clear. And coming around the bend is bow number 81, SAC, out of Gold River, California. And on the inside is bow number 76, all the way from Tallahassee, Florida, Capital City Rowing. Crew's looking pretty good for this point in the race. And coming around the corner in the black uniforms and the checkered blades is 82, Boston Latin. Cogito ergo sum. And Boston Latin again coming by the dock now. And taking the turn a little wide in the yellow is Arlington out of Poughkeepsie, New Jersey. I'm sorry, Poughkeepsie, New York. I'm a Jersey boy. I think everything is New Jersey. And on the buoy line is Mercy Crew out of Rochester, New York. And outside in the maroon jerseys with the white blades is Concord Crew out of Concord, New Hampshire. Coming up on the inside in the light blue, we've got an upside down number. Bow number 77, Middletown out of Middletown, Connecticut, steering a nice line tight against the buoys, seeming to making a move on bow marker number 80, which is Concord. But again, they might find themselves on the outside of the final turn. And coming up now on the inside, coming around the bend in white shirts and white blades, is bow 79, WJ Crew out of Bethesda, Maryland. And Bethesda is followed by bow number 75, Gwynedd Mercy Academy out of Berwyn, Pennsylvania. And right on the buoy line is bow marker number 84, Oakland Catholic out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And 83 on the wide end of the turn, three abreast here headed into the bridge, is Hingham High School out of Hingham, Mass. Oh, it's tight. You can fit three boats. There they go. Looks like all three are going to get through unscathed.
Amazing job by these coxswains. They are got about a half a length overlap, but no contact. Great job, coxswains.
And coming by the dock right now is bow number 85, Dublin Crew out of Dublin, Ohio. And they're followed by bow marker number 78, Avon High School out of Avon, Connecticut. Boy, that Avon, Farmington, Simsbury, that's a hotbed of rowing.
Yeah, they've had a really strong showing from about 6 or 7 different Connecticut clubs. So New England Youth Rowing is doing very well on the junior women's side.
And you know, I think in Farmington, it's a public high school. It used to be where rowing was just the province of elite private high schools. You see more and more public schools.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
All right, and that's it for the women's youth eights. The next race up is the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles. So I believe that's obviously mixed doubles, but I don't think there's any age category within that. I don't know. They might score it. I don't think so. So that should be along in a few minutes. Again, just a couple of minutes or a few minutes until the Directors Challenge Mixed Doubles at 10:52, or with a 10:52 start. And in the meantime, we'll thank some of our generous sponsors. Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at the Adager Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. That's just beyond where we are on the Boston side of the river. I recommend it. BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor for the 6th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit the Brooks Brothers pop-up store at Weld Exhibition and at the Rowing Fitness Expo. Be sure to check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thank you, Brooks Brothers. The Head of the Charles is proud to have Cliff Bar as a supporter in the 2018 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition and sustained energy, fuels athletes for miles after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Adager Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 tent located next to the Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. So the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles has a nominal start time, and they're usually fairly on time, of 10:52. I'd put them about 14 minutes to get here to Cambridge, so they should be along in another minute or two. Delta Airlines. While you row the Head of the Charles, we fly the skies. Delta is proud to be the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and Boston's #1 global airline. Geico. It looks like everyone's having a great time over at the Geico booth. Stop by and see for yourself. Geico, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And of course, Gentle Giant Moving. Thank you for being our partner with Gentle Giant. Gentle Giant is the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. I mean, really, this regatta is something like a city that closes up and starts over again once every year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo or Reunion Village to learn more. We'd like to thank Hudson Boat Works. Head to the Hudson Boat Pavilion down by the Brooks Brothers Pavilion near the finish line. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company is proud to return as the official beer head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never heard of Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, it's probably your brewer's favorite beer. So try one today at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada. All right, and the Director's Challenge Mixed Double is coming around the bend now. Oh, and it's coming along first is bow marker number 3, Narragansett, with Alden Bumstead and Edward Gay, ages 54 and 62. I'm sorry, that's Alden Bumstead and Edward Gay. So they've messed past a couple crew. Obviously, generally they'll start bow marker number 1 first, so they've moved through. And on the buoy line is bow marker number 2, which is unofficial. It's a USA boat with Katie DeLuca and Patrick Kaufer, ages 44 and 52. And a Cambridge boat has come a little wide. That's bow marker number 1, John Randall and Lisa Pierce. Let's hear it, CBC, a couple of your hometown favorites, club members. Taking a little bit wider line on this turn, but probably well set up for the last turn, as they're duking it out with bow marker number 2, the unaffiliated national champions of Katie DeLuca and Patrick Kaufer. And those first 3 boats have opened up a big gap. We expect it might be bow marker number 4 next, though. And it is. It's Farmington Valley out of Windsor, Connecticut. And that's got Katie Ouellette and Ryan McMahon. Their ages 31 and 34, respectively. Katie and Ryan have been rowing together for 6 years, and this year is their 5th year doing the Director's Challenge Mixed Double. Ryan is originally from Glastonbury, and Katie is originally from Farmington. Again, boy, seems like every other rower is from the Farmington area. Ooh, and bow marker number 5 just got a tough gust and knocked a little wide. They are RA out of Greenwich, Connecticut, and that's Stephanie Allgood and Luke Auger, ages 32 and 25. And coming up in the yellow boat, the Empacher, bow marker number 8 with red blades, is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club out of Springfield, Mass, with Jonathan Moss and Jolie Heder. And they've come across Susanna Mills and Jason Woody, who are rowing unofficially, or unaffiliated. Jason rowed for Cornell, Susanna rowed for University of Virginia. And coming, just completing the turn and approaching the dock is bow marker number 9, which is OKC River Sport with Anton Rupert and Ashley Clark, ages 63 and 41. They took 15th last year, hoping to do a little better this year. And bow marker number 6 is Cambridge, which is Dan Chernoff, who went to college with my sister, and club member here. Let's go, CBC. Support your locals. It's Dan Chernoff and Lorraine Skibo. Dan is a former lightweight national team member and won the Diamond Sculls in Henley with Jess Parks in 1986. And they're followed by bow marker number 10, which is Mitch Berkson and Andrea Arena out of the Narragansett Boat Club. And they've opened up a little bit of a gap. Looks like we've got 30 or 35 seconds there between bow marker number 13, which is Marie McCormick, and Mike Tebay out of Greenwich Crew, out of Coscob, Connecticut. They're in the day glow. And they're followed by bow marker number 11, which is Gainesville area rowing with Jennifer Figueroa and Scott Rivkees. Got some strong gusts on the course today. And coming around the bend, reasonably tight on the buoy line in the white boat, white jerseys. We can't quite get an ID. The number on the rower's jersey is flipped, but coming up on the inside in the dark boat, making a lot of progress. I'm going to have to flip a page here because they've come through so many boats. Is Danske Studenters Row Club out of Copenhagen, Denmark. I guess they didn't come all that way not to row hard. And bow marker number 24 in the white, also doing pretty well, is Blue Star out of Northumberland with Fred Gill and Saskia Bokelman. Let's go Danske Studenters, that are Danska, so we guess Danish, the Danish Students Rowing Club, I imagine. And coming across the Cambridge dock now is bow marker 15 is Delta D's out of Delta, British Columbia with James Norris and Sandy Galvin. And they're followed by Minneapolis Rowing Club with Jill Cooper and Barry Gustafson. That's a good Minneapolis name, Gustafson. All right, Minneapolis coming by the dock now. And on the wide, taking the course a little wider, is Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas, with Eric Cormett and Lauren McGee. And on the inside is bow marker number 36, Meppen, with Samuel Tiepen and Frida Hammerling. Frida is a junior world champion in the double, or has been, reigning European champion in the quad, and won a bronze medal in this year's first World Cup in Belgrade in the quad. Sam was a member of last year's German national squad and won the Head of the Charles once in the single and once in the double with his dad. Oh, that's nice. A little bit of a gap. Taking the turn a little wider in the white boat is bow marker number 27. And 27 is Riverside Boat Club out of Cambridge, of course. Also, well, a composite boat of Riverside and Swan Creek out of Lambertville with Kelly Albenair and Alan Albenair. And on the buoy is bow marker number 26 in the red, Lake Union with Anthony Fowles and Ann Wopat. And on the outside of them, bow marker number 17 in the Empacher, Swan Creek and Lambertville with Andrea Deenan and Steve Platt. Oh, and a cluster boat here on the inside, which is bow marker number 33, which is Riverside with Sean Wolfe and Christine Cavallo. And they're followed by bow marker number 25, which is Bulldog out of Lincoln Park, New Jersey, which is Robert Kunkler and Renee Kunkler. And in the Bumblebee uniforms, is bow marker number 31, which is Ro Brevard, which is Amanda Francis and Bryce Crossley. They're followed in the yellow boat by bow marker number 15, or is that 14? Oops, sorry, a little bit of wind here. which is 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis, Steve Michaels and Susan Michaels. And then going under the bridge now is bow marker number 28, Essendon, out of Essendon, Victoria, with Sarah Nugent and Bill Nugent. And going under the bridge is Cambridge Boat Club with Duncan Sanders Fleming and Allison Sanders Fleming. And leading this next cluster of 3 boats is bow marker number 18, which is Lincoln Park out of Chicago with Michelle Wilmot and Thomas Opfman. And they're followed by bow marker number 19, Vesper Boat Club, with Sally Scott and Thomas Simon. And they're followed by bow marker number 22, Mount Baker out of Seattle, which is Helen Tileman and Ross Tileman, ages 28 and 59. So I'm guessing either a father-daughter or a spring-fall couple. Bow marker number 38 is Station L, it's called, out of Portland, Oregon, with Arthur Glassfeld and Kristen Bott. And in the next cluster of boats is in the yellow boat with the blue oars is bow marker number 21, which is Rivana out of Charlottesville with Annette Owens and Christopher Collins. And on the inside next to them is bow marker number 35, which is San Diego Rowing Club, Catherine Baltatho and Gwyn Baltatho. And they're followed by 29, Lake Merritt out of Oakland, California, Camilla Sutter and Chris Dadd. And next is bow marker number 37, St. Catharines, always a force in this regatta and on the rowing scene. That's Vanessa Moores and Brian Thorne. Brian has been competing in the Charles since 1975 and Vanessa since 1992. They've been in the double together since 2009. Is that Cambridge coming up? Looks like blue. No. Is bow marker number 40, Cambridge Boat Club with Margarita Zeza and Carlo Zeza. All right, let's have a fan for your fellow clubmates here at CBC. Nice clean rowing. They won the event in 2014. They were third last year. Margarita is the 40 plus and 60 plus record holder in the singles. It's impressive. Well, we've got a bit of a gap, but I'm not sure that's all boats present and accounted for. These high winds can really string things out. By my count, we might have a couple more, although they could have scratched. And sure enough, Potomac with the club colors, red jerseys and red blades, and the yellow boat. That's Elizabeth Beckton and Chuck Selden. Boy, you can really see it on the water. These gusts come up. I guess the sailors call them cat's paws. And you can be rowing along and, you know, a nice steady headwind. That's something you can sink your teeth into. But when a gust comes down and slaps you down to one side, that can really take the speed out of your boat. And again, that's Potomac coming by the boat club now. Okay, it looks like we've got another boat or two. This is bow marker number 39 coming around the bend. That's Upper Valley Rowing Club out of Hanover, New Hampshire, with Dan Rummel and Deborah Hannum. They call themselves green-blooded rowers. They rowed at Dartmouth, went to grad school at Dartmouth, and even though they graduated a total of 80 years ago, they're still rowing in Hanover. I like that. And they're followed by another Hanover Valley rowing club. That's Liz Marshall and John Greenlee. John and Liz have known each other for 40 years and have been rowing together for the last 3. So approaching now is the first of the 2 upper valleys, bow marker 39, and I guess they've come through their fellow club mates, bow marker number 34, also upper valley. All right, 39 taking a unique line. Looks like they might be going to the outside of the abutment. I believe either are legal, but you have to pick one. And they're followed also by bow marker number 34, another upper valley. Looks like they're going to go wide. Oh. And just kissing the abutment there is upper valley. Now, it's certainly easy to get off course in this kind of wind. Just one, you think you're set up, and then a big gust takes your bow around 10 degrees, and there you are. You're saying hello to an abutment. And coming down the course now is Colorado rowing out of Encinitas, California, which is Mary Jane Worcester and Hans Worcester, ages 72 and 80. Hans and Mary Jane have been rowing in the Head of the Charles Regatta since 1994. They live and train on Lake Dillon in Breckenridge, Colorado at 9,000 feet. And again, coming up to the dock now is Breckenridge. All right, I think that's it for the Director's Challenge mixed double. That race does string out quite a bit because it's got everything from recent Olympians to people in their 70s and 80s, so it does. That race does string out. Coming up next will be the men's youth doubles with a start time of 11:14. And given an 11:14 start, and I don't know, I think some of those youth doubles could get here in 14 minutes pretty easily, so we should see them in a couple minutes. Alexandria Real Estate Equities. Alexandria Real Estate Equities is the official life sciences realty partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Alexandria is one of the country's largest owner, operator, and developer of collaborative life science and technology campuses in the key innovation cluster locations, including Greater Boston. Thank you, Alexandria Real Estate Equities. Alexandria. Aston Martin is one of the official automotive sponsors of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury and elegance. Visit their studio at Adige Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. Okay, here comes the event number 45, men's youth doubles. And bow marker number 1 is GMS Rowing out of New Milford, Connecticut. They were silver medalists in the nationals, the youth nationals this year. That's Liam Jenkins and Patrick Fanker and they're both 17. They're coming around the turn nicely, but you can almost see on the water they're about to hit a gust. I think they'll handle it just fine. Looks like they've opened up a little bit of a lead, because usually they space these boats at about 20 seconds, and they appear to have more than that. So these young men might be defending that bow number. I think they might be on the podium. And they did set the course record last year. So, I think if they return a year older and a year stronger and a year smarter, they should be in good position. And bow marker number 3, it looks like they've passed bow marker number 2, which is Seattle Rowing Club with Max Kinzel and Ruben Luthra. And they're a new crew in this event. First time to the event and first time at the Charles. Seattle Rowing Center is a program that focuses on small boats and skill development from grade school up to Olympic hopefuls. And they're hugging the buoy line nicely. Oh, then we've got a cluster of about 3 boats. And they're going to be led by, California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles with Everett Graves and Thierry Millar. And then wide of them, coming around, is South Niagara, which appears to have moved up. That's Andrew Sothens and David Law. And then next is bow marker number 7, which is GMS Rowing out of Milford, Connecticut. I'm not sure we've seen bow marker number 2, so I imagine that might be a scratch. I don't think they'd be that far back. Again, coming by the boat club, and bow marker coming by now is bow marker number 7, GMS Rowing under the bridge now, and followed by South Niagara in the black and yellow. A couple more boats coming around the bend. And on the inside, it's Cambridge Boat Club with Drew Niles and Jacob Wellborn. This is the CBC Youth double. So CBC coming up, they ought to be able to find a good line, given that this is the home course. And they're followed by, in the black, oh, and we've got an illegible number, but we'll let you know as he comes across the dock. That could be Ridley. And coming by, yeah, that's number 2, Ridley, coming across the dock. They're rowing pretty well. I'm guessing they had some sort of snag. And they're followed by bow marker number 9, Oak Neck Rowing, Bradford Matthews and Luke Lambropoulos. And on the inside is Seattle Rowing Club, Joseph Franklin and Clayton Franklin. And in the white with the red blades, it's hard to see that number, is bow marker number 11, Haddon Township out of Haddon, New Jersey, or Haddon Township, New Jersey, Vince Patrick and Jack Saville. And then it's bow marker number 8 on the inside, Ravana out of Charlottesville, Virginia, with Charlie Butler and Aiden Johnson. And in the green boat, bow marker number 5, Sarasota Scullers, Eli Copland and Tristan Cochran. Last year they were 7th in the head of the trials. On a fairly wide course, in the white boat is bow marker number 12 of the American school, John Wilkin and Tucker Moran. And they're followed on a tighter line on the inside by Whitmarsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And that's Alex Walkush and Blake Hindle. And then in the black is St. Paul's out of Concord, New Hampshire with Aaron Kells and Aidan Campbell. Oh, I'm sorry, it's bow marker 16 is in the black. That's Whitemarsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken. And they're followed by 14, which is St. Paul's. And the next boat come across is 15, Row America out of Rye, New York, with Keelan Repetto and Laszlo Wenk. And in the black shirts, Germantown Friends out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. A lot of Quaker influence down there. Owen Kime and James Appleberry. And 20 in the white shirts, the white jerseys, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club out of Springfield, Mass. And Cameron Dougal, with Cameron Dougal and Abdil Ramos, ages 16, so they've got a couple more years in the event. And coming around the bend, Seattle Scullers in the green boat, Green Blades. They've moved up a couple places. No names in the program here. And they're followed by bow marker number 23, Newport Beach, with William Gleason and Grant Person. And they're in the pink and black stripes. Yeah, and in the with the blue blades and the white jerseys is bow marker number 19, Springside out of Chestnut Hill. That's Chestnut Hill, Pennsylvania, and that's Elliot Rusk and Elliot Cunningham, double Elliots, both age 17. And they're followed by bow marker number 26, Malvern Preparatory out of Malvern, Pennsylvania, with Drew Morris and Colin Munyon. Really impressive to see so many solid youth scullers. Okay, we've got a tight battle here. On the inside is bow marker number 27, St. Joseph's High School out of Metuchen, New Jersey, with Ian Hedden and Trent Tiglar. And they were 2018 Stotesbury Cup winners and 2018 New Jersey State champions. And they're followed by bow marker number 21, which is the Bellin Jesuit crew, Carlos Ariza and Dane Morrissey. Oh, and quite a bunch of boats here. We'll have to sort them all out for you. And on the inside is bow marker 25, Conshohocken with Edmund Park and Aidan Gallagher. And 31 charging up on the outside is Bishops out of Cape Town, with Kyle Deans and Jack Rowland. And the blue shirts, the bow marker number 34 on the outside, which is Ransom Everglades crew with William Mathis and Andreas Segrera. And on the red and black shirts, bow marker number 35 is New Canaan crew out of Connecticut, Eric Morgan, Nash Hooper. 28 is next, so that's the Haverford School, Jonathan Sonnenfeld and Owen Vanderswan, followed by 24, which is Nobles out of Dedham, Mass, with Charlie Gatnick and Nick Hazard, and they're followed by bow marker number 30, Sagamore out of Oyster Bay, Long Island, Henry Schoeffel and Liam Cusack, followed by biomarker number 40, who's moved up, Albany Rowing Club, which is Landon Thompson and Stephen Gower. That was quite a knot there. And the blue boat on the outside is biomarker number 33, PCRA, out of New Rochelle, New York. Gabriel DeLassa and Eli Whalen. And they're followed by biomarker number 37, Seattle Scullers with the signature green blades. And they're followed by biomarker number 32 on the outside, Triad United out of High Point, which is Matthew Fronich and William Hundley. Followed by 44, Saugatuck, who's evidently moved up a little bit, Justin Schmidt and Christian Lawrence. And 38 in the blue, Niskayuna out of Niskayuna, New York, Nate Vandermark and Ethan Conrad. And they're followed by biomarker number 29, ACRA out of Nyack, New York. That's Thomas Yodley and Emerson Chatoui. And coming up is biomarker number 42, Resilient Rowing Club, James O'Grady and Jacob Riddle. They're out of Burke, Virginia. And coming up, it looks like Manchester Rowing Alliance out of Hooksett, New Hampshire, with Jason Mitchell Cloesy and Walter Stinson. They're in the orange. Again, that's Manchester in the orange, and they're followed by 36, Choate out of Guilford, Connecticut. That's Scott and Devon are two Choate Rosemary Halls, two of the school's three captains. They're coached by Patrick Goulakis. Again, Choate coming by the dock now. Number 36. And we do have a couple more boats. Again, you know, in a youth double, you can get a range of experience just because the boys get so much faster from age 15 to 18. So you would expect to see some variance. But coming around the bend is bow marker number 43, which is Noank out of Noank, Connecticut. That's Fabrizio Roberts and Adrian Kolbach. This is Noank Rowing Club's second appearance at the head of the Charles. Let's hear it for Noank. They start a long legacy. Okay. All right, so we must be on to the next race. All right, so this is, the women's half of the same race. This is the women's youth doubles. Boy, you can really see the effects of these gusts. You can see a boat that's holding a nice line, and then blink of an eye later, they're off by 10 degrees. It's really something. And approaching the dock now is bow marker number 1. That's Quad Cities out of Moline, Illinois, with Emma Mask and Brenna Morley, both 16. So they've got another year or two in this event. Looks like they're defending their first place pretty well. And also in starting order is another Quad Cities boat, Kyra Vanderweel and Morgan Begtal. Morgan was the 2018 Youth Nationals champion in the lightweight double, and Kyra was had got bronze in the lightweight double at Youth Nationals. And the third place, or bow marker number 3, is California Yacht Club out of Los Angeles. That's Alexandria Lang and Dominique Bratisani. Alex and Domi raced in the women's quad at Youth Nationals this year, where they placed 7th. Looks like they're having a solid row. They're putting the pressure on bow marker number 2. Looks like they might have closed a little bit from their starting gap. Again, they start the boats about 20 seconds apart. So those 3 boats looks like they've opened up a little bit on the next boat to come across. And the next boat coming down is bow marker number 5, Redwood Scullers. That's Lauren Howe and Tiffany Lee. And they're followed by bow marker number 6, Cambridge Boat Club. Come on, everybody, let's have a hand for your club mates. Cambridge Boat Club. Sorry, lost a page at a gust of wind here. So that's Cambridge Boat Club coming by the dock. Madeline Rodriguez and Aaron McDonald, 18 and 7. Let's go CBC. Ooh, and they're followed by bow marker number 11, who's taken a few spaces. Narragansett out of Providence, Rhode Island. Eloise Hamilton and Claire Noble Shriver. Ellie and Claire raced at Youth Nationals this past year, placing 3rd in the lightweight double. So here comes Narragansett by the dock now. They've opened up quite a gap to 3 or 4 boats that they would have passed in their starting order. Looking pretty solid. Okay, and then coming around the bend now, it's going to be a cluster of boats. I'm guessing it's going to be and the next boat is GMS Rowing, which also would have done some passing with Grianne Flanagan and Lily Blinn. And right behind them is White Rock Rowing out of Dallas, Texas, with Ava Underdahl and Kyra Lay. And wide of them is bow marker number 4, South Niagara, out of Wheeland, Ontario, with Sarah Courreau and Krista Zuko. And right on the buoy line, rowing a nice line on the inside and passing crews is Vesper Boat Club out of Philadelphia with Dominique Marlon Andrews and Jane Bai. And so we got a little bit of a collision between with bow marker number 7 has come across. Bow marker 7 is White Rock, and they've come across number South Niagara, which is 4. It looks like they're going to recover. And bow marker number 8 coming up on the inside, taking advantage of the confusion, is Miami Beach Rowing Club with Tylia Andrus and Maya Feldman. And it looks like we're going to be okay through the bridge with South Niagara waning off. And coming up around the bend now, having taken a couple spots, is Lincoln School out of Providence, Rhode Island, with Allison Guerrerian and Mayla Weaver. And they're followed by bow marker number 9, St. Catherine's, with Olivia Sommer and Elizabeth Bohm. And they're followed by bow marker number 19, who's taken a few spots evidently, Lauren Nusatella and Emma Levens out of Niagara Falls, Ontario. And next up, coming around the bend, is Row House out of Miami, Florida, with Rebecca Sands and Gabrielle Amato. And a little bit of a gap, but we do have plenty of boats yet to come in the women's youth double. Couple more boats. We've got looks like one boat is overtaking another, coming up on the inside. And in the pink, it's bow marker number 24, Cooper TC out of Collingswood, New Jersey. And moving up on the inside of them is, in the black boat, is bow marker number 21. So maybe they're not. That's Manchester Rowing Alliance out of Hooksett, New Hampshire, with Hannah Martinelli and Sophia Eckerson. And coming up around the bend with a little bit of a wide line is bow marker number 12, Litchfield Hills out of Connecticut, Landry Langley and Ruby Hatfield, both 17. And they're followed by a couple more boats. And the white boat coming, starting on the inside but seeming to move wide, is Long Island Rowing Club, Kelly Warren and Sandy Pitfick. And they've gotten straightened out, or back on the line, and they're followed by bow marker number 18, which is the American School out of London, with Kendall Lubickman and Alex Blake. This is the crew's first time at the head of the Charles. Alice's sister is on the Bates rowing team. All right, let's welcome the American School to the head of the Charles Regatta. And then coming up, wow, and Seattle Rowing Club is coming up now, bow marker number 36. They've evidently passed a few crews. That's Elsa Andrews and Catherine Edwards. Oh, we've got quite a knot here. They're followed by Shaker Crew out of Loudonville, New York, Olivia Murrell and Tara Bryan, and a few more boats. On the inside in the black shirts is bow marker number 30, which is Rowing Association Greenwich with Ariel Regals and Ashley Freeman. And up on them is 33, Barnaby Lake out of Barnaby, British Columbia, with Elisa Luau and Georgia Duoville. And 26 is coming up on the outside, which is Connecticut out of Norwalk, and they're neck and neck with 29, Oars out of Oakland, California, with Nicolette Herrera Ross and Melody Ma. Yeah, and 26, yep. Good. And coming up to the dock now in the black is 28, which is which is Agnes Irwin out of Rosemount, Pennsylvania, Emma Bonner and Peyton Bond. And then we've got a string of boats on the inside with the orange blades. And we can't tell that bow number, but they're on next out with the blue and white blades. And 25 is in the middle, Mercy Crew. And on the outside, looking to be accelerating, is Sagamore Rowing Club. Solid program there. That's Grace DiMartino and Gisela Grassi. And on the Boston shore on the inside, passing the dock now is 37, Albany Rowing Club with Skylar Ritchie and Michaela Lahr. And they've passed 38, First Coast out of Jacksonville, Florida with Ireland Howder and Danielle Forbes. And coming by the dock now in the blue hull, 39, Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And 23 is Fairfax coming by the Cambridge dock now. That's Noelle Buse and Margaret Anderson. And the inside of the turn is bow marker number 35, University out of Pennsylvania with Claire Friedlander and Maddie Fisher. And they have passed bow marker 31, which is Ready, Set, Row out of Raleigh, North Carolina with Claire Donlin and Madison Kirkman. And also coming up to the dock now is 42. 42 is Orleans. They've passed a couple crews. That's Lucille Handy and Margaret Check. And they're followed by 27, which is Pioneer Valley out of Springfield, Mass. Carolyn Carmody and Lily Henshaw. And coming by the dock now looks like 43 is Quad Cities out of Moline, Illinois. Delaney Evans and Taylor English.
Quite a good program out of the Quad Cities. They've done very, very well out there. They sent a boat to the World Championships, Junior World Championships, and won. The Sherris, Peter Sherris, is the head of that program out there and is really doing a terrific job.
And that's bow marker number 41. Mohasset High School with Sarah Chan and Jack Hannon. Followed by 34, which is
So we'll be back to you on 34. The wind is affecting our ability to announce the regatta as it's blowing our sheets and identification a little awry, but nonetheless we'll try to keep up.
22 is Seattle Scullers out of Seattle, of course. No names in our program.
And following them is hull number 40.
40, which is Albany Rowing Club. Landon which is Cambridge, sorry. Michaela Udelman and Catherine Mungovan.
I think that does it, Tom, for this event. With all these boats while we have great calm water, still trying to struggle with the wind that's now blowing out of the northwest. So, Tom, I think that really means that in the powerhouse, we've got people right on the nose for the first third of the course.
Yeah, Charlie, and it's not just working against a headwind. I've seen a lot of boats coming around the turn, and at one moment they're on a nice line, and then a gust will come, and they're slapped down and knocked off course by 10 degrees.
Exactly. It's really tough conditions out there, not only in terms of steering the right course, but holding a good balance in the boat so you can have some swing and you can be sure that the blades are going to be connected when you row. It's tough conditions out there, especially when the wind is on the nose, as we think it is for the powerhouse.
And the next event shouldn't be too long. Would be the men's youth fours. They've got a start time of 11:47. I'd give them about 13 or 14 minutes, so it should be a minute or two.
And there are 85 competitors in this one, Tom. It's with a course record of 16:12.9. Now, of course, we're not going to see any broken records here, not only because of the wind, but the stream is also quite strong. It's been raining here in Boston and in Cambridge, and that has the amount of water coming down the course to be substantial. So we've got the wind against us, and we got the wind against the stream. So slow times for all the boats that are going to be racing today.
Yeah, I wonder if crews are taking the Cambridge side coming up through the powerhouse. The received wisdom is that the current's a little bit slower, so you have to go a little bit out of your way, but it's worth it to get the slower oncoming current.
That's right. Now, of course, they have to go through the middle arch at Weeks, but in those first two bridges, you can take the Cambridge side to try to avoid the current. Okay, coming up now in the White Hull is the SAC entry of Brian Nygaard, Adam Montoya, Travis Keating, and Ethan Abram. Capital placed second last year. They also placed third at the Southwest Youth Championships and sixth at the Youth Nationals. And they certainly look, Tom, like they got a good lead here. We can't see anybody in second place at this point.
Yeah, I'd say they've beat their nominal 20-second gap.
Rowing really well and rowing smoothly. Got a good bead now on the center arch of Elliott here.
That's a nice line by the coxswain. Oh yeah, I would say unless second place crew wasn't ready at the start, they've opened it up. I'd say they got a good chance to defend that bow number.
So now just coming into view is the black boat. That's hull number 2, Upper Arlington from Columbus, Ohio, with Aurora Sherrill, Dylan Reed, Peter Johanni, Blake Skidmore, and Cameron Hutchinson in that. They placed third last year. Hopefully they can be able to hold on to that position in this year's race.
But they are being pressed by bow marker number 3, which should be Radley, which is out of Great Britain, with Harry Stone, Henry Hawkins, Alec Goshen, Alex Sr., and Felix Rainish.
That Radley program in England is a very strong organization and done very well over the years at the Henley Royal Regatta.
Well, and right now their coxswain is saying, "Give me a couple more lengths," because it looks like they have made up some ground on Upper Arlington.
Then we have 4
And coming up next, in order again, is the Kent School.
And we are not going to be able to see that number.
Wow, and we've got bow marker number 4 is followed by 9, who's evidently passed a few, is Blood Street Skulls out of Old Lyme, Connecticut.
A great program out of Old, and a program of great heritage down there in Connecticut.
And bow marker number 7 is Christian Brothers out of Lynn-Cross, New Jersey, and they're followed by bow marker
number 6.
So they've passed, which is Phillips Exeter, right out here in Exeter, New Hampshire. Oh, we've got a real knot here. Leading this clunk of 4 crews is bow marker number 10, St. Paul. So they've probably, but St. Paul's not here. St. Paul's Great Britain. And they're just ahead. They're followed by, on the inside, is bow marker number 12, Upper Canada. And then on the outside, closest to us on the dock, is bow marker number 11, the Salisbury School. And on the inside, they're followed by bow marker number 5, which is Gunnery out of Warren, Connecticut. And around the bend and approaching the dock now in the black boat is bow marker number 8, Miami Rowing Club out of Miami, Florida.
Tom, that boat from St. Paul's in England They had a terrific run at the Henley Royal Regatta, broke every record going up the course, and rode incredibly smoothly, absolutely incredibly smoothly. They looked as if there was no energy whatsoever, and they rode away from the field.
Wow.
So this sport is not only about grit and how hard you can pull, it's really how hard you can pull and do it really smoothly and well.
And on the outside, coming by now is bow marker number 13, which is Belmont Hill. And
let's hear it for Belmont Hill. There you go. And 16.
And they're passing. They've passed boat number bow number 16, which is Conshohocken out of Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Oh, and another cluster. And we've got bow marker number 14, Cascadilla out of Ithaca, New York, and they're being pressed by bow marker number 17. So they've made up a couple places, which is Long Beach Junior Crew out of Long Beach, California, and just behind them is bow marker number 15, South Jersey Rowing Club out of Pennsauken, New Jersey.
And in the red with the white shirts is number 18 is St. Joseph's Preps out of Philadelphia. Very strong program down in Philadelphia. A lot of winners are coming out of that school.
And they are handling the wind pretty well. And bow marker number 19, an old name Petty out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. They're coming by on the inside.
Whatever you want. You're in charge. So in the white shirts with the white blades is number 22 from Los Gatos, California. First time racing at the HORC with these athletes. So welcome to the East Coast. And in the red topped hull, rowing with the basically white and red stripes is number 27 San Diego Rowing Club out of San Diego, California. And they've come by number 20, which is the West Side Rowing Club, the very strong and powerful group right there in Buffalo. Row almost on Lake Erie. They're moving well now.
Let's go West Side. I spent the summer there in 1984, Charlie.
Yes. Next is 26. 26, Row America out of Rye, New York.
And they're followed by bow marker number 24, which is Sarasota Crew out of Osprey, Florida.
Sarasota out of Osprey. This might well be right on that brand new course down there, Tom. It's just a beautiful place to row. The Masters Nationals, or the Visa Masters, were there this year. 25, number 25, Nobles, local crew. Here they come through the arch now. Noble School out in Dedham. 28 is CRI. We should have known that from the red hulls.
And they're followed by Lawrenceville out of Princeton Junction, New Jersey, another Princeton program.
Great strong program out of Lawrenceville. You know, all those schools down there in Princeton, the schoolboys are rowing out of the National Team Center over on Cooper Lake, I think. So it's they get the chance to see the gals row. They're there. The women's team is now it continues to be in Princeton and rowing out of Cooper River on their facility, and all the men now, Tom, are out in Oakland, and they're doing very well out of Oakland. We saw some great performances from them over the course of the World Championships, as we did the women. The women did very, very well, winning the gold medal and returning to the dominance of the class that they've had for many, many years.
And coming up next, it's bow markers number 30 and 36. 30 in the red stripes is the Groton School out of Groton, Massachusetts, and they're followed by Culver out of Culver, Indiana, another program from the Heartland.
I coached Groton, and they're used to these windy rivers, I can tell you. So it's good to see them back here and rowing well.
And coming up, leading this knot of crews is bow marker number 33, which is Hanlon.
Hanlon, Ontario.
And they're followed by, in the sash stripe, is bow marker number 32 in the red hull.
And from Austin, Texas. This is the Texas Heat. We bring it.
And in coming by the dock now in orange is bow marker number 21.
Wilmington Youth out of Wilmington, Delaware.
And they're followed by bow marker number 34, which is Gonzaga out of Washington, D.C. And then coming up to the dock now is bow marker number 35.
And that is Cambridge Ringe and Latin. Let's hear it for the hometown. Really rowing well, Cambridge Latin. Nice stroke.
And they're followed by bow marker number 31, which is SA Rowing Club out of Roswell, Georgia.
Yep. You know, CRL is, the home of CRL is right here at Cambridge Boat Club. And back in the day when we expanded the boathouse, we invited CRLS to become a part of rowing here on the Charles. And they've grown under the direction of Bill Beckleen and a number of others who are members of our club, and it's great to see them doing so well.
And coming by the dock now, the Cambridge dock, is St. Peter's Prep out of Jersey City, New Jersey. More and more clubs out of New Jersey. You know, it's not a bad place to row. The winters are milder.
And they're followed by the crew from the Ponset Rowing Club down in Milton. Again, another area that's growing quickly to serve the Middle South Shore, if you'll call it. So out of Middleton, Mass, is the Neponset Rowing Club. And then following them is the Shenandoah crew out of Alpes, New York. I can't tell you, I grew up in New York, but I know where Alpes is, but where we welcome them. And following them is as Avon High School from Avon, Connecticut. Avon earned a third place finish in the Connecticut Public Schools Championships in May, and here they are rowing this fall up the Charles River. And following them with the red shirts and the white blades is King's Wimbledon from London, GB, Great Britain.
And they've passed the Albany Rowing Club, which is bow number 39 in the orange, coming by the dock now.
This King's Wimbledon crew is a strong development crew, have competed before as a unit at the National Schools Regatta at Eton Dorney, which is the FISA course right there that's owned by the Eton School. Now the next crew coming up in the green shirts and the white hull is from Riverfront Recapture. You know, there's been a tremendous development of the river in Hartford, Connecticut, Tom. And truly, this name, the Riverfront Recapture, sort of captures what they've done to the river there. It's a beautiful boathouse, and serving both the youth and masters rowing in Hartford.
And then we've got 44, Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and they've passed bow marker number 33, which is our local Buckingham, Brown, and Nicholas, Nichols, our next door neighbors.
And then 47, and then hull number 47 is the Hingham High School. Hingham, great program in Hingham. So what we got here, great racing here through the Argent, Elliott, and 3 local crews.
And it looks like 53 St. Catherine's has made up some ground.
Yep. We often refer to them as St. Kitts. You know, we've all been there. A great course there in St. Catherine's, just on the opposite side of Niagara Falls.
Oh, and another cluster coming down. It looks a little tight. It's 45.
So, in the red shirts, is number 45, Shaker Heights from Shaker Heights, Ohio. Shaker's boys, Cox 4 with National Scholastic Championships.
And just behind them, closest to us, is 51. They're coming a little wide. But it looks like the bowman has answered to get that boat around.
Right.
And on the inside is bow marker number 48 in the green.
And that's the Dublin crew from Dublin, Ohio. In the orange shirts is the Manhasset High School from Port Washington, another club that is just growing in leaps and bounds in Port Washington. And following them is the Gonzaga crew out of Washington, D.C., rowing out of the Thompson Boathouse.
And they're followed by bow marker number 55.
And 55, Tom, is Glastonbury, another Connecticut crew. Glastonbury, Connecticut, a little bit more farther north.
Then 56.
And 56, another hometown crew, Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough, rowing to the west of us, I hear.
And that's bow marker number 50 coming by the boat club now.
And that's Archbishop Carroll, returns of 4th and 5 members of the boys varsity back in that boat.
Oh, our next crew is taking a little bit of a wide line.
You know, you got that wide line, unfortunately, here on this CBC turn, it just costs people length after length. You've got to be close to those buoys, and the best coxswain will take the orange buoys and put them right underneath the riggers. It's a risky thing to do, but it is fast.
So Cape Cod on the outside.
That's Cape Cod rowing. You know, that's the Al Flanders effort down there on Cape Cod, and that is really turning out some great athletes.
But that wide turn has opened up an opportunity for bow marker number 63, which is Shrewsbury, all the way from England. Looks like they didn't fly all that way just to mess around. They're taking some places. Rowing strong coming up.
Not to be confused with Shrewsbury, Mass. It's good to see them all the way from the UK.
Yeah, they'll have to keep pulling, Charlie, because it's, you know, you can take the inside of the big turn, but sometimes that just positions you to be on the outside of the final turn,
Exactly.
which is disheartening.
And the white boat is 59. 59.
And the white boat is 59, Boston College High School, local favorites.
Yep. Followed by 60 in the red shirts.
And in the maroon is bow marker number 60, also Boston College. And they're holding off bow marker number 64, Northfield Mount Herman, who has made a move. And on the inside in the black shirts is bow marker number 61, Maritime Rowing out of East Norwalk. And closest to us is 52 is...
Back on the Boston Shore, 56.
Well, 52 is Hamilton out of Rosemont.
No, 66. 66.
Oh, and then 66, who's made up a few places on the inside of that turn, is Milwaukee.
57.
And coming by is 57, Grand Rapids out of Grand Rapids, Michigan.
All right, now the black hole and the white shirts is 58.
58 is next, and the black hole and the white shirts. That's Stonington crew out of Stonington, Connecticut. And they're closely followed by 65, the Hunt School, and 62, Vero Beach out of Vero Beach, Florida. And then a little bit of a gap, but still pretty tight. In the 67 is Wayland Weston. Let's go Wayland Weston.
Great
local
program
favorites.
out in Wayland Weston. And now we got 68.
68 is the Pittsford crew out of Pittsford, New York.
They're coming fast and furious, Tom. We can hardly keep up with these crews.
Well, you know, I'd say if you came to this regatta 30 years ago, you would see 2 or 3 fast crews, and then some slow crews, and that might be about it. The depth of this event is really something. And next is 71 Nashville, out of Nashville, Tennessee, of course.
And they're followed in the white shirts by number 69, St. John's Jesuit out of Toledo, Ohio. No one can doubt the growth of this sport, not only in terms of just the numbers, but the geographic spread we see from all over the country. They come to this regatta. This is really the top of the bucket list, if you will, Tom, for juniors, seniors, and masters. And yet there's more to come. We can just see at least one more boat.
Well, just to, the other day I was explaining the significance of a big bike race, and I said, well, it's the head of the Charles of bike racing. We have a flipped over number, so it's hard to tell, but it is.
So in the red shirts and the white hull is the Concord High School from Wilmington, Delaware. And following them is hull number 74, Lake Las Vegas rowing. I'm not sure what body of water that is they row on, but all the way from. We wish them good luck. I guess they're from Las Vegas.
Well, I mean, just saying that's something you wouldn't have said 30 years at this regatta. Lake Las Vegas from Henderson, Nevada. That's growth. That is depth.
So, in the orange shirts, from Manchester Rowing Alliance in Hooksett, New Hampshire, just up 95. Here we go. They row on a beautiful stretch of a river up there, and they're rowing well here in the headwind. Yeah. And the next one down, and take a look, coming in the yellow hull, white shirts, yellow hull with Harvard blades, is Bishops from Cape Town, WC. Oh, they say that. Yeah.
South Africa.
From South Africa, of course.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we don't.
Maybe they get the trophy for the longest trip. I'm really. Welcome to Cape Town. We'd love to see you here. Let's have a row of applause for Cape Town from South America. And number 80 coming by is the Resilient Rowing Club out of Burke, Virginia.
And they're followed by 81 Greenwich Crew out of Coscob, Connecticut.
A very strong program right down there on the Mianus River. You can see where they row every time you go from here to New York. Yeah, and coming on the inside, right against the buoys, it's really rowing well, is hull number 84 from Monmouth, the Monmouth Juniors from Red Bank, New Jersey. Yeah, and that good cornering is past 83 from Ann Arbor Huron in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Ann Arbor Huron is proud to attend the best of all races.
And Ann Arbor seems to have come around bow marker number 78, which is Thayer out of Braintree, Massachusetts.
But they're right on the buoys. That again has put them in the lead over this next boat, which is number 75, which is Vermont Academy out of Saxon River, Vermont, in the orange hull. And then following them on the inside in the black shirts is Shaker, the crew from Shaker out of Loudonville, New York. Yeah. That's that one?
Yes, and they've come up, they're inside, coming to the inside of the Dublin School, bow marker number 79.
So in the yellow blades now, with the white with the white shirts, is the Manchester Rowing Alliance again out of Hooksett, just up there in New Hampshire on 95. And they're followed by 77, which is the crew from Iona Prep, New Rochelle, New York, down there by the city. And in the green And the green, light green, is the Brook School. They're over in they're up at North Andover, very strong prep school here in the Prep School League, the Scholastic League here in Western Massachusetts, in Eastern Massachusetts. That may do it, Tom. I don't see anybody else coming around the corner.
Yeah, that is it. Our next race is the Director's Challenge Men's Quad. But boy, with some of those scrums that came by, it was hard to tell. We might have missed one, but I don't think so. I think that's all present and accounted for.
Is this the first
Well, I think the youth fours must have rode pretty well, because we show a start time of 12:22 for the Director's Challenge Quad. I have 12:26. Some of those quads might be fast, but they're not so fast as to get here in 4 minutes. I give them another 7 minutes.
So, Tom, to refresh everybody's memories, we're now going to dig in more into the Director Challenges races. These are races that allow many of these competitors to race again. The normal rules ahead of the Charles, you can only do one race, but if you're willing to support support the head of the Charles, you can also participate in these Director Challenge events. So we'll be seeing them come down in quads. We've already seen the doubles, and we'll see them come down in mixed eights, which is going to be fun. The last event of the regatta, where 4 men and 4 women have to comprise an 8 to race for that event.
Now, not that I need to know this, Charlie, but can you row in multiple Director's Challenge races?
I don't think so. We have to spread the wealth, Tom.
I think you'd call me orthodox, because I never row more than once. In fact, once seems like plenty to me.
Well, those that are really, one might say that if you rowed the first race as hard as you possibly can, there's nothing left for the second. I don't know what that says about the second guys.
Well, I do see guys in the locker room headed out for their Director's Challenge race on Sunday after racing on Saturday, and they say, well, racing a second time seemed like a good idea when I put the entry in.
Right. Well, especially with this headwind. I mean, it's really a hard pull at the finish line, and I think if we have this northwest the whole way up the powerhouse is a real just a power move to make that to get up past Riverside and up to Weeks. Tough rowing.
Our poor friend Mitz Carr was blowing away the field in the Masters women's race yesterday. She was 3 strokes from the finish and must have caught a gust, and her blade went in wrong and she flipped. 3 strokes from the finish, and of course...
Did she swim the boat across the line?
Well, that's what I asked, but apparently when you flip in this water, the water is cold enough and your muscles are warm enough that you cramp up, and if your feet don't come out, you start shifting more towards survival than winning.
Well, you can. One of the things that we think about, especially here in New England, as the water gets cold and the air gets cold, is hypothermia. And we don't, here at CBC, we give a great deal of respect to hypothermia. And you might remember, Tom, that one of the things that we do here is institute the 4-oar rule. And nobody can leave the CBC docks without a boat that has 4 oars. So no longer can you row a single, and you certainly can't row a pair. You've got to be in at least a double to be able to leave the dock. And it just makes a lot of sense. We all want to be out there rowing, but not with the threat of hypothermia, which really is quickly disables you and makes it impossible for you to recover yourself.
Oh, absolutely.
Now a word from our sponsors, Alexandria Real Estate Equities. Alexandria Real Estate Equities is the official life science reality partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Alexandria is the country's largest owner, operator, and developer of collaborative life science and technology campuses in key innovative cluster locations, including Greater Boston. Thank you, Alexander Real Estate Equities. And wouldn't we all like to get a chance to drive an Aston Martin? Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with luxury, elegance. Visit their studio at the Attica Row venue next to Brooks Brothers. And who will forget the Aston Martin in the great series of movies?
James Bond.
James Bond.
I
incredible.
did stop by and look at that beautiful pearl sort of colored DB11 convertible with that buttery leather interior. I was disappointed to find out that it did not have the machine gun out the back, though.
Can we go halvesies on that?
Absolutely.
And thanks to BNY Mellon, the presenting sponsor for the 6th year, is a global leader in investment management and investment services. BNY Mellon delivers informed investment management and investment services in 35 countries and more than 100 markets. Great people down in Washington Street, here in Boston, at the BNY Mellon headquarters here. If you got a little money to invest, think about BNY Mellon. And if you haven't visited the Brooks Brothers exhibit on the Boston side, please do. Got a lot of good kit there. Brooks Brothers is proud to be the official apparel sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Be sure to visit their pop-up store at Weld if you're downstream, or the Rowing and Expo Fitness here upstream. Be sure to check out the limited edition Head of the Charles collection created to commemorate their partnership this weekend. Thank you, Brooks Brothers.
Yeah, and those their clothing is quite smart. Before Brooks Brothers was the apparel partner, I often gave away my Head of the Charles gear, but now that it's Brooks Brothers, I keep it. The relatives will have to get their own clothes.
And if you're running out of energy, head up there on the Boston side to the Head of the Charles Regatta Cliff Bar and Cliff Bar supporter. They support us in the 2018 regatta. Cliff Bar, nutrition of sustained energy, fuels athletes mile after mile as they row down the course. Visit the Cliff Bar Pavilion at Attica Row for samples, coffee, and more. Thank you, Cliff Bars.
And Concept 2. Which Concept 2 oar is right for you? Learn more about the best match for your crew. Visit the Concept 2 tent located next to Hudson Boat Works. Concept 2 is the official oar supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
Just have to say another word about those guys, Peter and Dick Dreisagacker, and what they've done for the sport of rowing. They have changed it so dramatically. You know, they started up in Morrisville, Vermont, making oars. There's a wonderful picture, I think, of Dick on a bicycle turning one of the looms of one of the oars as they brought carbon fiber to bear on our sport. And then it was not long after that they got into the ergometer, a machine that every oarsman just adores, right?
Well, I'm not sure we'll thank them for that.
Anyway, they're great guys, and they got a great team. And one of the things that they do at these regattas, and they did it at the Masters Nationals, is that they're there with their repair service, replacing handles, reworking oars that have been heavily used. They're a great pair, and their company has done so much to bring this sport to where it is today.
And Delta Airlines. While you row the Charles, we fly the skies. Delta is proud to be the official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta and Boston's #1 global airline. And one of my favorites, Sierra Nevada Brewing Company. Sierra Nevada, they're of course a pioneer in what is now the craft beer movement. But before there was craft beers, you could always count on Sierra Nevada. But Sierra Nevada Company is proud to return as the official beer of the Head of the Charles Regatta. If you've never had a Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, I feel sorry for you. But anyway, it's probably your brewer's favorite beer. So try one today. Try one at the Sierra Nevada Beer Garden at Reunion Village. Stop by for delicious brews and sweeping views. Purest ingredients, finest quality, Sierra Nevada.
I look to Sierra Nevada for carbo loading. That's how I get my carbohydrates after the end of these races. And it seems to serve the purpose, that too. So there's another reason to take advantage of Sierra Nevada.
Oh, we've got a boat coming down, Charlie.
So here we go. This is the first boat in the Directors Challenge Men's Quads. And it is number 1 Vesper Boat Club out of Philadelphia, combined with the guys from New York Athletic Club and the Texas Rowing Center. This is a composite boat, and they're really rowing beautifully. Good timing, good line. That accounts for the length of their lead, which is now just coming into sight.
Vesper, they are hard to beat in the team boats. You think of them as a scrappy bunch of scullers, but my goodness, they throw together an 8 or a quad, and they are hard to beat.
Absolutely. Is this number 2? And following them is the Fruit Loops Directors Challenge Quad. This is a composite boat. Dan Gorioran out of Narragansett, Russ Cohn here in town, Greg Benning, who earlier won, and Michael Smith. So this is a powerhouse crew. You can see rowing with the Cambridge Blades is Greg Benning.
Well, you've got Mike Smith and Dan Gurian, the bow pair.
Yeah.
They're the perennial winners of the men's Masters double.
And they're closely followed by number 6, the Skipper.
4, Riverside.
Riverside in the striped shirts, one of the strongest boat clubs on the river. And both, let's see, 1, 2, 3 boats. These have got a tremendous lead on the 4th boat here. Yeah. In the green shirts, coming up with the red blades, an unaffiliated crew comprising Brandon Taff, out of no doubt Sarasota, John Kelly, Alexander Taff, again out of Sarasota, and Travis. This is the Taff family has been a great supporter of rowing down in Sarasota, been very much involved with the Benderson Park and the Sarasota Masters and World Championship course.
And they're being pressed by bow marker number 6, Skibbereen, out of County Cork, Ireland. And this has Gary Quinn, James Morris, Shane O'Driscoll, and Mark O'Donovan. I think Mark and Shane were the Irish pair that were internet sensations. I don't know if you saw
they put the blade in the water and pull like dogs. Did we get 6?
That's
yeah. And here's our own CBC boat with Jay Manson in the bow. Number 7, Jay Manson, James Pierce, Tommy Darling, and Jonathan Grant. Perennial winners here in this event.
And they have come through bow marker number 5, who's just passing the bow. That's Norwich.
With Robert Conway, Charles Scott, Nigel Kippen, and I'm going to have Gantis Adinis, I think. I'm sure I'm brutalizing that name, but welcome. Yeah. And in the 8, rowing very well here, good timing. Coming up is the Maine Rowing Association out of South China, Maine, Upper Valley.
Okay, that makes sense. There's Michael Tata, Scott Horney, Peter Kermond. I noticed that shock of white hair in the bow. Pete Kermond, I think, would have been, his first national team would have been 1979 in the lightweight 8, I think.
And then John Tunnicliffe, whom we call Tunny, stroking the boat. One end we have all this shock of white hair, and the other end no hair at all. That's all right. And
then in the orange, 11.
So coming up in the orange shirts, the All-American Rowing Camp out of DeLand, Florida, and it's again a composite with S&M Rowing out of Jackson. Andrew Rouse, Marley Brown, Michael Gross, and William Griffith.
It looks like bow marker number 17 on the inside, Charlie, so they must have been pressing.
And again, it's we know these people. This is an unaffiliated crew, again a composite crew with Bob Eldridge in the boat, Rob Pinkney, Rob Slocum back here, and then Rick Anderson, a very strong group here in the white shirts and the white blades. And outside them is the Riverfront Recapture here with Ian Hazelton, Alan Valenti, Kevin McCauley, and Matthew Reinhardt.
And just on the inside is the All-American Rowing camp out of DeLand, Florida. Mark Wilson, Chris Summers, William Castle, and James Dietz.
We know Jim, and we also know Willie. Willie was up here with his son last weekend for the head of the Quinnipiac Quinn, a 12-year-old rowing down the course.
And coming by the dock right now is bow marker number 14, Rockland out of Nyack, Ivan Rudolph Shabinsky, Peter Close, Justin Bowen, and Thomas Cleela.
So rowing beautifully, coming up here with the white shirts, the white blades, is the Navsink River Rowing Club out of Red Bank, New Jersey. And also part of the crew is from New York, the New York Athletic Club, and the White Marsh Boat Club in Conshohocken down in PA, Philadelphia. Mark Damon, Mark Malone, Keith Webiser, and Charlie Windernick.
And taking a wider turn in the day glow is unaffiliated group, Michael Butler, Andrew Towle, Stephen Pullman, and Marcus Zavataro. And they are taking an unconventional line, Charlie. Oh.
And on the outside, on the Boston side, is number 20. And number 20 is Rocky Mountain with Peter Morelli, we know him, Andrew Hashway, Mark Stromberg, and Mike Gasper. Go guys.
And right behind them is bow marker number 16, Greenwich crew, Demir Dorkorovic, Tim Wykey, Patrick Kaufer, and Jason Woody.
I bought my boat from Demir. There you go. It's a small community.
And bow marker number 9, the unaffiliated club, has had a bit of a scuffle with the dock, but it looks like they'll get back on it.
Oh, I thought you were cutting here. 18. And number 18, the White Hull, is the Shandon out of Cork, Colorado. Brian Keefe, Brian O'Flynn. Yeah. And they passed number 17 with Bob Eldridge. We know him. He's here on the river. Rob Pickney, Rob Slocum. Okay. Let's take a little bit of a breather here. 25. So in the blue shirts with the blue blades that look like Cambridge blades, 25 is number 25, San Diego Rowing Club, and Cambridge Boat Club. Patrick Ryu, really a very fast sprinter. Russ Murphy, our own Russ Murphy, Tom Pounds, and Charlie Andrews. In the black shirts, number 22, Dartmouth, rowing from Dartmouth out of Hanover. Kurt Somerville, member of CBC, Pete Folger, Bill McNabb out of the Philadelphia area, and Tom Hull.
And they're being pressed by bow number 26, Chaos, out of Apex, North Carolina.
Bob Brownstein, Felix Mulbach, and Richard McDonough, and Timothy Berwiski. 19 is close to us in the orange shirts, and that's the University of Philadelphia. Shane Madden, Sander Ferenczi, Fred Dooling, we know his name, and Malcolm Halpert.
And they're being pressed by Belmont Hill, bow number 21, so they've made up some ground. Looks like
Tim Fulham in that boat, a CBC guy, and John White, Andrew Sacchetti, and Mark Findice.
It looks like
Number
they
20.
didn't get enough of the job done taking the inside, so they'll have to go on the outside of the final turn.
And in the red boat is CRI with their blades, Kurt, and that is number 23. And we don't have the names of that, but clearly that's a CRI.
Oh, that's
crew.
CRI, yeah.
Yeah.
Union blades 28.
And in the MPOCR, hull number 28 is unaffiliated. We've got the names of Gabriel Corbellini and Even Olson in that boat.
And then coming around the turn now is, and approaching the dock, is bow marker number 31.
Which is Long Beach, California. Sasa Milosevic, Martin O'Donnell, Simon Hoadley, and David Kearns. In the white. 27. And 20. Yeah. And again, another red hull from CRI is hull number 27, Robert Bettigol, Fred Wittridge, George Hatch, and Whitney Hatch.
And they're rowing in DCR uniforms, so let's give them a big hand because they're our landlords.
Here comes yet another CRI boat taking a pretty good line close to the buoys, making the turn here at Cambridge. When you want to be inside on this turn, it just costs you lengths and you're on the outside. So this is a CRI boat. And in the white hull, from our friends down in Narragansett, is the Narragansett Boat Club entry here in the Director's Challenge quads.
And the next boat with is bow marker number 36. The bowman's wearing day glow for safety. That's the Greenwich crew out of Coscob. Peter Bogan, Tolman Geffs, Alex Thomas, and Johan Slabert.
The Greenwich crew rows on the Mianus River, and if you go down 95, you can look at that short water they have on the river out into the Sound. Great program. There's actually two programs there vying for the rights of the river, and it's good to see this group from Greenwich. The next boat, with the MPOCR hull and the purple shirts, is Nashaquisset from Chilmark, Mass. John Bourne is in that boat, and Ken Iskell, Jim Cusack, and Bob Potts. Ken's been a strong supporter of rowing here from New York all the way up here, and John Bourne is an old and respected member of our crew here at Cambridge Boat Club.
I see they put John in the bow, which you want to have your person steering there.
It knows the course, right, exactly. So here comes 34 in the navy blue shirts and the white blades and the black hull. And this is Duxbury Bay Maritime School out of Duxbury, Mass. Mike Rugnetta, Charles Jameson, Charlie Rubin, and Richard Lyons.
I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be towing a quad today. On the one hand, a quad is a boat that tracks nicely, but in these gusts and in a racing environment, it can get off course. And when you get off course in a quad, you get in trouble very fast.
No doubt you've towed one of these boats, and then not only do you tow them with they refer to it as towing a boat because you're actually steering the boat with probably your right foot, and you're moving your toe back and forth in order to steer the boat. But Tom's right. When you get in trouble, then you got to call out to the crew. We really need some power on port, or we need some power on starboard to keep the boat moving in the direction we wish. Number 33 is now coming into view with the white shirts, and it's the Harvard University Boat Club. Bill Braun, Robert Baker, Scott Baker, and Monk Terry is in the bow of that boat, my old Olympic teammate. And we call him Monk because his father was the head of Middlesex School, and often was referred to as, because of his face, as a bit of a monkey. So he's always been called Monk. Go Monk! I can see you from here. A couple of strong pulls in the bow. Monk was a very gifted oarsman. Not only did he make the 1968 team, but he stroked the 1972 team onto a silver medal.
In the eights, Charlie, or fours?
In the eights in Munich.
So coming up is bow marker number 34. It's an unaffiliated crew with Jessica Archibald, Kay Worthington, Mike Tatey, world champion, Olympic champion, and Hans-Jörg Weiss.
Yeah, this is a great crew. I saw Hans-Jörg yesterday. We were talking on the street, and he was looking forward with such great anticipation of this row with Mike and his wife, and so it's great to see them out here. And Kay Worthington, Mike's wife, is also in this boat.
Oh, and now must be into the next race because I'm seeing bow marker number 1.
So bow number 1, this is the men's youth Cox quad. This is not a director's cup, but just the regular go. So we've got number 1. This is the new Canaan crew out of Norwalk. Lightweight men's 4+. He's rowed, and now they moved into a quad. New Canaan, that crew rows out of Maritime, which is a great program. Jan, I'm going to pronounce his name incorrectly, Jan Jurvensky. I could never pronounce it, but it's been a real leader in sculling here in the United States.
And coming by the dock now in starting order is bow marker number 2, Redwood Scullers, and they're followed by bow marker number 3, Argonaut, who looks like they've picked up a little bit of their gap from starting order.
Redwood out of Redwood City, and Argonaut out of Toronto. And you know, Tom, you don't pronounce the first O in Toronto. It's Toronto.
Oh, I didn't know that. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the youth quad to be coxed because you really don't develop enough small boat experience in your schoolboy days to tow a quad on this course. So this makes a lot of sense that the youth quad is coxed, but the adult quad is straight.
You know, on that subject quickly, before the next boat comes down, we've often thought, what would it be for New England rowing if we changed all the 4s to quads? It would be much better rowing because sculling is such a sport that brings you enables you to row so well, even in sweep. So here we have number 6. Get back on track here. Vashon Island out in Seattle. They're in the white boat.
And they've come by bow marker number 4, Saratoga, out of Saratoga Springs, of course.
Great junior program at Saratoga, run by Chris Chase and a number of others. And the quality of the rowing here is a testament to their efforts.
And bow marker number 7 is next.
That's the White Marsh Boat Club out of Conshohocken, again down on the Schuylkill. Allison Lovelace, Dan Robertson, Kai Waldorf, and Henry Terry.
And on the inside is bow marker number 10, Resilient.
And in the Whitehall, number 5, which is Ridley the Ridley Club in St. Kitts. And on the boat number 11, the Whitehall, the Red Hats, is Row America out of Rye, New York. And then on the Cambridge side, in the oranges, the London Boat Club out of London, Ontario.
And that group appears to have opened up a little bit of a gap. We've got about 45 seconds till the next one.
You know, Tom, there's a strong view that if you learn to scull and scull well, you can make the switch to sweep quite easily. If you learn to sweep, it's still a challenge, I guess, to be a good sculler. It takes a lot of time. And those that believe in, and we're seeing a lot more of the sculling across the United States, this mirrors, or might be better said, is more consistent with what we see in Europe, where you really have to start out with sculling. Okay. So in the red shirts is hull number 9, and that is the Haverford School, another Philadelphia-based rowing club. Yep. And they're followed by number 12 in the white hull and the dark jerseys from Hanlon, Toronto.
And the next school after that is bow marker 14, Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols, our neighbors. Victoria Gonzalez, Aiden Goodpaster, Wade Oust, and Ranch Kimball, and Kwang Wan Hong.
Yeah. And that's the next 13 is the Canisius crew out of Buffalo, New York. And then number 19 is the Pocock crew out of Pocock's huge boathouse on Lake Union in Seattle. Pocock's a powerhouse in Seattle rowing, and they're doing well here today. And then followed in the white hull is hull number 19, which we just announced that. Sorry about that. 19 is the Pocock crew. Yep. And here are the red shirts and the dark blades is Boston College High. They're rowing here from their facility upriver and rowing well.
And the next crew, the coxswain is sitting up a little bit, obscuring the marker on the bow man, but we'll have it in just a second.
You know, Tom, we don't see many many fours or quads with the coxswains in the stern. Those days have seemed to pass. And following is number 16 in the red shirts.
No, just that's coming by the back now in the white shirts is Sagamore out of Oyster Bay. Red is 17.
In the red shirts is King's Wimbledon from London in Great Britain. Welcome the GB crew.
And bow marker number 20 in the black is the Berkshire School out of Sheffield, Mass. And they're being pressed by bow marker number 22, which is HB crew out of Hollis, New Hampshire. Well, just to pick up on the sculling versus sweep, I think in a lot of other countries they don't make as big a deal in the difference. I saw at the World Championships the Italian quad and the 8 seat racing between the two boats.
Yeah. Well, my point was that if you learn to, for example, in GB, you're not allowed to row a sweep oar until you're about 15 or 16. You have to start with, and we're seeing more and more of that approach taking place across the U.S.
18.
And 18 in the black hull is the Stowe crew out of Great Britain in Buckinghamshire. Welcome again to this good crew from GB.
And coming up now, we've got bow marker number 29 in this cluster, leading this cluster of 4 boats, Maritime Rowing Club out of East Norwalk, and they're followed by Bellin Jesuit crew.
25. And in the white boat is hull number 30, First Coast Club out of Jacksonville, Florida. And they're closely followed by number 34, Niagara Falls out of Niagara Falls, Ontario. Yep. And again with this clutch here on the river, on the Boston side in red is 32, Utah, the Utah Rowing Club in Holiday, Utah. And on the outside is number 23, which is the Peachtree City Rowing Club out of Peachtree, Georgia. And then on the inside is number 33, the California Yacht Club in Los Angeles, California.
And they're followed by 27, Bergen County out of Ridgefield Park, New Jersey.
Oh, they're coming fast and furious here, Tom. Rowing with the Norwalk blades is Norwalk River Rowing, and followed and in tight competition with number 36 in the red hull. This
RV Kreuzgasse.
From Lund. Okay.
A little bit of an action here. 38 in the black and white.
Okay. All right, in the white hull with the red blades is number 38. This is out of Three Rivers, the Three Rivers Rowing Club in Pittsburgh. And they've gotten ahead of number 28, which is it 28? In Bergen County from Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. A little lower rating than the guys that have passed them, but smooth.
And in the orange jerseys is 24, Manhasset High School out of Port Washington.
And in the red hull with the red blades and the red jerseys is number 40, Brent Hill out of Mill Bay, British Columbia. And they've passed 39 in the maroon, and that's an Accra out of Nyack, New York. Accra is a whole division of racing is done underneath the Accra label. And in the red hull, coming up behind them, is number 26, which is Row Boston, another local group rowing here on the Charles. And in the blue, shortly behind them, is number 27, the Gunnery, out of Warren, Connecticut.
And they're followed by Bergen Catholic in the white and orange, bow marker number 35.
They're out of Oradell, New Jersey.
Well, I grew up in New Jersey, and it wasn't a hotbed of rowing back in 1982, but I've seen no less than 20 crews here, 20 different programs from my home state.
No doubt, Tom, you were an inspiration to all of them.
No, Charlie, I think we should have a couple more. We have a crew from England and some from Pennsylvania and New York.
They're really rowing well. Could they be 21? Are you sure? Take a moment. Is this a new event? No.
I don't know, it's bow marker number 21.
Bow number 21, wearing the Riverside.
Which we show as Christian Brothers, and they're rowing well.
And they had a beautiful. They navigated the buoys beautifully here.
It's odd to see them here with such a gap. So
yes,
something must have happened up at the start, I think,
yeah.
Charlie.
For those of you on the bridge looking down the course here, the white buoys, you've got, on the downside, you've got to stay on the Boston side of the white buoys, and the orange buoys demark the course. And the best crews will really be tight on those orange buoys, if not putting them underneath the riggers.
Well, if that is all the youth quads president accounted for, the eights will be next. Okay, I think we're going to have a couple minutes more gap until event number 49, the men's Youth 8, which has a start time of 12:57. Give them about 13 minutes to get here. So we should see them in just 2 or 3 more minutes. Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare welcomes you to try out the bicycle-powered cider press at the Weld exhibition this weekend. Harvard Pilgrim is the official health services provider of the Head of the Charles. Hudson. I own a Hudson. It's going strong. I bought it in 1986. So Hudson is the official boat builder of the Head of the Charles, hosting close to 100 crews, including many of the world's best rowers in the Shark Zone, located directly beside the main expo tent. See how Hudson is pushing the pace of high-performance rowing. LaCroix Sparkling Water. LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Weld exhibition to try one of these many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. Stay hydrated.
Another welcome sponsor of the Head of the Charles is Row House, home of the 45-minute full-body rowing workout, is excited to be a supporter of this year's regatta. Be sure to stop by the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn about franchise opportunities, or check them out at the Weld exhibition to win prizes and see our demo. Teddy Peanut Butter. This is the real stuff. Teddy Peanut Butter. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as the proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is the all-natural and all-perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. And I can tell you, one of the other things that differentiates Teddy from others, it's made from peanuts. Period.
Absolutely, Charlie. As an older guy trying to stay on a low-salt diet, you can get Teddy with no salt and no sugar.
And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. Great product, Teddy Peanut Butter. They're located here in town, and I think they they sell that brand certainly around New England, if not further abroad. And we couldn't have a regatta without the head of the Charles Volunteers. The head of the Charles would like to send a giant thank you to all the nearly 2,000 volunteers working to support the racing this weekend. This regatta would not be possible without the hard work of all of our volunteers. How about a cheer for the volunteers from the bridge? We want to hear it. Thank you.
All right, here it is. Next race coming up.
This is the men's youth eights. There are 85 competitors here. And again, we're seeing the St. Paul's crew from London. This is the crew, and I want everybody on the bridge to watch these guys row. It's beautiful. It's just motion. The motion is perfect. It's relaxed, and it is fast. These guys set the record at the Henley Royal Regatta with times at every station beating the record. Yeah, and they just crushed the four with. So it's a great crew and a great facility there in London.
I mean, Charlie, I think it's worldwide. The best, the youth crews are now looking like college crews. It's really something. Now we've got Sarasota crew out of Osprey, Florida, rowing with the Harvard Blades and the light blue uniforms. And here comes bow marker number 3, New Trier, out of Winnetka, Illinois. I mean, that's a program I didn't know about, Charlie.
Big noise, blew in from Winnetka. Big boys, blew right out again. Following them in the red jerseys, in the red hulls. Number 4, again, red hulls means CRI, and they're headed upstream. Staying just ahead of...
They're being pressed by Oakland Strokes out of Oakland, California. So the California boys didn't come out here to mess around.
And that Oakland Strokes is one of the best junior programs in the country. Right there on the estuary in Oakland.
I can hear the coxswain now. I mean, I can hear, but I know what they're saying. Give me 3 more seats. I want 3 more seats by the turn.
And coming up the course in the Whitehall, I guess, with the blue blades, is number 6. This is from Montclair, New Jersey, the Montclair Rowing Club.
And right behind them is bow marker number 10, Row America. They've evidently taken a couple places.
And on the inside, coming right up the buoy line, is hull number 8 from Marin, California, the Marin Rowing Club. A great facility just north of San Francisco.
They've passed bow number 7, the Greenwich crew out of Cos Cob.
Yep.
A lot of action here.
Yep.
So bow marker number 11, Saratoga, has taken, even though they're passing crew number 9, they're taking the outside, which may serve them well to be set up for the inside. Crew number 9 is Saugatuck in the dark blue,
right,
out of Westport, Connecticut. Oh, it's going to be a little tight on the bridge, I'd say, Charlie.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of room to make the turn. Oh, that's a boat race.
Yeah. Well, 11 trying to get by 9. They've obviously moved up, and they seem to be moving now. They're taking a big power 10 and pushing through and wanting to make sure that they've got the inside on the next turn at Belmont Hill. Yeah. And in the distance, with the white jerseys and the red blades, is number 12 from St. Kitts, Ontario. This is another one of those crews coming out of St. Kitts, which is a great venue just on the opposite Niagara Falls in Canada.
And right behind them is the Atlanta Juniors out of Roswell, Georgia. Gosh, another strong emerging program, rowing well.
And they row on the Olympic course, the old 1976 Olympic course, I believe, in just north of Atlanta. You can watch what's going to happen here. There's this crew on the outside with the red blades and the crew on the inside with the white and blue braids. Let's see if we can watch the difference as the inside takes as the inside crew takes the inside of this turn and the gaining feet on the outside boat, the one in the yellow.
That's Green Lake in the dark hull.
Yeah. That's Green Lake in northern Seattle, all the way from Seattle.
And Cheminade out of Mineola, bow marker number 14 in the yellow hull.
And number 17 is the Rose City crew out of Portland, Oregon. Yeah. And in the blue and white uniforms with the, looks like Princeton blades, is number 13, which is the OKC River Sport Group out of Oklahoma City.
And they've passed bow number 40, which is NorCal crew out of Redwood City.
Yep. And number 19 in gray is the PNRA Mercer crew, the Princeton National Rowing Association crew out of Princeton, New Jersey.
And they're followed in the yellow boat by Balin Jesuit crew out of Miami, Florida.
Yep. And then it is number 21, the Dallas United crew out of, you guessed it, Dallas, Texas. All right. And in the dark hull with the white jerseys is number 24 from Winter Park. It's the Winter Park crew from Winter Park, Florida.
And they're followed by bow marker number 22 in the white hull, Kings Wimbledon out of London, United Kingdom.
Yep. A lot of crews have come across to race from London, from London throughout Great Britain.
And coming by the dock now is RTHC Bayer Leverkusen out of Germany.
Okay. All right, in the white hull, in the white jerseys with the Empacher hull is number 28. This is the Radley crew from Abington, Oxford. Yet another Great Britain crew. Really rowing smoothly and well as they come up through the Anderson Bridge, or the Elliott Bridge. And number 27, right behind him, TBC Racing out of D.C. And number 25 on the outside is St. Ignatius from Cleveland, and 26 is Mountain Lakes, I believe, out of Arlington, New Jersey. Yeah. Okay, so here's a clutch of boats. I'm leading this pack of three is hull number 30. This is the Brunswick School out of Greenwich. Strong program.
And then coming
Greenwich,
up on
Connecticut.
And coming up on the inside is bow marker number 32, which is Gonzaga.
And on the outside is number 29, and that is the New Canaan crew out of Norwalk, Connecticut. Yeah. And in the maroon jerseys and maroon blades, really rowing quite beautifully, is number 33. That's St. Joe's Preps, that powerful junior rowing program out of Philadelphia. Which is on the outside. And on the outside here with the blue blades in a tough battle with the boat that's nearest the Boston shore is.
So that's Jesuit College Prep has come around Westerville out of Ohio. So 34 on the outside, Jesuit College, and 31 on the inside, Westerville. So they've strong rowing by Jesuit College.
Is that it?
No.
85. God, I guess so. Okay, 85. So here, coming up the river, is hull number 35, and right behind them, hull number 36 on the inside, 35 on the outside. So 35 is Arlington, the crew out of Arlington and Belmont, a combined crew.
It looks like they're being pressed by Manhasset High School out of Port Washington.
Yep. The in-boat, the boat on the inside is gaining on the boat on the outside. And right behind both of these boats is number 38, St. John's High School in Shrewsbury. I believe they row on the course at Lake Quinsigamon, I believe. Yeah. And now finishing the turn is Fordham Prep in the maroon boat in the white jerseys. Fordham Prep down in the Bronx, New York.
And they're followed by Boston College High School coming up to the dock now, bow marker number 39 in the Boston College maroon. Let's go Eagles. We've got a clutch of boats here. In the white jerseys is bow marker number 41, LaSalle. And then we've got a little bit of action following them.
Three crews. The boat we'll announce first is the boat with the blue blades and the dark jerseys taking the inside of the turn.
That's right. That's 42, Dirty Water Boat Club out of Brookline, Massachusetts.
Yep. And second in this clutch is, and the red hull is...
That's bow marker number 40, Fairfield College.
Yeah, in Fairfield, Connecticut. And then with the dark blades is number 43, Port Rowing out of Port Washington, New York, out on Long Island. Now looking down the river, here comes the crew from Pinecrest Rowing Club out of Fort Lauderdale in the white hull and the green hats.
And they're followed by 46, Concord crew out of Concord, New Hampshire. It really, okay, so some of these crews, they're not rowing perfectly, but they're rowing quite solidly for bow marker number 45. As I say these at bow marker 45, bow marker 50. Yeah, you know.
Okay. And from Ann Harbor, Huron, that's Ann Harbor near Huron. Anyway, rowing club out of Ann Arbor, Michigan, is in the yellow hull with the yellow jerseys. Yeah. And number 48 behind them in the maroon is the Davenport Rowing Club out of Ridgefield, New Jersey. And in the light gray uniform and the light gray hull is St. John's Prep over in Danvers, another hometown, basically hometown crew. Okay. And yet another New Jersey school from Montclair, New Jersey. These are the Mounties in hull number 50 with the white hull and the blue blades.
All right, Mounties. Although they're imposter Mounties because I went to Bernardsville High School and we're the Mounties.
And who do we have next? This is number 52. This is the Pangbourne Rowing Club, another GB boat from Pangbourne in Berkshire. It's great to have you guys here
And here
on the
comes,
Charles.
And here comes bow marker number 47, our neighbors, Belmont Hill.
Belmont
Come on,
Hill
everybody.
is... Shouldn't they be?
The next is Bishops out of Cape Town, South Africa. All right, let's hear it for the guys all the way from Cape Town. They got some frequent flyer miles there.
I think this is the second boat we've seen from Cape Town, South Africa. A long trip. So number 53, the maroon boat, is from Farmington High School here in Farmington, Connecticut. And 54, right behind them in the white hull, is the Brunswick School from Greenwich. A lot of rowing down there on the Connecticut coast.
Well, the Farmington crews, whether it's Avon, Farmington, Simsbury, I mean, the Farmington River is a nice little river to row on, but my goodness, I didn't think you could fit all these crews on that river. You must be able to walk across the boats.
Okay. Two more crews approaching now, one on the inside. 63 in the blue blades is on the inside, and they're pressing and trying to move on the boat on the outside, which is number 55, the Miami Beach Rowing Club at Miami Beach, Florida. Nice move there by the Holland 63. Oh, look at how tight this is. The next one with the red blades is number 63, which is Camp Randall out of Madison, Wisconsin, and on the outside in 61 is Greater Lawrence Rowing. A little clashing of blades there. Oh, right on top of one another.
And then 58 is probably going to run into this mess. Hopefully they can avoid it. That's East Bay.
Get together, guys. Get together. Here we go.
So that's Radnor and Greater Lawrence had a bit of a collision.
Going to be some points taken away in that collision. Here we go. And this is number 60 with the blue blades with the X cross is number 60, Bishop O'Connell from Arlington, Virginia. Yeah, and the coxswain must be having troubles here. He's putting his left hand in the water just to make sure they make the turn.
Oh, Charlie, we got quite a knot here.
Oh, yes. Watch this one as they come up. We got 5 boats coming up at once, and on the inside with the red and blue is number 67, which is Marina Aquatic out of Marina del Rey, California.
And just outside is 51, which is Arlington out of Poughkeepsie.
And then the black hull, Tom. What is that?
That's 62.
That's number 60, Adventure Pursuit out of Parksburg, West Virginia, in the black hull. And pressing right along in there is number 68, which is the St. Joe's College Institute in Buffalo. Yeah. Yeah. And 65 is the white hull, and that is Niskayuna from Niskayuna, New York. And the other white hull with the black shirts is
Old Dominion out of Alexandria, Virginia.
A lot of good rowing there.
Those boys will remember this race for the rest of their lives, it being in that cluster.
And here comes 69 in the white hull. 69 is Los Gatos from Los Gatos, California, down south of San Francisco. Yeah. And here comes 61 in free water, as opposed to what we've just seen, and that is Greater Lawrence is rowing Greater Lawrence Rowing out of Lawrence, Massachusetts. And on the inside following them is number 59, sorry about that, 59. And that's the Avon High School in Avon, Connecticut.
And they're neck and neck with 64, which is Kearney Rowing Club out of Kearney, New Jersey.
Yep.
They were bouncing. They didn't actually clash, but they almost appeared to be bouncing off each other.
And the next hull is the yellow hull with the white blades. Is number 70. That's the SA Rowing Club out of Roswell, Georgia. Yeah. And on the inside with the white and blue jerseys is number 71. 74, take that back, from Shrewsbury. This is not Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, but Shrewsbury in Great Britain. And they're followed by number 73.
Which is Boston Latin.
Boston Latin, hometown team, Boston Latin. Go for it, boys. Yep. And they're closely followed by number 74 in the white and red, and that's 77. That's from the OARS from Oakland, California Grove.
And right behind them is number 75, DeMatha, out of Bladensburg, Maryland.
Yep. And now approaching the Elliott Bridge is number 72 in the white hull. And 72 is the Middletown crew from Middletown, Connecticut. A lot of crews in Connecticut, Tom. A lot of crews in Connecticut.
And then it's 76, Phillips Exeter in the maroon. Oh, and then we've got 79 and 78. Texas Rowing out of Austin has come up inside Absegami out of Galloway, New Jersey.
Again, the tighter line around the buoys pays dividends.
And it looks like they'll be able to take advantage of both turns by getting far enough ahead.
They're getting close here, getting close.
Oh no, that is.
Look at the line 78 has to going into the bridge. Let's hope they can make it. Yeah.
And then we've got in the blue hull 82, the Bulls School out of Jacksonville. And we've just avoided problems on the abutment.
Yeah. So now in the black hull, two black hulls, 83 leading 84. 83 is Loyola Academy, and 84 is Wilson High School from D.C. And number 85, this is a crew from Everett Rowing Association in Everett, Washington. Only a couple of miles south of where I live in Bellingham and a couple of miles north of Seattle. This is a great rowing crew that's done very well.
And it looks like they're the rear guard. No, we have a couple more crews, so they've passed.
I'm going to take this one.
All right, another boat coming up in the maroon. It's bow marker number 81 coming around the bend. That's Lowell, out of Lowell, Massachusetts, of course.
So the next event we're expecting is event number 50, the Men's Championship Fours. Course record in this event set last year, U.S. Rowing Training Center, 15:07. After a record-setting year last year, U.S. Rowing will once again charge down the course at bow number 1. Hot on their puddles will be University of California, Berkeley at bow 2 and Boston University at bow 3. Both boats will also be vying for the College Championship Special Medal. Our international teams are represented this year by the Dutch Men's 4, KNRB at bow 4, Rhodes University from South Africa, bow 15, and Bonner Ruder Gesellschaft, bow number 18. And Ruder Club favorite, Harmonia, bow 8, both from Germany. Our international guests will surely be looking to stir things up with these American colleges. First entry in the Men's Championship 4 is rounding the corner just now, bow number 1. Holding a strong lead, a lot of open water between them and the next crew. Nice tight line around that corner. These guys know what they're doing. This is U.S. Rowing from the U.S. Training Center. Coming up next is Bow 4, KNRB. Athletes representing the Dutch national team. Followed by Bow Ball number 2 with a white shell and the navy unis. That is UCal Berkeley. Go Bears. Coming up next with the red unis, Bow Ball 5 is Oregon State. Coming up next with the neon bow is Bow 6, George Washington University from Washington, D.C. We got two crews battling it out around the corner. Bow Ball 7 is Princeton, the heavyweight men from Princeton, New Jersey, and Bow Ball 8, favorite from Hamburg. Olympic Games gold medal in 2012 and a silver in 2016. Bow Ball 11 coming up next is Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin alumni. Bow Ball number 9 following them is New York AC. It's the 2018 Team USA Pan American Games qualifier men's 4. With a big crowd making their way around the corner right now. We're seeing first in the red 10, University of Wisconsin. In the gray is Bow 12, Naval Academy from Annapolis, Maryland. In the stripes, we got Bow Ball 14, FIT from Melbourne, Florida. Rocking the pink, Bow Ball 16, Brown University, the Brown men's crew. Coming up next with a white shell, Bow Ball 13, Penn, the Penn heavyweights. Special thanks to Sean Colgan. Bow Ball number 19 with the Granite of New Hampshire in their muscles and their brains is Dartmouth College, the heavyweight varsity crew. Bow Ball 15 coming up next, Rhodes University Rowing Club. Bow Ball number 18 coming up next, all the way from Germany, it's Bonner RG. Coming around the corner now, Bow Ball 17, University of Guelph. Ontario, Canada. Is that a different event? Bow ball number 3 is the BU men. Rocking the striped pants. Coming up next is 2, California. We're seeing bow ball number 8 now, Georgetown. Into the men's lightweight fours here. Bow ball number 4 is Dartmouth College from Hanover, New Hampshire. Bow ball number 9 is the Delaware crew. Fighting lightweights from the University of Delaware. Following them with the red paddles, bow ball 10, Harvard University. With the dark shell, bow ball number 6, Ottawa, Canada. Bow ball number 12 is Penn lightweights. And 3 right up on each other coming around the corner. We've got bow ball 14 first, Yale University from New Haven, Connecticut. Followed by number 11, MIT. And bow ball 7 on the Boston side, New York AC from Pelham Manor, New York. Making their way around the corner now is bow ball 16, Temple from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Coming around the corner now, bow ball 13 is Fordham. Fordham's lightweight 4. Followed by bow ball 15, Leander from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada.
It's event 52, Women's Champ 4s. Brown University will be defending their last year's victory, starting the race at bow 1. We've got Cornell. We're trying to chase them down the course from bow 2, and we have a national training center back with us this year from Germany. DRV Potsdam will be competing at bow 3, looking to bring some pressure on the American colleges. Princeton and Syracuse round out the top 5. Bow number 1, Brown University. Close behind with bow 3, DRV Potsdam, Germany national rowing team. Coming in, bow number 2, Cornell University. Go Big Red. And with orange blades coming through now, Syracuse. From Syracuse, New York. Coming all the way from Tennessee, we've got from Knoxville, Tennessee, coming in bow 6. The Tennessee Champ 4 has raced in the top 5 in 2016 and 17 as they enter their 3rd consecutive year in this event. Coming up next, bow 4, Princeton from Princeton, New Jersey. Followed closely by Iowa, bow number 7. Finished 6th at the 2017 Head of the Charles. Bow number 8, Radcliffe. Coming up from Redwood City, California, the Stanford women. Last year, Stanford finished 4th as a team at the NCAA championships. Boston College, bound number 9. Moving on the inside, Columbia University. And UMass Amherst in bow ball number 10, close behind. Big group here. Bow ball number 12, Indiana. And another hometown team, bow number 11, the BU women, rowing on their home course. Bow number 16, the Queens from Kingston, Ontario. Bow number 19, coming around the corner from Western Ontario, London. Darcy and Michaela Arends were a stroke pair of the Canadian Women's 8 that placed second at WUCs behind Great Britain this past summer in China. Bow number 17, Fordham from Bronx, New York. Fordham is brand new to this event. Welcome, Fordham. They've done well in the Club 4 and won more than once and broken the course record a few years ago. Welcome. Coming through with bow ball number 15, it is Holy Cross from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. They have a young, aggressive women's team and are excited to be racing here today. In the neon, bow 18, it is University of Guelph. This crew is a mix of graduating athletes as well as 2017 OUA and Canadian University Championships. Now we have crew bow number 5, Syracuse, New York, followed closely by we can't see their bow number, but they are red and they are fast. The BU4, followed by bow 11. Number 1, Georgetown. 3, Princeton. Oh, sorry, we have moved to the lightweight 4s. BU women, bow number 7. Bow number 2, welcome to the Stanford lightweight women. Followed close behind by bow number 10, Vesper, a composite of lightly but mighty boathouse row athletes. Coming around the bend, and bow number 12, Tulsa women. From Tulsa, Oklahoma. And in bow number 6, MIT from Cambridge. Placed second in 2008 Dadvale. And here we have bow number 14, the Angry Beavers. Recent graduates of MIT's lightweight women's team, a mix of professionals and consulting and graduate students in aerospace and biology. Followed by bow number 13, Fordham from the Bronx in New York. It's Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton at bow 11. Battling it out with bow number 8, Florida. Gainesville, Florida, an ACRA Club National Champs. And it's bow number 15 from Tufts University in Somerville. Some members of their varsity 8, these 4 lightweights will find seats in open weight boats in the spring. Versatile rowers. And with bow 16, it's Argonaut from Toronto, Ontario. Bow number 9 coming through from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Marquette. One of the many new teams forming in the Midwest.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, Greg.
All right, here we go.
8s coming around.
Mary
And look at
Mazzio
this.
and Greg Stone here, and we have the Champ 8s. We're in the big time now, guys. And we have on the inside the Yale Bulldogs, national champions. They started as 2, the yellow boat. They are now number 1.
And the
They are
Bulldogs.
capturing and moving by Cal Berkeley, who this year has a new coach. Last year they set the course record. This year they are going to be looking at the backside of Yale.
Well, incredible. And both coxswains taking that bridge beautifully.
And this is, we have a lot of exciting boats coming up. And next we have, bow number 4, you say?
That's
Bow
going to be the
number
U.S. rowing
4
team.
is U.S. Rowing. This is the A boat of U.S. Rowing, 4th in the World Championships. In it are 3 local Harvard guys who know this river well, stroked by a Cal guy. And now behind them, bow number 3, which is the German national team.
They came all the way over to join us. This is their senior national team.
This is the world gold medalists from Germany. Let's hear it from them. The world goals from Germany, and they have been pushed aside by their U.S. rivals who beat them earlier this month on the River Essen in Germany in a 10-kilometer race.
And coming up now is bow number 5.
5 behind them. We have got the
Dutch national team from Amsterdam, KNRB.
And this boat finished 5th in the World Championships this year. They are known for their elegant style and their height. Dutch are very big guys.
And their good looks.
And they host us every year at the Heineken Regatta in March.
Look how smooth that boat is going under the Elliott Bridge.
Let's hear it for the Dutch from the bridge.
This is an unbelievably stacked event with these international crews coming to join us here at the head of the Charles.
We're going to see, just as a preview, another German crew, another Dutch crew, another U.S. crew, the French crew.
Oh, and they're cutting, you know, it's unusual for crews of this caliber to really cut this wide, but this shows you how difficult these wind conditions are.
This is bow number 6. This is the second German boat. And so these are all German national team members, probably rowing in straightforward pair.
These are younger. These are U23 athletes. They're 19 and 20 years old in this team, and they're hauling on it.
And they are having a hard time on this turn. Their boat may not be rigged. Noticing it's a Yale boat, it's maybe not rigged for river rowing.
Oh dear!
And they're going to have a problem.
I don't know where
they're going to take the other lane, and now they're going to have to cut it hard.
All right.
Okay, behind them, bow number 7. This is the second Dutch crew. And they are taking a very nice line. They're right on course, rowing down, and they had borrowed their shell from Harvard, and Harvard probably gave them a turning skeg.
And here are some USA blades that have taken a beautiful turn around these
This
buoys.
is the B U.S. boat, and these guys want nothing more than to catch their rivals on the team. These guys include Alexander Richards, formerly of Belmont Hill. They were in the 4 in Europe, and they are rowing a bit higher, a bit shorter, and they are holding off barely barrel number 8, which is the French national team. And right behind them is the Crimson of Harvard, number 10, and they are moving both on the French and the B boat. And their coxswain is very familiar with this river. Okay, and Northeastern, another experienced crew. 11 here, the black shirts, the Huskies of Northeastern, taking it home. And behind them
UW
is UW, the other Huskies, the West Coast Huskies. UW, a perennial winner here and at the national championship, this year without their single sculler. And they are pressuring the Huskies. And behind them is the pink of 14
Brown University.
Is Brown University, number 14. And they are coming up from the Seekonk wearing their pink. And they have passed Princeton. That is not usual.
Thomas Phelps is in that boat.
Princeton here, always a finalist at the national championships and in the New Englands. Princeton rowing in and trying to chase down their Ivy rivals.
And it looks like Tom Bohr's BU crew has just made coming around the bend.
Right. And in the red and the white of BU, coached by CBC member Tom Bohr.
And they have passed bow number 15 from Dartmouth, the Dartmouth heavyweight crew having a nice season earlier this season.
And Dartmouth on a revival mode of the last few years, but BU is showing them they know around this river. They know their way. And Dartmouth right behind them, looking not, I'd say, Mary, a little short. You know, I mean, maybe the headwind is knocking them up a bit.
I think so. There's a big gap here. This looks like another Northeastern 8.
Yeah, and here we have... Got a number on this?
18.
Yeah, so this is Northeastern's B boat coming through.
And they've passed.
And they have passed 17, Cornell's A boat. So good for Northeastern. This Northeastern crew wearing their day glow and windproof vests, very
Highly
much
visible.
needed early on.
Highly visible.
And behind them in the red hull is Cornell. Cornell from Ithaca, also in a rebuilding program.
All right, number 19 is the University of Wisconsin coming around the bend, and Harvard is charging right on them.
Harvard's
Bow
B
number
boat
20.
pushing hard on Wisco.
And Harvard is trying to take the inside line to get the fastest course here.
But you know, Mary, they're gonna if they've got to go by now, or they're going to be on the
take
wrong
it now.
side of a tighter turn.
Exactly.
After this. So there's Wisco, great long-term program in Harvard's second boat. And Harvard's taken a gamble, and now they need Wisco to give them room.
Yep, they're going to be on the outside coming around into that final bend.
And here we have 21, which is Yale's second boat, and unfortunately we don't have names for you. Steve Gladstone, very experienced coach at Yale, probably made up the lineup last night.
Or not.
Or not.
And we got Princeton University coming around in their classic black and orange blades.
And Princeton.
Another extraordinary program.
Great program, and this is their B boat, and they have let Harvard and Yale put some space on them. But this is a nice looking boat, nice rowing boat, good length.
Yep, the 6 seat's really hauling on it, as you can tell.
And do you know him? Harry Higginbottom, you got a compliment. Okay, and now we have boat number 23. This is the Quakers of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia Quakers.
All right, Penn.
Welcome to the Charles. All right, Penn. Nice coxing by that Penn Cox. Nice job.
And now we've got a pack of 3 coming around the bend.
Okay, leading this is another German boat. This is a combination of former national rowers, and they're raising awareness to mental illness and high-performance sports.
Specifically depression. Good for them.
Thank
Bow
you,
number
Mary.
25.
Bow
Let's
number
give them a round of
25.
applause.
Rowing for a purpose. Give them a round of
All right,
applause.
from Germany.
On the outside, 24 is Colgate from Hamilton. And on the inside, without a bow marker, is 26, another Northeastern boat. Boat number 3. Nice job. And 27 in the white hull, coming hard.
French national champions last year in this hull coming right under the bridge right now.
This is a French national champ boat, and they have got it underneath the bridge. You can't see it. We've got the Hamilton boat at the dock. And 31, another BU bladed boat. And it is. It's a BU boat coming by. Nice line. They're going to pick it up in the Hamilton wake. And 28, here is the Pennsylvania Quakers B boat. And they are very happy to be here, and they're giving special thanks to Sean Colgan. Shout out in New Zealand for Mr. Colgan. And there, boat 29.
This is from Georgetown, the Georgetown Hoyas. Bow number 29, approaching the bridge right now.
Good length and a good cheer there from the bridge for them.
Bow 32.
Okay. We now have with the white blades.
This is a Polish championship team, all the way over to join us at the head of the Charles.
Wow.
Many of them have stood on the podium for European championships or the Olympic Games. This is a star-studded cast from Poland.
From Poland. Welcome to Boston.
Look at that stroke. He's hauling on it.
Yeah. That boat's too small for him. And we have now probably the last boat we're going to see in this event, bow 30, and this is the Tideways Scullers.
Oh, for sure.
This is a storied lightweight international crew, stroked by a lightweight international. This is a great London club on the Tideway, and they've come over here to take it around the corners. And what do we have?
Oh, we thought that wrapped it up. This month, the lightweight 8s are now in motion.
Yeah, and we have right on the heels of this event, we have the lightweight 8s, which is great for spectators and announcers alike. And this is the Boston Herald Trophy. The course record's held by Princeton. Princeton is a perennial favorite.
Princeton's
they won
in the
last
lead,
year.
but they're being pressured now, Greg, by Cornell.
And Princeton is in the lead, and their stroke, I learned today, is a freshman from England who stroked a U-23 medal crew.
Okay.
Just happened to get into Princeton.
Well, guess what?
Must be the real deal.
Cornell's still going for him.
But Cornell, who has been a powerhouse in the 150s, specializes in big lightweights, is right on their heels, made up their time.
Yep, and they're taking an inside line. Look
Taking
at
a good
force.
line, yeah.
Beautiful.
Experienced coxswain going right for the juggler here.
All right, now coming around.
Okay.
These look like
So we've got a gap here, and
this is Yale.
we see Yale.
Yale
the
lightweights
Bulldogs of
coached,
Yale,
coached,
number 4.
coached by Andy Card.
Andy-
Longtime program head of Yale lightweight rowing, always a contender.
And the voice of the Harvard-Yale regatta.
True
with
that.
me.
And they've passed.
And they have beaten their key
Harvard.
rivals, Harvard. They've gone by Harvard.
Your
Harvard
alma mater.
is now my beloved alma mater, and home.
Yeah, they just got passed.
And they've gone by, and but it's a long season, Mary, and they're going to go and they're going to start thinking about it now.
You know what? The Harvard lightweight program is a storied program. It is. They are always contenders, and you never know what's going to happen on any given day.
Steve Gladstone got his start. Okay, and now we have bow number 5, the Quakers of Pennsylvania, and they are a rapidly improving lightweight crew. Notice here, coxswain using the hand as a brake method of turning, which not my recommended method, but he's done a nice job getting around that turn, and now they're cutting through.
And it looks like Navy coming around the bend. Is
Yep.
that who we have? About 7.
Soon.
Yes, the
soon to
Naval
be
Academy.
visible. Naval Academy, coxswain putting right on those buoys.
That's a beautiful turn. Oh, they almost bumped into the.
Crews going downstream. Get over on the shore. Get over on the shore. Do not cross white buoys. Okay, here we go. The Naval Academy. Oh, using a little braking technique there, but they've got a nice line. And let's hear it for the Naval Academy. These guys are going to be defending you.
All right, who do we have? Bow
And
8.
now we have bow number 8.
Delaware.
These are the Delaware Ducks with their great light blue, middle blue blades. And this is a lightweight club program that competes with D1 lightweight programs.
And look at their tights. Now that's styling.
Yeah, very stylish.
Love that. Delaware.
And
Rock on, brothers.
And they have got behind them the second boat from Harvard. And that is boat number 9, coxed by Mary Ye, and has got Drake Duell in that boat, former national light champion.
Looks like we've got a Dartmouth boat coming around.
And now in the dark hull, green blades, none other than Dartmouth lightweight program.
Yep, they finished 8th at the Eastern Sprints last year.
And this year they've got a new coach. Dan Rook has returned to them after.
That's the rumor.
Fabulous guy,
You heard it
fabulous
here
coach.
first.
These guys are going to get faster every 5 minutes. It's going to be great. And that's bow 10. That is MIT, the engineers.
Yep,
They've got
E
a
to the U to U to X, E to the U to Y.
Great job, Mary. And they are being pressed by bow 12, which is Brock University. All right. A Canadian crew here, and
From Ontario.
2017 Ontario champions, back to the Charles, first time in 4 years. Scott, we gave them a decent start.
Oh, we've got a crew just beautifully hugging those buoys. Bow 15, Yale University.
Yale University coming up, and this is their
Second
this is their
boat.
second, or not
Yeah.
their third. Second boat, doing a nice job, having started 15th. Just past 13.
Mercyhurst.
And, that which is Mercyhurst. So Yale in the closer boat to the bridge, Mercyhurst in 13 closer to us. And nice length in that Yale crew, Mary. That's into the headwind.
Yeah, for sure. And here we
You
have the
know,
second Princeton 8.
I'm going to give the coxing seminars next year.
You are?
This hand in the water thing is really
You know
not
what? Sometimes
recommended.
you need to put a hand in the water, Greg.
You're supposed to turn
Every once in a
before you
while.
need that.
You know what though? You can see the wind shear across the water. That
Yeah,
may be the
yeah.
only alternative for the coxswain to actually.
Okay, and Princeton. This is Princeton finishing up the light one. Their B boat, Princeton, rowing in a Graham King CVC member design boat and looking good. And that's a fabulous run through of those Champ 8s, man.
Lightweight eights.
Lightweights, yeah.
They look terrific.
But the heavyweights before them.
Oh boy, now next up we're going to have the collegiate men's 8. This is going to be a battle royale.
Yeah, and the favorites here and the course record holder are University of Virginia's club program. And they've got a completely new crew this year. It's rebuilding. Sounds to me like the coach is sort of pre-writing some things. And then St. Joe's of Philadelphia, the Hawks, will be following them. And then Bates, which is now a powerhouse in small college rowing.
And Greg, this is an exciting event because it consists primarily of D3 schools, and sometimes extraordinary talent, Olympic talent, world championship talent comes out of these programs. So it's always really exciting to watch these races for the next emerging talent.
Yeah, and you know, because they are not by rules allowed to train 9-10 months a year.
Exactly.
There's a sort of freshness about the whole program.
Right.
So it's great. And I bet half the people watching this regatta on the river are here for collegiate, not for
sure,
not for the elites, because there are more of them. So there we go. It's a great program. So it looks like we've got a slight gap here, and we've got some great sponsors. So let's give a shout out to Alexandria Real Estate Equities. Well, who are they, you ask? Well, they don't sell you houses. What they do is provide cluster centers for biotech. And they're very important in the Boston area, San Francisco area, now around Cambridge, England. So it's great to have them as a new sponsor, Heather Charles.
Thank you. I mean, sponsors are the lifeblood to this race, and our ability to put on the race and bring over international crews. And to that end, I think, Greg, you should do a shout out to BNY Mellon, our presenting sponsor.
I was going to do one. BNY Mellon is our big-time presenting sponsor, and for the 6th year, they're a global leader in investment management and services, and they really delivered informed investment decisions. We're not talking Schwab and Fidelity here. We're talking, thoughtful advice, long-term advice. They have services in 35 countries. They've got a big tent here. If you want any information, head right over.
Right.
And Mary, this one's for you, Aston Martin, because you're sort of a car gal. And if anybody's seen their Deuce Coupe up there, it's pretty awesome.
So Aston Martin is the official automotive sponsor of the Head of the Charles this year. And if you haven't been to their tent and checked out that white unit that is under the tent, it is beautiful, it is gorgeous, it is mouth-watering, Greg. Aston Martin's iconic brand is synonymous with elegance and luxury, and they would be thrilled if you stop by the studio in Adige Row next to the Brooks Brothers tent.
Yep, and the Brooks Brothers tent, another sponsor of ours, is a great place to go. Those who aren't volunteers or regatta committee people here probably have noticed these very attractive
down
jackets in a very modern blue. And I recommend you get over. They may have a few left. And you'll be happy to wear them all winter long. And they're good for office wear. In my office, anyway. All right. So a little word on the weather. It looks, Mary, that it's tapped down a little. We get these gusts, these cat's paws coming
look
across.
At those. I mean, just when you said that, Greg, look at that wind shear.
Yeah, and
it's
almost trickier because you get a nice rhythm in the boat, and then boom, you get knocked down.
Well, and guess what? Our collegiate race is on. We've got 3 powering down, and it looks like Navy.
Navy isn't in here.
Okay, who's having the bull
boat
line?
number 2 is that the red and white of St. Joe's in front. Okay, so on the outside with the red and white blades is St. Joe's of Philadelphia.
Oh, it's Michigan.
And they are
look at them.
St. Joe's. It's a great program, and Michigan is
beautiful.
Arguably the best club crew in America. Kicked out of the IRAs because too embarrassing. And there goes Michigan on an inside line.
Look at them, bow number 5 passing bow number 2.
But that's bow number 4, pass number 2. And now we've got Virginia, last year's champion, a younger crew, rebuilding crew. Coach told the truth.
It looks like the 7-seat just lost his oar for a couple of strokes, so a little bit of a mishap there.
Good recovery there.
Good recovery. He's
recovery.
back in it. He's back in it.
And now behind them, number 5 in the red shirts, white is Marist. from Poughkeepsie, New York. Great
Oh
program.
dear, oh dear, the pink crew is off the
And,
course. They got pushed off and now they stopped
Ooh.
rowing.
Oh, and that's Bates, who's a very experienced program. So here
That
we've got
was bow number 7 is
Seven.
MIT with
That's-
the classic T oars, and somehow this pink crew
MIT's rebuilding
Bates College
open weight program
got
here in the
pushed
yellow
out.
hull, and they really pushed Bates.
Bates. Bates is
Bates.
back in it.
8. This is Drexel. So this crew had passed.
Right, Bates is number 3, right
Bates
here.
is number 3.
Yep.
They're the ones.
They're back in it
struggling.
now.
And
And
then
now we've
this
got
is
bow 8, which is Drexel from Philadelphia.
and
They're
Bates
trying to keep
is-
their line.
Yep, and Bates is going to try to gun by them before the big turn, and now we
And
have
Trinity from Hartford,
6.
bow
Trinity
number 6.
from Hartford, more arms in the water. And there they go, release them.
Wow.
And there you go. So,
All right, now we have a bit of a gap. So these
it's a
crews
little
are-
gap. And so the bridge we're starting to see in maroon is WPI from Worcester, Mass.
Yep,
And,
and it looks
WPI men are one of the top crews in New England every year for the New Englands.
And they're on the outside. It looks like they've given way to this bright orange high-vis crew that is, I was going to say taking the inside, but maybe not so
12
much.
orange. That high vis is Hobart. The statesman from Hobart.
Okay, this is a...
Who have won this in the past. Wow, this is a complex bridge approach.
And then bow number 9, UC Santa Barbara. This
Yeah.
is their first race of the season.
Welcome to Boston,
You know
UC
what?
Santa
Well
Barbara.
done by all 3 of those
Yeah,
coxswains.
they're
That
making
was
her- hey,
amazing.
that's a nice job.
Oh, look at that.
Nice
the
job
fishtail of
of
the arm in the water, Greg.
Avoiding.
You know what? Avoiding disaster. Avoiding catastrophe.
Okay, and there's 11.
Every once in a while, Greg, you need to stick your hand in the water. Repeat after me.
Okay, and we have BC men. Must have new blades because the gold crosses aren't on them yet. And there they go through and powering through.
And who do we have next?
White blades, lovely green hull is none other than
Notre
the
Dame,
Fighting
the
Irish
Fighting
of
Irish.
Notre Dame.
That is a bright green boat. That
I'm
is
not sure
impressive.
that is the Irish green, but it looks good
It's
to me.
Kelly green.
Yeah, it's Kelly green.
Yes.
It's true Irish green. Looks good. And these guys are like, welcome to the Charles, Notre Dame. And Notre Dame's got a big-time women's program.
Yeah, they do.
Division 1.
Yep. In fact, one of the women stepped out of Notre Dame last year to be in the gold-winning 4. Erin.
Wow.
Yes.
And is she back in Notre Dame?
She is coming up in the USA 8 today. We'll
okay.
when we get to her, we'll get to
Well,
her.
I hope
but-
she finishes her studies.
Yes. All right, 16. Bow number 16 is up
Okay,
next.
bow number 16, Williams College Boat Club.
Oh, this is coxed by Piper Higgins. Piper is a local girl, coxed here in Boston, and she has got her purple people charging for the bridge. She's an excellent coxswain. She coxed at the junior program for Cambridge Boat Club. Rock
Wow.
on, Piper.
Wow. Yep, looking
Beautiful
good here.
line. Look at that line. Now
Yep,
she's got to
brand
get to
new
the
oars, looking
inside.
good. And now we have boat number 17, and that is Wesleyan.
All right, Wesleyan University.
On the heels of their competitor Williams. And
And they've passed bow number 14,
Marietta College. And Marietta's got good hopes for this year. They've got 19 of 20 returning from last year's squad. So-
Wesleyan University, also coached by Phil Carney, has a CBC rower in there, Hayden Galusha. So Wesleyan's really powering through.
Okay. And with the... Well, now this is interesting.
The
you'll
Naval
have to
Academy,
explain
who
this.
you said was not
What is
appearing.
the Naval Academy doing in this event? This is the Naval Academy, no doubt about it. And they are rowing with the smaller schools. They're a Division I program. But here they are. Let's hear it out for the
All right,
midshipmen.
Navy.
All right, Navy. Looking good.
And they're looking good. They've really opened up a gap on their next competitor.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I see 4 crews coming around the bend here, Greg.
Don't give away the challenge here. So here we have closest to us in view now, number
Colby?
19, Colby, down from Sydney, Maine. And 3 of these rowers spent the summer at Riverside Boat Club just downstream. And 3 began their rowing at CRI. So this is a Colby/Boston team.
All right, now we've got 4 coming
And
around the bend. This is
look-
going to be really something.
Oh, we got a nice stack of 4.
Yep, Delaware again. The
Yep.
Fighting Blue. Look at them.
Yeah.
They're
Fight Blue.
they're leading it. They're going to try and get a
Yeah.
good line through this bridge.
This is the Delaware Ducks, closest to you in the blue. And behind them, what do we have in the orange hall?
Oh, he caught a crab. Oh, the 3-seat, but he's recovered. He's recovered. He's recovered. The Ducks have recovered.
And there goes Bucknell
Just in
pressing
time.
them with the orange and blue. And on the inside, 24, Holy Cross
Amazing.
from Worcester. Good.
Amazing. The Fighting Blue Hens from
Yeah.
Delaware. He caught it back.
And 18 now just going under the bridge, and that is RIT from Rochester. And now 21 in the blue hull is Grand Valley. Oh, they're awesome. From Allendale, Michigan. A constant
Yes.
Division II.
Yes.
Okay, 25. UMass Amherst coming through, 25.
All right.
In their white hull. UMass Amherst looking good. That's a jumble. And behind UMass Amherst,
West
we have
Point.
West Point. The U.S. Service Academy at West Point. Let's hear it for the Army.
Yeah.
Welcome to Boston.
Thank you for coming. So the Delaware are the Fighting Hens, not the Fighting Ducks. The Blue Hens.
Blue
No,
Hens.
they're Fighting Blue Hen. That is how they self-reported themselves. They're fighting and blue. They're hens.
I like the alliteration, but I have to apologize. No ducks.
All right, and we've got 3 more
This
crews
race
coming around
is
the bend.
not over yet. We've got 3 in a tangle coming up.
Oh
And
boy,
I-
the coxswain is having a very difficult time, kind of
Yeah.
hanging on to this line. But at least there's right now no sign of a collision.
So closest to the bridge, LaSalle Rowing from Philadelphia. These are called the Explorers, and they are never lost, their motto says. And here they go. And, you know, they're a little wide in the bridge, but they got a good positioning against 28 on our side. That's Clemson. This is the Wattage Cottage, they call themselves. And on the other side, boat 26, the white hull, is from China, Zhan Zhetung. The Zhan Zhetung crew from China, established in 2009. Welcome to Boston.
Fantastic.
Okay, in the white hull here is 30, Villanova College, Villanova University. And no graduates last year, so a more
Bunch of freshmen
experienced
in this
crew.
boat.
Lots of people in this boat. Villanova going for the bridge, looking good. And behind them,
It's WPI.
WPI, really 33, 31. WPI of Worcester, their second boat. And they were New England champions last year, WPI. Training on Lake Quinsigamon.
Oh, and bow number 35 coming around the bend, Rutgers
Yeah.
from New Jersey.
And the Rutgers program was almost defunct a few years ago.
Almost
and has
cut in
come
favor
back.
of Division I football. And what a
That's-
shame that would have been.
That was a shame.
Right,
A
my
few-
people? Yep.
Few more concussions, but here we go. They're back. Welcome to the Charles Rutgers. Looking good.
Terrific.
And 27. So Rutgers in that 27. This
From
white hull
Shanghai.
is another Chinese crew, the Tongji, and they're from Shanghai, China.
And look at them. Their training starts at 5:30 in the morning.
That's very traditional for rowing.
It is. And they won 3rd place in the 2018 Deep Dive Rowing Regatta in Beijing.
Which is 1,000 meters long. So
Amazing.
Yeah, welcome to a bit longer race.
Yes, thank you. From Shanghai.
And 34 following them up from Middlebury, Vermont. I'm sorry not to see the traditional Middlebury blades, but here's the Middlebury crew from the Green Mountain State.
You know what? And they're used to the cold. Many of these young men are not wearing long sleeves, and
Well,
you can tell it doesn't bother them.
It's not snowing, why not? Yeah. And final follow-up, here we go. Duke! The Duke Men's Rowing Program, club program from the Blue of Duke.
And you know, this is they're fielding a varsity 8, which is new for Duke and really exciting for the growth of the program.
Yeah. All right, Duke. Glad to have you here.
All right, who do we have here? Binghamton. The Binghamton University Rowing Club was founded in 1988 by students. And they've had top 3 finishes at the New York State Regatta each year. Binghamton, New York.
All right.
I think this is going to round out our collegiate 8.
This is going to round out the collegiate 8, and the wind is temporarily damped down, letting these guys take a good run up to the finish. All right, Binghamton, 750 meters to go.
So a preview of the next event coming up, the Women's Championship 8s. This is going to be a barn burner. You've got USA, and you can talk about how they did last year at World Championships. We have USA Boat A, and then we have USA Boat B. And Boat B contains the gold-winning medal 4 from last year's World Championship. So you know they're going to be gunning for bow number 1. And in between the two, Greg, who do we have?
Well, you know, I just want to, what interests me here is I think these are mixed boats because as it's listed, Boat B has Liv Coffey's stroke of the gold medal 8 stroking it.
No, she was the stroke of the gold medal 4.
No, Liv Coffey. Oh,
yes, I am. Could you say that louder, Greg? Did you say you're right?
No, I think Liv stroked the 8. Liv stroked the 8, right? She's the 8. Liv stroked the 8.
Okay.
Liv wrote at Harvard. She's one of my people.
Okay,
She
my
stroked
bad.
the 8.
My bad.
And but the first boat, Coxon, is in boat A. These to me look like mixed boats.
Oh, interesting.
So
okay, this is going to be a throwdown.
There's a throwdown. In between them is sandwiched the German 8, and although the German men's rowing is renowned for their sweep program,
And they're beautiful. Beautiful
women's rowing is more focused on the women's quad. So
true.
That German 8's going to feel pressure.
Yeah, they will, but they're going to have beautiful catches. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right about that. So we got a race within a race because we've got those U.S. teams racing, and then we have the throwdown.
And they're coming
the
already.
colleges.
We had barely time to take a breath, and Team USA is screaming down the course.
And
oh, it's bow number 1, and they're coming down alone. Now let's see how the coxswain handles this bend. It's going to be. Her blades are over the orange buoys. This is beautifully done. This is textbook, Greg. Okay, Greg's not so sure.
Not so sure, but they've got a nice even curve and they have no pressure behind them. So
Beautiful.
Her role is to keep them pushing themselves, but not take any crazy chances because it looks like it looks like a wrap.
And they look so relaxed. They're really hanging on to the
nice, relaxed, and
Team
we got
USA.
Tracy Eisner in there. She's one of the real
Gold medal
studs of the
USA.
program, and Felice Mueller.
Amazing.
So,
who already raced yesterday in the single.
She did.
Right?
Because she's the real deal.
She
goes
is the
twice.
real deal, and she's rowing twice. And coming around now is the Dutch national team.
No, coming around now is the USA second boat.
Oh, they passed the Dutch already.
They've already passed the Germans.
Amazing.
Germans. The Dutch aren't here. So here we got USA B boat, and they are a great boat as well.
Oh yeah, they look
it's
great.
A mixed group. Within it, they've got gold medalists from the 8 and the 4.
Yep.
And a few that want to be.
They got their heads down, and they are pursuing that.
They're on their
A
way
boat.
to the next quarter. Behind them, boat number 4, Stanford University.
Oh wow!
Stanford gunning for the Champ 8, gunning for the university trophy.
And
unit.
Stanford has passed.
And they've passed
the
boat
German
2,
national
the German
team.
national boat, and very much admire the hat and the bow seat of that German national boat.
They look beautiful. Quick catches, the German team. All right,
Yeah.
who do we have now?
Borrowed equipment
This
from
is Yale University.
Yale University.
Filled with lots of hometown favorites. Daisy Mazio Manson is in the 6th seat. She's hammering it. This Yale crew beat. They had an extraordinary season at Royal Henley and amazingly beat the Dutch national team. So
Okay.
this is a young crew worth looking at, and they are hotly pursued by
UVA, coached by Kevin Sauer, perennial champions of the ACC, and thorns in Yale's back when they get to the Nationals.
And UVA is an extraordinary program.
And it's a great program. And now tight pack over here towards us, Michigan. Michigan.
This is Michigan.
And pushed this way awkwardly by bow number 9, which is the Tigers of Princeton, stroked by Eliza Caulfield of Cambridge
amazing.
Boat Club.
Look at that. Coxon make that turn to get out of
7
trouble.
behind them is Syracuse, with as a new coach, Luke McGee, formerly a men's national team coach. And so in this race, we have 3 university crews with CBC members in critical positions.
All right, who's coming around the bend now?
Other
with
side of that
the,
bridge is going to some angle. So here we go. Boat number 11
got to turn the page here.
is 10 with the yellow blades. Iowa, Big
This
Ten
Iowa
national
team
champions.
Is extraordinary. Had a wonderful season at NCAA's last year.
Top among collegiates, but they're being pressed by 11. That's the Brunos of Brown, stroked by
Abigail
Benning.
Fanoff is, yes, exactly. And in bow is another CBC junior,
Abigail
Abby
Fanoff,
Yep.
yes, and Claire Benning, a stroke.
Fantastic. Brunos.
12 is the inside, is the
Yale.
Bulldogs B boat.
Yes.
And Mary may have more details on them.
Margot
but they're doing a
Paradis
great
is in
job.
this. Sarah Boble. Anna Mathis, CBC junior and star, is in the 4 seat.
And
So
on
they
the
are being
outside,
hotly
they've got
pursued by Radcliffe.
Yeah,
All right,
Radcliffe.
the Yale women have to really stomp on it here.
And the Radcliffe crew has got some 3 or 4 Windsor grads who are pushing that on.
Yes, this is the Radcliffe A boat, and they've got some real talent.
And they're going to have if they stay with it, they'll be on the right side.
Yeah,
of the
they're
next
going to have
corner.
the inside coming into the finish for them.
Oh, okay, a little bit of pause here, and before we come up to the Quakers.
This is so exciting. My heart rate's at about 180.
It's more than it went up in the race.
Oh, sorry, that's my resting heart rate.
Okay, there we go. Here we go. The Quakers of Pennsylvania rebuilding program. Nice, lovely stroke here, Mary. I mean, they
she's
maybe
really
not the strength of those big crews, but they're really.
You
really
got to
going
love the
down
effort, and the 7th seed is really hauling on it in the orange.
So that's great job out of the Penn boat. And Penn has got their space on Duke, which is a varsity program. This is Duke's Champ 8. And they don't have a lot of water to row on, but they've got a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of strength, and
are they followed by?
That's Northeastern.
18.
Northeastern
that's
in the
B,
boat 18 is Northeastern in the new high vis vests they were sporting
amazing.
this week.
That threw me for a loop. That's not a typical Northeast color.
Yeah, Northeastern
And
stepping
Hanover,
out and
of
looking
course.
good.
Look at the Dartmouth green.
And behind them, Dartmouth. Wendy's program, rebuilding program out of Dartmouth.
Sabrina Bohr is their new assistant coach. She was a CBC junior.
No kidding, didn't know that. And there's 21 behind them has made up their time, and that's Cal Berkeley.
Cal
No
Berkeley.
wonder Cal Berkeley is a big-time program.
Cal Berkeley were last year's NCAA champs. They are an amazing program.
Yeah, and they're going to put some more pressure on.
Yeah, they're going to just keep crushing it.
Okay, and so now we have an international crew from Grenoble. We've got Avron Grenoble, which is the 3rd time French national champion. French crew, French national champion, and they've come to visit us.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Yeah. Excellent job in the French boat. 750 meters. You're doing it.
They look fantastic.
And behind them, boat
23?
number 23, which is
Texas.
UT Hook'em Horns.
Oh boy, this is
the 3rd place finishers from last year's NC2A. Row down on Ladybird Lake in Austin. Great program.
Dave O'Neill's program. He's
And
really
behind
transformed them.
boat number 19 from BU is the BU women. And they're excited to be back on the water. And closest to us is 14.
Louisville, bow number 14, but they're being hotly pursued by bow number 22, Greg.
And 22 is Indiana.
Oh,
Whoa,
coach-
Indiana, the Hoosiers.
Coached by Steve Peterson, a former world lightweight champion or medalist. Steve has built up this program, and it's extraordinary what he's done with the Indiana women. Why are you shocked? That I know a fact? All right, who do we have here, Greg?
Okay, this
Oh,
is
yeah, of
none
course.
other than another Tiger crew. Is this their B boat? We think it's must be
Yes.
their B boat.
Yep.
And coached by Lori Daphne, who is really a great coach. You notice that she, wary of this big turn, always has the bow person on starboard, even if it means changing the rigging.
I didn't know that. You know, Lori was a member of the lightweight national team back in the day. Did you know that? Or the lightweight national development team.
I've
An
gotten to know
exceptional coach.
Lori because she coached my daughter.
She did indeed. An extraordinary program coming out of Princeton.
Yeah, great program.
They focus on technique, and boy, does it show.
And leaving the dock here are the Richards team, Chris and Alexander. Alexander having just hot seat from US 8. And coming up, approaching the bridge back on the race course, boat number 25 from Bucknell. This is the Bucknell program, which
Yep,
is really notable, Mary, for their lightweight program. which has
True
been-
that. True
been
that.
quite exceptional. And this is their open way boat.
However, Bucknell has a famous alumni, Cindy Mathis, who was a member of the 1992 Olympic team.
Oh, yeah.
Famous to some people.
Famous to all those who live on Newfound Lake.
All right, who do we have coming around? Bow 26 from UMass.
And UMass.
Coached by Jim Dietz.
And Jim Dietz, one of the great guys of American rowing.
Yeah, one of the great scholars of American
Gold
rowing.
medalist as a junior, not to be repeated until this year.
Yeah, no, exceptional.
And exceptional, and has coached UMass for years, and has these young women out in singles and pairs, and they have been they row exceptionally well, and they really enjoy their time out in UMass.
All right, UMass.
All right, UMass. Give my best to Jimmy. And
it looks like rounding out this bunch, Greg, is Holy Cross. Now, Holy Cross is a young and aggressive and growing program. And, they missed the turn just a little bit, but this wind shear is just so brutal for coxswains.
Yeah, well, the coxswains, they're on the line, I think, and then they pick up some speed.
Yeah,
and
and
then
it just moves off.
It pushes their stern out, and they're not ready for that.
Classic purple blades, purple and white blades, Holy Cross.
So there's Holy Cross going across. And, all right. Nice job, Holy Cross. And however rough it is here, it's rougher on Lake Quinsigamon.
I think we have the lightweight. Boy, this is going to be a very, very tight gap. We've got the women's lightweight eights coming right around the corner.
We do, and this is for the City of Boston Trophy. The record holder is Stanford University. We've got 9 competitors in this race. Lightweight rowing in the eights really hasn't become as popular as we'd like, but Stanford supports it. And here they are, and they are coached by Kate Burko, fabulous Princeton grad, Olympian, world medalist, and they're doing a great job. They've got their spacing on their arch rival from BU, and BU is coached by Malcolm Malcolm. BU is a great lightweight program. It's just down the river. And they're about evenly spaced. They've got their work cut out for them. And now we've got Princeton.
Just for this race, we're going to do this one, and then you can come back on.
And so we've got Princeton right out in front.
There they go, Princeton Tigers.
Gonna give Greg a little breather on the microphone. So
Yep,
Mary
he's
and
coming
I-
back though, so don't go away. He's here until 11. All right, we've got Radcliffe coming around on the outside, Ellen. Oh, and look at Princeton. This is a classic duel between Princeton and Radcliffe.
It's quite a rivalry. Princeton's got the They've taken the rating up to make sure they get clear of this corner because they want the inside of this corner, but there's a difficult corner just coming up. So Radcliffe in the middle here, bow number 3. Princeton look like they got a whack on their bow number there.
Yep, but
they're doing well.
They've been pushed to the outside, though, so they have the unfortunate position of having to now be on the outside around the turn. But Princeton will need to take it up, take a 20, take a 30 to get ahead to maintain their advantage.
Bow number 8 has moved way up. They are past bow number 5. Bow number 8 is the Georgetown
Hoyas, Hoya Saxa.
They had this event. They won the 4 last year, so the Georgetown program is really
we
coming alive.
love to see these programs up and coming.
They've gone through bow number 5, which is the MIT crew. The lightweight women were 6th at the IRA this year. They're doing a nice job here today, about a half-length open water down. They've moved bow number 6.
This is BU, the classic red and whites stylish oars. Very good program coming out of BU this year.
Absolutely. We got some fans here on the dock at the Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 6.
Boston University. And they look like they're rigged nicely, Ellen. Some of these boats in these conditions have been rigged quite low, but they look like their coach did a nice job of rigging them for these conditions.
Yeah, it's not easy. You'll have varying winds all the way down the course. It's almost impossible to rig for the conditions here. But they do look nice and clean, as do this next crew that's coming up using Radcliffe blades, but in red jerseys. What number have we got there? That's bow number 9. Oh, a Dutch crew, the Saris crew.
Oh, this is the first time they're here to enter the head of the Charles.
Yeah, and some of them only are in their first year of rowing, actually. So with little to no experience in this 8, they are doing a fantastic job.
Yes.
Welcome to the Charles.
Yes, thank you for joining us.
From the Netherlands.
Yes, from Limburg. And there is a big, big, big gap on the next entry, Ellen.
For sure. What number do we have?
7.
Bow number 7, another Radcliffe crew here. So the Radcliffe lightweights are having a strong year this year. A couple of entries so far. This is Mary Colsar.
Yep. However, they're having a little bit of a challenge around this turn. They aren't pressed on the turn, and I think the coxswain's just trying to get control of their boat, and she's about to just walk right into a wind shear. We'll see how she handled this.
Yeah, sure. It's not such a bad idea today, Mary, though, to not be right on that buoy line. One gust of wind can move your bow over an inch, and you may end up cutting a buoy. So the Radcliffe coxswain playing it safe today. She's got a good line now, headed right through the Elliott Bridge.
Yep. Nice and clean, no one around them.
It's a young crew, too, just 19 years old.
Oh. And is that it for our lightweight entries?
I believe so. We're only nine competitors. Only 9 competitors this year, so we are through all of the lightweight 8s safely through the Elliott Bridge. Now, up next, we have the women's collegiate 8, so 28.
Well, and they're coming around.
Wow.
I see Bates College.
Indeed, it's bow number 1, Bates College. They are the 2018 national champions in their divisions, which is Division 3. It's really mainly the top D3 schools here, and 5 of the top 7 bow numbers here today raced at the grand finals of the NC2A Championship.
Ellen,
so really
I think some of these coxswains are really having a challenge with this wind shear to actually get around this turn.
Well,
this is a little bit more wide than normal. However, they're stomping on it. There is no one is near them.
Yeah, no, they're clean. Their
It's
catches
a little
are clean.
bit of a horizon that they have moved out this far on the crowd.
Yes, it's a lot of fun. So they have to race the clock, though. The disadvantage of this kind of lead is you don't get the boost
You don't see
of that.
them. Yeah, you don't see your competition.
Yeah, so they're racing the clock here, doing a very fine job. Your 2018 national champions. Come on, Elliott Bridge. Let's get Bates College through the bridge.
Oh, and bow number 3 is coming around, Ellen.
A new year and a great fast year, because bow number 3 have passed bow number 2. Williams College Boat Club is now on the horizon, coming around. Again, all these crews taking a very safe line, but nice catches here from the Williams College Boat Club here. Now she's cutting it right over.
Oh, that's nicer. Yep, okay.
And it looks like the red and black of Wesleyan,
Yep, Wesleyan right
are behind
behind
them. That's bow number 2. So Williams have passed Wesleyan, and now they've cleared about 3 lengths of open water. Wesleyan will be looking to close that gap and use that motivation to hold back the rest of the field.
And the Wesleyan women in the past several years have had very strong seasons in the spring, over 2,000 meters. So this is likely just a test for their fitness here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially against this wind and the coxswain's fortitude as well.
We can't understate how brutal these conditions are for the athletes. This kind of wind, this kind of wind chill, it's really amazing what they're doing out here.
Bow number 4 is next, the Ithaca crew, coached by Becky Robinson, the blue and the yellow caps.
And they're followed by WPI. The WPI women's team finished 3rd at last year's NC2A D3 championships. So WPI putting on a nice effort today.
Five is another Bates College crew. Bates College in the maroon and white. They're just ahead of RIT from Rochester.
Yeah,
this is
strong
second
program.
Yeah, sure. They finished second in the points standing at the 2018 Liberty League Rowing Championships. Several of these athletes finished 5th at the last year's NC2A Rowing Championship. So the RIT program having a strong showing here, looking very nice along that buoy line.
Oh, the coxswain's looking around. I think she's looking to see where the other boat is. If she keeps her line and moves over, she'll be in good shape.
Bow number 8 are the Mercyhurst rowers. They were silver medalists at the Dadvale Regatta this year. Madison Perry, Ellen Reifenberger, Megan Kilmartin, Natalie Peddle, Maria Cincini, Greta Tain, Florentine Bacon, Anna Majek, and Stephanie Omke.
Right,
Well rowed Mercyhurst and well pronounced Ellen Minsner.
I'm not so sure, Ellen Minsner, but what's
A-
great
A for
about this,
effort.
A for effort. What's great about these collegiate events is it's mostly the smaller schools, the D3 programs. But again, we have Olympic and World Championship caliber talent that often comes out of these programs. So always wonderful to support these programs.
And here come the Blue Blades of Hamilton. This is bow number 9 from Clinton, New York.
Oh, I almost mistook them for the Fighting Blue Hens. Glad that, yes.
Bow number 10, the Jumbos from Tufts University.
All right.
Listed as Somerville, which is where their boathouse is, but technically Medford, I believe.
Yep, and the Jumbos were ranked 5th in the final 2018 CRCA Division III poll.
This is their guaranteed entry from last year, so go Jumbo.
Yep, they always have a strong effort here at the head of the Charles. Oh, Greg would like to give a shout out to the color of the Jumbo's boat. It is a beautiful,
I'll call it cornflower
lovely
blue.
cornflower blue, just like your eyes. All right, who do we have next?
That's William Smith from Geneva, New York.
They're located in the Finger Lakes region.
And they're bow number 13 pressing the Wellesley College. They are the runner-up from the Division III championship at the NC2As. The Wellesley College women have been outstanding the last few years.
Coached by Tessa Spillane.
That's right.
They have been perennial champs at the D3 level. Go Wellesley College.
That's right. Wellesley, only to be there. Bow 12 passing on the outside is Grand Valley from Allendale, Michigan. They were second at the ACRA Regatta. Bow number 14, Colby College moving well along the buoy line.
Yeah, along the buoy line. That's beautiful. Now, they really need to take a 10 or a 20 or a 30 to get a better line as they go around the finish, but we'll see how this all nets out.
But now they're going right parallel here. Bow number 12 and 14, Grand Valley and Colby College, stroke for stroke. They're going to share the arch together.
It's a little tight over there. Coxswains are doing a nice job, especially the Colby coxswain. She's been pushed over a little bit under that bridge. Very close, 6 inches from the bridge, Ellen.
Bow 15 are the St. Lawrence crew. They train on the U.S.-Canada international border, so way up north there, the St. Lawrence crew, bow 15 in the burnt orange shell.
And coming around now from Vermont, wearing very little apparently, in these very frigid conditions. Vermont. This crew placed 4th at the ARCAs in the women's varsity 8. So 16, bow 16 has generously moved out to give way for the oncoming crew,
which is none other than Simmons, coached by Nikolai Konrakov. Good strong crew this year for Simmons. They are ready to go for a successful 2018 spring season. Simmons College in the blue and gold.
Yep, coached by an Olympian back in the day, way back in the day. And it's WPI bow 16 trying to hold them off under the bridge.
Yeah, those guys were 3rd at last year's NC2A championship, so the WPI women having a great season. Bow number 22, though, is putting pressure on all of them. Bow number 22 are the Coast Guard. Go CGA crew. Look very strong here in the headwind.
All right, from bow number 24, Smith College. They are excited for the year ahead. Coached by Karen Klinger, longtime Smith coach.
Former Boston Rowing Center rower.
That's right.
Bow 25, another crew from Tufts University. These are the jumbo, as we said earlier, with this very interesting color blue.
Cornflower blue.
Cornflower blue, and they've changed their blade design. I'm more accustomed to the blue and brown delta pattern, similar to the national team pattern, but this must be a new coaching staff there. They're changing it up, giving some new colors to the crew, and they're wearing them well.
All right, and coming around now is Binghamton again. The Binghamton University Rowing Club was founded in 1988 by students, and there they go. It's a fairly new program.
And bow 26 now, another entry from Wellesley College. As we have said, the Wellesley women have really...
Look at them come around. Look at them power towards the bridge.
Yeah, they've been really
that coxswain is looking across, and she's going to say, I'm taking that inside line, and I'm taking it now.
And she's going right by bow 23. That's the Manhattan crew from
Riverdale,
New York. The Wellesley women powering it on.
That's a nice coxing job right there. Oh, they're a little bit close under the bridge, I must say.
But both of them have got fans on that bridge. Maybe the fans will get them through nice and clean.
Okay, no collision, no collision. They may have clashed oars, but no harm, no foul.
That's right. Bow 21, the Texas crew. They're a veteran crew.
Yep.
This crew returned 6 of 9 athletes from last year's top 8. So the Texas crew here looking very, very strong here.
Yep, in their classic Longhorn kind of color scheme.
Bow 28 now, starting last, but not going to finish last. Bow 28 is the Illinois crew from Farmer City. They almost made the grand final in the varsity 8 at Acras last year. So bow 28 from Illinois.
Oh, and we've got a crew coming around now, having some great difficulty with this turn from High Point, North Carolina. This wind is just brutal, and amazing that these coxswains can handle it. We may see an arm in the water, but nope, she's clear.
Well, the program itself is only 6 years old, so they're doing a great job of coming into one of the most competitive regattas there is.
Yep. And she's calm, cool, and collected. She's got a beautiful line now under the bridge. Nice job by the coxswain.
Bow 27, the Assumption crew from Worcester, Massachusetts. Their varsity 8 broke their school record by almost 20 seconds at NC2As last year. So Assumption coming on strong. Bow number 27, all blue boat, blue and black unisuits with the A of Assumption on the blades.
Yep. And this might be it. Did we round out? Are we missing any crews?
I believe we have
everyone. Okay, well, we got a little gap here before we're going to have the men's collegiate fours, which started at 2:55, so not much of a gap actually. But we'll take this time to give a shout out to our different sponsors. Brooks Brothers, very important sponsor. As you've seen, everyone's wearing these very nice blue puff jackets, and they probably got more of them where they came from at the Brooks Brothers pop-up store, Weld Exhibition, and at the Rowing Fitness Expo. So Brooks Brothers has been fabulous to the regatta, and we all love them. So, you know, if you're feeling in the slightest bit chilly or want more proper wear for the officer parties, head over to the Brooks Brothers tent. Delta Airlines, you know, they are the airline of the head of the Charles Regatta, and they're also Boston's #1 global airline, offering over 45 flights to U.S. and international destinations out of Boston. If you're heading off somewhere in the sky and you've got a choice, fly Delta. And Gentle Giant, which is the secret force behind the regatta, Gentle Giant Moving Company, which transports and stores tens of thousands of pounds of gear for the regatta every year. Gentle Giant is hiring. If you're sort of tired of your job or you want some exercise while you're working, go to the booth at Gentle Giant at the Rowing and Fitness Expo or the Reunion Village and learn more. So, shout out to, and new sponsor to me, Ellen, is LaCroix Sparkling Water.
Yes, they've been very refreshing. It's not easy to announce all day and not have a good beverage, and LaCroix Seltzer has been fabulous to us.
I was wondering why we were all upgraded this year, and that's why, because we've got LaCroix. Thank you.
But we've got some crews on the course here, Greg.
All right, so here we go. Men's collegiate fours. This is for the this does not have a cup name, but we've got 40 competitors, and the record also sent last year is from the University of North Carolina, who will be starting first.
But they are not going to finish first. We've got bow number 2 in the green and gold is the first one to emerge around the buoy line. And who is that, Greg?
Oh, so that's the University of Vermont, UVM, second place last year. Perhaps more akin to these weather conditions, but UVM doing a nice job. They've just put their stern squarely in front of
bow number 1,
UNC men's crew.
And UNC is
they were
pushing
last
back.
year's champions. Maybe it's a different lineup this year, but UVM in front looking good, long and strong, and they can watch their competitors now the whole way down the course.
And that leaves clear water now for bow number 3 in the orange blades and orange and white jerseys.
And that is Virginia Rowing Association. So this is the club crew for University of Virginia's men. And last year they finished third. And it's a young squad rebuilding. We saw their 8 very much rebuilding. These guys look stronger than the 8. And nice long stroke. And they put some good distance on the boats behind them.
And bow number 4 is approaching next, but they're getting pressure from bow number 5. So bow number 4 in their red and white blades.
That's Marist from Poughkeepsie, New York. Continual competitor here. They put a lot of boats here, maybe a full trailer, and they were great to have them. And
Bow-
behind them in the yellow boat with some Belgian striping in the bow is bow number 5, and that is Carleton, which is Carleton College from Ottawa, Ontario. And they finished 5th last year, of course, and that's why they started 5th.
And Greg, we've got a battle behind them. In fact, oars interlocking right now. Looks like bow 6 and bow 7 have clashed. Looks like Michigan. Both are away cleanly, though, but they still have overlap. So some aggressive coxing going on here has not paid off for these two crews. And indeed, they're still tangled.
And but on the inside, the crew on the inside that just went by them in their troubles was right on the buoy line.
Yeah, and that's bow number 8.
And so we're going to see first to the bridge, but with lots of heat, is Lehigh.
Yes.
And that was they were a petite finalist in the Dadville Regatta last year. And they have had a pretty good row up to now, and they've got behind them.
Bow number 10 is getting squeezed out right now. Bow number 10 has been charging.
7 closest to us. That's Michigan. Black hull. We can't see the number. Guessing.
That's bow number 8. And bow 10 is on the buoy line in the white hull.
Okay, and bow 10 is California Maritime Academy from Vallejo.
They are still overlapping even into the Elliott Bridge, so a very dicey
a lot of action headed down for the Belmont Hill turn.
Bow number 9 now right
Now
in
we're
front.
back on 9. This is Alabama from Tuscaloosa, and they returned to the Collegiate 4 after 10th place finish last year, and 2nd place at the head of the hooch. So there we go. That is Alabama, wearing their traditional red shirts, but with a blue hull.
Next is bow number 12. I believe it's Bowdoin. They've got the black blades with the B on them. I believe it's Bowdoin.
Yep, that's right. That's a good giveaway. And this is Bowdoin, down from Brunswick, Maine. Great to have them here. So Bowdoin making a good line there, well coxed, and they have put maybe a little distance. No, behind them.
Bow number 11.
Is 11, okay. Boston College, they've passed Boston College. Here, coxed by Sophia Bix is BC men's crew, coming off the best finish ever last year in their program history.
And bow number 17 in the blue and yellow is doing a nice job, pulling ahead of bow 14 in the blue jersey. So 17 in front of 14. 17
is UCLA, and automatically qualified last year, and they're excited to get back here. And 14 behind them is UC Santa Barbara. So we got the two Californian crews duking with each other. Then 16 in the lovely green is another Notre Dame boat.
And 15 is right next to them.
15, this side of Notre Dame, is Washington from St. Louis, Missouri. Well, that's a great combativeness going through there. Washington using a look-alike to U.S. blades.
They're the U.S. pattern, but they are slightly different colors. Almost look like a maroon for the red, so not quite USA blades.
Yeah, that's for those of us who are colorblind. No, we would have thought differently.
That's what I'm here for, Greg.
Okay, we got some good-looking clean blades here, straight from C2.
Bow 19.
Which is bow 19, Trinity College, Hartford. And Trinity is a long rowing power at the collegiate level, and they got a great place to row, except in April when the current comes streaming down.
And Greg, we've got more problems on that corner. I have to imagine that there's some pretty gusty winds. I mean, these are experienced crews, and we have another pair of crews tangled wide on the buoy line, and it's allowing the other crews to slide by. But the purple crew is bow number 18. They have emerged unscathed from that tangle.
Well, I don't know about unscathed, but they've emerged, but they've given up. What is the black boat on the inside? That's just...
The black boat on the inside, that's bow number 20, so motoring through.
Okay, here we go, motoring through with plenty of water experience is the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point. So they know how to handle boats. And they have passed boat number, is that 19?
That's 18 in the purple.
18, Amherst, I should know that with the purple.
And 13 is behind them.
And behind Amherst, they had the tussle with 13. And 13 looks to me like Clemson from South Carolina. And so that's a good grace, but good going for the Merchant Academy, and they've pushed through and are on their way. And now close in with a bright yellow boat.
Bow 28.
Bow 20. Whoa, this is way back. These are the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech, and they are having a great row. They've passed a lot of boats, and they're going down, and that's a great-looking hull,
They look
too.
very strong. Bow number 24 in the purple behind them.
Behind them, 24, is Williams College Boat Club.
But bow 26
And
pressing them on the buoy
inside of
line.
Williams, in the gray hull, is boat number 26. That's Pittsburgh. What? Pittsburgh University, we think. Pitt, as we know it. Looking good. And on the inside, and now in the white hull, coming
Bow
up.
21.
Bow 21, which is Your Eye Boat Club. University of Rhode Island from Sanderstown, Rhode Island. Which I think they row on salt water. And they're having a good row here. And there's lots of distance, lots of safety. Now look at that.
Ooh.
Look how close.
Good maneuver there. Good correction there for
Last
bow
minute
25.
connection there, yeah. So we've got a very ambitious coxswain here who's got the buoys right on the hull. So far, it hasn't missed.
Looks like Wentworth in 25 right here in Boston.
Is that 25? That's Wentworth Technical College here in Boston.
Yeah.
Great coxswain job, Wentworth. And where do they row, Ellen? You're up and down this river all the time.
I am not sure. They may row out of community rowing.
Oh, they row out of Somerville, the Mystic River.
Oh,
We've
on
got
Somerville,
somebody
Mystic.
knowledgeable up here on the deck.
Thank you. For
Nice
that
job,
camera crew.
Wentworth. And 22 behind them in purple is New York University, returning members of the NYU crew. And so they're doing a good job. And behind them, boat number 27, which looks a lot like, and it is, this is the Service Academy at West Point, U.S. Army. Let's hear it for them. Let's hear it for the Army on the bridge.
Bow number 31 is behind them, and a really hot pack follows them. This is bow 31 out in front, having a rough time on the buoy line.
31, Fordham University has done well in this event in the past, and they're going right down the line, and they have put distance on
23 in the gold hull.
Gold hull, that's Mass Maritime. No excuse for them on the water.
And there's 30 right behind them in the black hull.
Behind them, 30 from Ottawa is the University of Ottawa. GG Men's Rowing makes their first debut here, so good for you.
We got no bow number, but those look like
That's
Coast Guard blades.
That no bow number must be the Coast Guard.
34 is right
which is
behind them.
32, and then behind them, 29 in the red hull is
29 in the red hull.
Colorado, from Boulder, Colorado. All rowers here have Pac-12 academic awards, which is impressive. Just a
38 comes up next now. 38, so we've got to flip a page. They've moved up well in the field.
38, we have
About
Vanderbilt
38.
approaching the bridge. Vanderbilt from Nashville, Tennessee. Come a long way. Great trip, I hope, for them. Right up the Charles.
Couple more fours coming into view here. Wide on the buoy line is bow 33 with the green blades. They're making way for bow 39 in the blue and orange.
So 39, as they are first in this group, they are Florida, from Gainesville, Florida, the University of Florida. And everybody in this boat is under 22. University of Florida, white hull, and the Seminoles, orange and blue colors. And behind them, we should give a shout out, I think, Ellen, to, this is Endicott College. This is their first crew ever.
Oh, fabulous. Up in
Endicott
Beverly,
College
Massachusetts.
up in Beverly, Mass.
Welcome to the Charles, Endicott.
Yeah, great job, Endicott.
'37 is next. Blue blades, blue jerseys.
Okay, this is Franklin and Marshall College. And Franklin and Marshall up from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. White hull, blue blades. Making progress against a bit of wind.
And bow 35 in the black and white unisuits.
Okay, 35, Brandeis from Waltham. Founded in 1986, the Brandeis rowing team is the competitive college club crew. And where did they row? I think they're up at Upper Charles, yeah. And
36 is next, bow
program
36.
might be wrapped up by this crew from UMass Amherst here. And we got a UMass supporter down below us, which is awesome.
It's probably one of their rowers who didn't make the trip to row today, but came to cheer them on.
All right, UMass, nice job. Finish it up, 750 meters to go. Oh, and in the distance we see Ellen, we got at least one more crew.
Bow number 40, bow number 40. How did we miss them? This is the NC State crew.
Well, we missed them because they hadn't shown yet, and they started last. So we're going to watch them, and we can see they're taking. You can see them be twisted around by the wind. There.
Yeah, you can see at this point the gusts are so strong. The boats are sometimes skidding across the water there, so it's very hard to control. But nonetheless, NC State will be our last competitor in this event as they come by the Cambridge Boat Club. Let's give them a warm welcome from the Elliott Bridge to NC State.
That's for Raleigh, North Carolina. This is a co-ed club team. Although this boat is all male. All right. Out of the way. That's how to go, UNC. All right. So Ellen, that winds up the men's club fours, and we're going to follow it up by the women's collegiate fours, and they started at 3:09. So that was about 15 minutes ago. We have 40 competitors in the event, same number. The course record is held by Barry University, which was not set like most course records last year. It was set in 2013. And UNH of Durham has won this event 2 of the past 3 years and will start in bow 1. Barry in bow 12 has won this event 3 times in the last 5 years and holds the record. And Bates is starting way back, but they've been a powerhouse in the past. So soon to come.
So we'll take this lull in the racing to thank all of the volunteers. I think over 2,000 volunteers, Greg, have helped put the regatta on. And it's not just today, it's the weeks leading up to the race. People putting docks in and setting up boat racks. It's really a labor of love for the entire week. So Head of the Charles really gratefully appreciates all the work of the volunteers throughout the regatta.
And you say a labor of love, and I'd like to emphasize the love side of it because it's a lot of fun. And if people who come here every year as spectators want to join in, you can contact the Head of the Charles. You can go on site, and there are lots of things you can do, from schlepping around carrying things to we need a lot of people as observers on the course to help crews get down and up safely. So it is a lot of fun to contribute, and you get some great Brooks Brothers swag. Can't promise that, but it's been happening.
Oh yeah, no, Brooks Brothers has been a fantastic sponsor for the last several years, and every year they outfit all the volunteers, and gratefully we went from vest to jacket this year, and I'm much appreciating that extra layer of wind protection up here. So thank you, Brooks Brothers.
Good timing. I'm wearing my vest and my jacket today. And you can see coming in front of us now, these 2 launches are filled with volunteers, and they've got boxes and crates in their launches. They're going to be picking up the buoys as soon as this regatta stops, and that's got to be done before nightfall.
And we've got women's collegiate fours on the course right now.
Okay.
In the high-vis jerseys, it is indeed bow number 1. This is our UNH crew, I believe, yes?
This would be UNH. And
UNH.
high vis, bound number 1, dark blue colors.
That's right. President of the club is Olympian Jenny Marshall, and one of the coaches there on the men's side anyways is Freddie Louts.
And nice coxing job here. You know, if you know what you're doing, you don't get blown around. Really good job. Of course, they row up on the Piscataqua, which is serious water. So UNH stepping out, looking to hold their margin, which I guess they're doing. And this behind us is bow number 2. That's Lafayette from Easton, Pennsylvania. This is a student-funded club program. And Lafayette is, right on the heels, doing a really good job, right on the heels of UNH. So
yes, and they've used that rivalry to press away from the rest of the pack. So you see quite a big gap, several lengths of open water between these first 2 fours and the next one that is even just coming into sight right now, which is bow number 5. So 5 have moved up in the pack.
And that is Clemson, very distinctive orange and blue oars, Clemson. And they're obviously in Clemson, South Carolina, perhaps better known for their men's football team. But they've got a great women's club program here, and here they are, the Clemson Tigers. And they've done some passing, and behind them,
bow number 6 with the
bow
J
number
on
6.
their blade.
Whoa! So that's a competition. That's Jefferson University from Philadelphia, and they are looking to medal here after placing 6th last year.
Well, they've got bow number 7 right with them. Bow number 7.
Not out of the question, but it's a real race. This is even spacing the whole way down. This is bow number 7 behind them.
But they've both passed bow number 4, so 7 in front of 4.
7 is Nova Southeastern University from Hollywood, Florida. Sorry about that delay. And they are just ahead of 4, Bowdoin from Brunswick, Maine, the perennial favorite. 9 behind them, 9 in the dark hole. That's Trinity College in Hartford.
Bow number 10 approaching now in the red and black unisuits.
And the white hulls is bow number head. We're back to Carleton University in Ottawa. And great of them to come down, get a last gasp of rowing before winter sets in. So Carleton approaching the bridge.
And bow number 13 now in the red also is moving ahead of bow number 3 in the green hull.
13 is Jim Dietz's, no, this is not. 13 is UMass Lowell, silver medalists at the New England Rowing Champs. And they are the River Ducks. And on the other side of them is
bow 12 here in front.
Bow 3. Isn't that 3 in the green hull?
Yes, 3 in the green hull.
That's Vermont in the green hull. Bow number 3. And bow number 8 in the white hull is Williams College Boat Club. New year for Williams. And just got a little battered around by a gust of wind before they went into that bridge.
I've seen that a couple of times. The crews have a nice line, but they must be getting pelted by wind on the other side of the Elliott Bridge, so it's very difficult turn as it is, but with that added wind, it's even more of a challenge. But we've got 4 crews now approaching. Bow 11.
Bow 11 with the traditional Coast Guard stripes is Coast Guard of New London. And go CGA.
Bow 15.
They row on the Thames River, which is a fabulous place to row in New London with 12 miles of water.
Bow 15 follows them on the buoy line with 14 wide. So 15 is passing on the buoy line. They're passing Wesleyan, who is bow 14.
This is Middlebury, and this Middlebury boat's got their oars properly painted, and the cow. And on the inside, 14 is Wesleyan. So these are NASCAP rivals, but Middlebury having the best of it right now, moving ahead. Back here with the white boat with the red blades is UMass Lowell, the second boat from UMass Lowell. Or maybe, did I blow that earlier? Right. UMass Lowell, boat number 13, just going under the bridge now.
Bow 17 approaching in the all blue jerseys and solid blue blades.
17.
Franklin and Marshall from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. Dory Copland, Samantha Hershey, Liz Brody, Margaret Stoner, and Helen Nelson. Franklin and Marshall, bow 17, rowing by themselves pretty much here in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
Yeah, you know, and you come here and you see all the action down at the falls area and all these boats, and you got the big press to get out in the start, and you're waiting, and then you end up rowing alone. It's sort of an odd thing, but it's the nature of this sport, and this way we participate.
Well, with the clusters of boats that have come by, it's doubtful they spent the entire race this way, so just having a fortunate enough position to not have to contend with anything but the wind and the buoys as they finish the course here.
Okay, and now we have bow number 18.
Bow number 18.
With these delta-like blades is Washington University from St. Louis.
Yes, they are in the USA pattern, but the colors are dark green and a dark red.
Yes, and stroke Catherine Tiffany was the first team All-American, and she comes from Arlington, Belmont. And then also in the boat we have a BB&N girl, so that's very local.
That's great. We've got bow number 24 now battling the wind out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. Bow 24 with the high-vis coxswain.
Oh, turning the page is FIT. FIT, bow 24 from Melbourne, Florida.
And right behind them is bow 19.
And 19 behind them is University of Chicago's women's team. That was second in our 50th race, and here they are. They're back again.
Bow number 16 follows them along the buoy line. Bow 16 is with the yellow blades.
And that's Bryn Mawr College. And Bryn Mawr Rowing is celebrating their 20th anniversary as a varsity program.
And they're getting some pressure, though, from bow 22 with a boat called Ping.
And that is Barry University from Miami Shores, Florida. And the stern pair is from South America, the bow pair is from North America, and the coxswain from Ohio.
And they have passed bow number 20.
20 in this light blue is the Connecticut College Rowing, coached by Eva Kovac, Connecticut College, which also rows next to Coast Guard on the Thames River, New London, located right next to Coast Guard. This is a 40-boat program, so we are not done here. But
we have just a few more crews in this event that, oh, we have a lot more, my mistake. There's a whole other page. And indeed, after that.
So, you know, Ellen, it could be that there was a jam up back there, you know, somewhere, Weeksbridge or somewhere, and so they all got sort of jammed in, and now they've stretched themselves out again.
Well, I've heard the basin is quite a sight with this wind down there, so it's not been easy to line the crews up and start them in the exact proper order either. So we'll have to wait for the actual times to be released to see which crews are actually in the lead. But right now, we've got a few more crews emerging right now. This is bow 23 with the yellow crosses on their oars. That's Marquette University from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yep, so we have Marquette, and they are...
bow 29 is looking to move past them, though. Bow 29.
And they are pressed by 29, which is Bates College. No surprise. Bates is a very strong performer at this at the collegiate level, and rowing very long, relaxed stroke. So Bates moving by in the gray hull and the red oars, and then behind them 27 in the red hull is Boulder from Boulder, Colorado. Is Colorado, and they're bronze medalists as novice athletes, and now they're moving up into the varsity and they're borrowing gear from CRI. Welcome to Boston.
And bow 26 in the green is passing on the outside. Not an easy thing to do with this wind, but 26 Manhattan from Riverdale, New York has just finally cleared a little bit of open water on bow 21. Bow 21 have been passed a few times. This is our crew from China.
This is the Tongji, which is from Worcester. No, excuse me, from Shanghai. What am I saying?
Yes, from
And this club was just founded. This is a new club, and they're from Shanghai. Let's give them a royal welcome from the bridge. And behind, bow number 33. 33 is Trinity College, Hartford. And that's Zoe Russell's coxswain and going through. And now in the blue hull,
25, bow
bow
25.
number 25, the U.S. Merchant Marine from Kings Point. And they are closely followed by bow number 28.
Yep, that's another crew
which
from
is
Endicott.
Endicott, a second Endicott crew. Welcome to the Charles River, Endicott.
Bow 30, Amherst in the purple.
30, Amherst going underneath, and then 32, dark hull behind them, Colby College, Maine.
Now 35 is pressing on the buoy line with the yellow blades.
35, Pittsburgh University. That's Pitt. University of Pennsylvania has Pittsburgh, excuse me, and they have not been here for 8 years. Coxswain just lifted her hand, perhaps to give instructions, help out the crew behind.
31 is right behind them, though.
Really
with about
good,
a
really good
2 seats.
coxswain. The coxswain showed the crew behind where she was going, and 31 was St. Thomas Crew Club of St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah. So we've got a few more that we believe are out there on the river. Just seeing now from this vantage point some high vis coming towards us. They launched about 3 o'clock. So did that. Oh, I don't know about Daniels.
All right, we've got bow 38 approaching and 40. So 40 is looking to pass on the inside, 38 in the high vis, 40 charging hard.
So 38 is Clark University from Worcester. All seniors at Clark, and they're hoping to make a splash here in the 4 and in the 8 next year, and they train out of the big boathouse on Lake Quinsigamon, and behind them in the white hull, bow number 40 is from Gainesville, Florida. This is Florida University, and they are probably a little chilled with the Boston weather, but they're doing a nice job, and way to go, Florida. Just 750 meters more. And we've got another 4 in sight. Should have 5 more on the course.
This is bow 34.
Bow 34 coming up, which is High Point University, which is in High Point, North Carolina. High Point, better known maybe for the furniture business that's centered down there, but rowing in High Point was founded in 2012, and they've grown to over 50 members of the club, and they're participating in the Southeastern Intercollegiate Regatta Association. So welcome to you, High Point University. Dressed for the weather.
And finally, the wind has seemed to die down just a little bit, and the sun's come out. It is bow number 36 that the sun is shining on right now in maroon and black with white blades.
That's Franklin Pierce from Ringe, New Hampshire. And Franklin Pierce is southern New Hampshire. A team rows on the Pearly Pond, located near campus, under Mount Monadnock. Seniors on the team live directly across the street from the boathouse. Well, that's a pretty good deal. Go Ravens, terrific.
Nice short commute to the practice. All right, fans, we love that. Well, we may have University of New England out on the water and Mass Maritime. We don't see them quite yet, Ellen, so.
Okay, so for those that are still around, you probably need some energy. You're probably feeling just a little bit hungry. And if you are, the head of the Charles is proud to have Cliff Bar as one of its supporters. Cliff Bar is really the best of nutrition bars because you can eat lots of them without feeling that the sugar and the stuff is just sitting in your stomach after miles of rowing or miles of biking. There's a great Cliff Bar pavilion down Attager Row for samples of Cliff Bars, and I recommend the new tart cherry flavor, as well as coffee and more. So thank you, Cliff Bar.
If you need more energy than that, though, you can also get some Teddy Peanut Butter. They're also a sponsor this year. Locally made, all natural ingredients. We thank Teddy Peanut Butter for coming back time and time again.
Yeah, well, I love Teddy Peanut Butter, and you're right, no sugar in it, and some no salt. Well, I sort of like the salt side of it, but I like what they're trying to do. It's a great family-owned company. Okay, and now this is the next event. So we're going to hope that those other fours made it to safety. This is the Director's Challenge, parent-child double. 43 competitors. Record holders are Michael and Andrew Holmes from some years ago. They will not be challenged. Martin, thank you. And they're starting one again. They hold the record. Andy Holmes
here they are
an exemplary stroke at Harvard University. They've raced together here. Dad comes from Scotland. Andrew comes from San Francisco. And they haven't lost it all because they're pushing themselves out. And they're sort of rowing alone right now, boat number 1.
And bow number 3 have just passed what looked to be one of the remaining 4s that we hadn't seen yet. So bow number 3 of the doubles race is approaching now, and that is the Molesey crew.
Bow number 3, Moseley. Moseley is one of the great rowing clubs of England, just outside of London, East Moseley, Surrey. And this is David Gillard and Maximal Gillard. Of course, Max and David, parent-child. They were second last year, seeing if they can catch up on the Holmes family, and just taking a look. They're looking good going down the course. We'll see how it comes out. And one of our 4s is now coming in sight and approaching the bridge. 39. This is Mass Maritime. Ethan Logan must be the Cox, I'd say. Olivia Field, Mackenzie Hartman, Petria Swan, and Hannah Haskell. And this is a great program down on a lake on the Cape, and welcome Mass Maritime.
And bow 37 is right with them. That's the University of New England from Biddeford, Maine. University
and
Club
I think
program.
they're relatively new to rowing. It's great to have them here.
And now we're back to the doubles as these 4s have rounded out the field.
Yep, we're going to let this 4 approach the bridge, and very important for the stroke of that 4 to let the coxswain know where the double's going, because the double is blind. So we have in a white double.
Bow number 4.
Bow number 4, Narragansett. This is James and Tobin McGee, 59 and 30 years old. And Tobin is a 4-time national team member in the lightweight 8. And they're both WPI chemical engineering graduates. Wow.
Bow number 5 is next.
Great going. And bow number 5 behind them, Black Hull, is Max Bay and James Bay. And they are from San Luis Obispo, California. Jamie rode for the University of San Diego and races with USD alumni. Son Max rows for Orange Coast. Big gap, big gap. And, and a double take.
Corrected course. Bow number 6 now approaching. Bow number 6.
Bow 6 from Wilmington, Delaware is Russ Fisher and Buzz Fisher, his son. And they're hoping for a long, smooth row, and that's what they're getting. So they're having a great row up there, and behind them in the stripes
bow number 8
is bow number 8 from Fairmont, Pennsylvania. That's Joe Kiefer and his son Harrison. 5th time they've done this event. Both graduated St. Joe's Prep. Joe rode for Syracuse and Harrison for Mercyhurst.
Bow number
There they
7 is approaching now. Look like Princeton.
Bow number
Cat
7,
jersey.
this side of us with the CBC Blades, is a Fat Cat group. Alex and Stephen Morse. Stephen Morse is a member of CBC. And bow number 11 on the inside, taking a nicer turn, is Kristen Erickson and William Bass. So this is, that is a mother-son combination. Yeah.
And bow number
And
9 with Cambridge Blades.
looks
right
like
in
the
Elliott.
Murphys. Looks like Russ Murphy and his daughter, I'm betting. Yep. So Bill, you say that for me, Ellen.
Siobhan.
Oh, good job. Siobhan. Siobhan.
It's Gaelic.
It's Gaelic. And Dad got the stroke. I bet that was a contest. But Siobhan rode for Holy Cross for 4 years.
Bow number 12 now approaching.
Now 12. From California, Marin is born in Niels Lorberg. And they rode first time last year. Niels just graduated from Harvard. He rode in the 4 at the IRA.
Bow number 10 is now approaching in the blue jerseys.
And bow 10 from New Rochelle, New York is Nick and Charles Ippolito. And they've rode in the parent-child since inception. And Charles lives in London, the son in New York. Seeing some great cat's paws here on the water, everybody. They seem to just come straight down and scatter in every direction. Big gaps, Ellen, big gaps in this, which surprises me because I would have thought they'd try to get these doubles off tighter, but you're right, it could be just tough conditions in the basin.
Yeah, no, it's very windy, and as you said, the gusts are really pushing, especially the small boats going sort of sideways around the Elliott turn. But right now, in the high-vis jerseys, we've got bow 26, who had a heck of a time a few minutes ago, but looks to be back on track.
Yeah, so this is from Riverside. No wonder they're ahead. This is Coven Training Center. That would be J.V. Coleman and his daughter Lucy. Jamie rode at Brown, St. Paul School, U.S. team. Lucy's going to be even better than Dad. Actually, Lucy, you're looking great, babe. Don't let him slow you down. And 28 behind them. Real competition from Belmont Hill School. Coach Chris Richards and his son Alexander Richards, Harvard varsity last year and U.S. team this summer. So well done to the Covens. So father, daughter, 18-year-old daughter beaten up on a U.S. team guy.
Yeah, that was fabulous.
I'm not going to discuss that with Chris Richards.
Yeah, bow 14 is now approaching. Who have we got there, Greg?
Okay, bow 14. So they've seen a lot of action as they've come up. This this is our great friend Jim Millar and his daughter Ann Millar. Jim Millar is one of the great guys who ever rode at Yale, and this is the 7th year in a row they've rode together. And they live on Carnegie Lake, and they have their own boathouse, and as you notice, their own shell. Great to have you back, Jim and Ann. And you've dressed appropriately. And
Bow 13 is next in the blue.
In the blue is from New Bern Plantation, Florida, is Alexander and Carl Earl. This is their return to the Charles, bow number 13, and cutting across them, bow 27 is from Saugatuck, Stefan and Christoph Bulb. And so they took a quick slice in to get down to the right side of the Belmont turn. Behind them, boat 29, yellow hull, is from Pioneer Valley Riverfront, John and Ben Morse. Ben is 16 years old and has agreed to row with his dad.
And 25
in the blue hull from Providence, Rhode Island, Narragansett is Pat LePage and his mother-in-law, Lisa Evans.
And bow 31 is moving right through them as they go through Elliott Bridge. Who's bow 31?
Bow 31 from Moseley, no wonder. These are those Brits, Henry and Guy Pooley. Eton College, eighth former, and an ex-GB Olympian.
Bow 24 in the green and gold hull.
And who do we have just going under the bridge, Ellen?
We did not
I guess
have a
we
bow
didn't pick a
number on
number.
that
24
crew.
in the green hull is from Lancaster, Virginia, Charlotte and Gabriel Holland. So mother-daughter team.
Bow 15 in the Empacher.
And 15 in the yellow hull from Potomac Boat Club is Esther Loughran and her mom, Kristen. Kristen rode on the U.S. team way back, and Esther is a gold medalist from the 8. Way to go.
And bow 34 is right behind them.
Right behind them. 34 is also from Moseley. Adam Pearson, 46, Henry Pearson, 17, who must still be at Eden, and is. He's the national schools champion in the 4.
Bow 16 right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
With the stripes. Got to be a Riverside crew. No, it's borrowed equipment.
Bow 16.
16, Riverside. Ashley and Rebecca Amos, and they love racing. They head off all the time downstream. And 18 behind them, white hull, is Craig and Chad Wolf, 74 and 42, average age 58, ocean rowers from Hull. Okay, I guess they don't mind the weather, Ellen. This is calm to them.
Feels like the open ocean right now, that's for sure. We've got bow 32 now moving up.
32, okay, we get on to a new page. This is from Brunswick, Maine. Scott Hornley and Eli Anderson. Eli is a senior at Yarmouth High School, and Scott rode for BU in the 80s. So here they go. They're headed down 32, and then on the inside with missing a bow number.
Bow 19.
19, Maine Rowing Association. Peter and Laura Luberday, and this is the 5th time they've been together in this event.
And they've picked the tightest line along the buoy, and they were lucky that the wind cooperated. One gust could push them over, but they did a great job right on the buoy line going into the Elliott Bridge.
They're from Maine. They know what they're doing. They've been on the water before. Okay, a little gap here.
Looks like Cambridge blades, but no bow number on the hull or the jersey of the bow sculler.
Must be a lot of conflict down there.
That's right, ripping numbers off each other's back at the starting line. Good
Yeah.
God, what have we come to?
Perhaps they just forgot to remove their vest, but yeah. So these are some CVC unidentified.
Oh, 22, excuse me. We do have
22.
a bow number.
We got a bow
22.
number. We got a bow number. 22. This is Chuck Piper and his son Ben Piper. Chuck is a longtime volunteer at the head of the Charles. Ben has put up with him for even longer, and together they're heading down the course. Well done, Chuck. Ambrosia. Think about Ambrosia, Chuck.
And they also had a terrific line on the buoys right there, so no stranger to the Charles. They did a great job.
And behind them, boat 28, I don't know.
20,
Excuse my
20.
eyesight. 20, 2 zeros. Chuck Fountain and his long-suffering daughter, Betsy, headed down the course. Chuck Fountain, who is
on our media
covers all the
committee here.
journalism stuff here at the head. He's an NU Northeastern journalism professor, great guy.
Bow 23 in the red hull and black jerseys.
Red Hull, Leg Merritt, Oakland, California. Katrina Glazer and Mary Glazer, her mom. And their sister is national team member.
And
Great
bow
job.
42, though, moving way up in the field. Bow
42, yeah.
in the
they
funky
are,
blue suits.
and that is John Roberts and Ben Roberts. We do not know where they're from. They're a little mysterious. But Ben is 18.
Bow 37 in the red and black.
From Sammamish Rowing Club, all right, in Redmond, Washington. Bill and Bill Spencer. Bill number 3 rode at Stanford, and Bill number 2 rows for Sammamish. Great job.
Bow number 30 now out in front. Bow number 30 in blue and white.
In blue and white. Number 30 is from Idaho. Cordell in Idaho. Dylan and Roger Duntman. Dylan is a Harvard varsity lightweight rower.
Bow number 33 now out in front. Bow 33 in the red hull.
This is Cecile Otti Jacqueline and her daughter Esther. And they've been, they say they've been rowing since she was 9 years old. But they're welcome to the head of the Charles. And 43 behind CBC Blades get to turn the page. And that's Will Rowe and George Rowe, father, son. Looking good, George. George, he's trying. Be patient, buddy. And they are both
now.
CBC and Union members, and George just finished a race for Thayer. And behind them is boat 39, and that's from Casitas Rowing. And that's Sebastian Davis and Father Don Davis, first-time entry. Welcome to the program.
Bow 38 now is approaching
38.
with CBC Blades again.
Also, and that is Lisa and Amanda Brem. And Lisa's a Northeastern alum, and Amanda's a Northeastern alum. Lisa's a CBC member.
Bow 41 again with CBC Blades. Who's bow 41?
41 is Jackson Stone and his mom, Laura Stone. And Jackson rows for the CBC Juniors and for Belmont Hill School. And Laura is relatively new to the sport and recently joined CBC. No, she's not new to the sport. She's a former UW rower.
That is
Shocking
definitely not
misstatement.
Definitely not new to the sport.
All right, Laura and Jackson, let's go.
Bow 21 out in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
And bow 21 behind them is from Cape Cod Youth Rowing. Laura and Brett Fournier, father-daughter, rowing for the third time down the course.
Bow 36 is next.
Yeah, we've got a little distance here, and then we're going to have bow 36. Fitting out, Adam.
We've got 38. Dark jerseys 38 and 40.
Okay.
38 and 40 approaching.
38, and we get to turn the page. 38 in the red hull from oh, no, this is 38 there. Can't be 36, maybe?
36, my era, 36.
36, okay. This is from London, from Putney in London. Claire Allen and Catherine Taub. And Claire's a radiologist in London and Sculls on the Thames, and her daughter's a med student. So this is their first race together in Boston. Welcome to Boston.
And bow number 40 is now approaching.
And behind them, bow number 40 is Colette and Susan Lucas Conwell. Colette the daughter, Susan the mom. And they are, looks like UVA veterans. Welcome to Boston.
Bow 35 behind them. We've got a striped jersey in the stroke seat. White hull, both scullers with white blades.
Yeah, and that
35.
is the first Argonaut Boat Club jersey I've seen all day. Welcome. Argonaut, it's a great club in Toronto, and that's Christina Malloy and George Malloy, her dad. Average age of this boat, 57. Welcome. Good day to go down the river with company. Come on, Dad, she says. We can do it.
And the wind is just blowing around the slings on the dock of the Cambridge Boat Club. It is bitterly cold. This wind is not cooperating with neither the land nor the water operations today.
Yeah. So, nobody in sight right now. Ellen, I don't know.
I think we still have a couple of crews we haven't seen for sure.
I don't know. I think, don't know. About that. Well, I think it's a wrap for the parent-child double, and we have one last event in this great regatta.
And let's hope they're quick.
And this has very little data on it, and but they started past tense at 3:49. So they're 11 minutes, 12 minutes into their race, and I'm guessing 14 to 15 minutes to get here. So these are half men, half women. I don't think it matters whether Cox is a man or a woman.
I mean, half the crew are men and half are women.
And
That's
38
correct, right?
and 38 entries. It looks down. I think we may. We got a little support here at the dock here, up here in the.
We're trying to give the microphones away this year, Greg, and nobody's taking them. Usually, we can't let anyone pry them from our hands.
Lisa, are you busy? You want to come up?
The announcers are cold, but happy, but happy. That's right. That's why there's no info. These are the party boats. They are.
Nick, you're here and you're on the regatta committee. And do you have any results with you? Okay, so we'll see how well the internet works, so we can entertain those on the bridge. And we also have former regatta chair, now back to menial tasks, kind of we do, taking down the flags. Because Cambridge Boat Club is a democracy. Striking the colors early, man.
We are awaiting now the final event of the regatta. That's right, isn't it? This is the final event, the Director's Challenge Mixed 8.
And Ellen, is it still verboten to play music this year? Because we used to use music at this time.
Yes, we did, and I could really use a little bit of a, pump up the jam. There's no restriction on dancing or live singing, so Greg, if you would like to clear your throat and belt out a tune, feel free.
Hey, we've got some action. We're going to stop torturing you on the bridge. And I know we've been torturing you because it's mixed eights. It's not what we consider total rolling, but man, we got a real race coming down. We've got a crew on the inside with dark blades, and they are obviously the aggressor.
And that's bow number 3 on the buoy line. At bow number 2 is wide. So bow number 2 wide.
Bow number 3 from San Juan, Puerto Rico. Awesome. Club Nautico de San Juan. And it's stroked by Olympian Karin Davies, who has got 2 gold medals to her name. So this is not an example. And Steve Tucker, national lightweight in the boat. These guys are out there for fun. Beautifully dressed. Karin, I love that headdress. On the inside, boat number 2 with the stripes is Riverside Boat Club.
That was a
and they're primarily scullers. They thought this game was theirs, but no. Karin Davies, Steve Tucker, and Crazy Outfits are moving into the lead. Good job. And we have in bright colors here, boat number 1.
Bow number 1.
Beat Cancer Boat Club from Los Gatos. And they're a community of rowers who've all faced cancer as supporters, survivors, and thrivers.
But right behind them is bow number 4.
Bow
this
4.
is the all-para Great 8. These are the medalists from the 2018 World Championships in Plovdiv. We've got Andrew Todd from Canada, Danny Hansen from the U.S., Jackie Smith. I can't get through the names because they're already through the bridge.
Charlie Norton, Gyro Klug, Joanna Bear, and Tom Demers. Okay. And now we've got boat 6, which is Rose Mbeski from Windsor in Great Britain. Wow, Zoe Toledo, the Cox, is a world and Olympic medalist. And they recently completed a 900-kilometer row down the Kafu River in Zambia. Woo! We should have given them a little more press.
Well, that's the problem with the Director's Challenge Mixed 8. You don't know what you're going to get in these combined lineups, but it's really exciting to see.
Look at the gap they put on, and what a gap the Paras did. They're playing with the big guys, so that's fabulous.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, a boat to put together. We've got the Brazilian, Austrian, Canadian, and the U.S. PR3 rowers from Plovdiv.
Give me a number here. What do we have? Okay, here
bow number 5.
Bow number 5, San Diego Rowing Club. No data on this crew. Stealth Mixed 8. Here they are coming for the bridge, looking good in all red. And behind them, in
Bow
the
number
yellow
8.
hull, is bow number 8. And bow number 8 is a Cambridge Boat Club boat put together by Chuck Piper. Oh no, didn't we already see? Charlie Hamlin, John Van Blom, Walter Scott, Paul Stewart Bennett. This is a Charlie Hamlin operation. And then 4 Brits who know what they're doing, including Dom Catherine Granger, 5-time Olympic medalist. And behind them in the white hull,
Bow number 11.
bow number 11, that's Team Adager. These are regatta people. And Team Shimano supported them. And they are doing a great job. So these are all people who work for the regatta, rowing in a MIT bladed boat. Great job, Team Adager.
Bow 9 is the Viking boat.
Bow 9, right here. Okay, we thought we had the end of headdresses, but no, we got more support from Riverside. Riverside Boat Club and this Viking gear, coxed by Min Sik Choi and stroked by Sarah Cuddy. This is the Riverside Masters Sweep program, and they're here after killing it down at the Sarasota World Championships. And we
Bow
have
7 next.
bow 7.
Red Blades.
Oh, you're taking over. Oh, okay. Bow 7, 3 Rivers. This is an inaugural event for them, and I would love to have them out here from Pittsburgh. And behind them, Nick,
Bow
who do we got
12.
coming?
Bow
Bow 12's
12.
made some progress. That's Power 10. And these are Indoor Rowing Center in Avon, Connecticut. This is their 3rd year in the mixed eight, and most of their time is on ergs. They're rowing damn well for people who spend their time on ergs. And
then bow 14.
bow 14 behind them is Willamette Rowing Club. And this is Jan Bird, lovely lady, had dinner with last night. And Dick Bird and Bill Bird, I should say. Dick Williams, Jenny Withercombe. Great group. And they are here because Bill couldn't get his entry in the single. Welcome from Willamette.
Crew 18 with Blue Blades.
Okay, Blue Blades. Bow number 18. Wow, bow number 18. This crew is made of some time. This is from Lake Washington Rowing Club. This is the fastest mixed eight on the West Coast. And no doubt, they've made some nice time up. They're having a great row down the river. We're watching this eight come and sort of skid around the corner. Coxon doing a nice job
15.
with it. Bow 15. My hands are so cold I can't. This is Pocock Rowing Club from Seattle, and such a great program. And the original Pococks came here 4 generations ago and started their club and provided shells to everybody in America. And it's just a great family, and this is their continuing their tradition with the Pocock Rowing Club. So great to have you here. And behind them in the black
16.
hull is bow number 16, Bulldog Rowing Club. And you can assume these guys with the Yale Blades all went to Yale. And this is a crew assembled in honor of Matt Labine, who unfortunately passed away, a great Yale oarsman from '81. Includes 3 Olympians and a number of national team members and Matt's wife. So welcome here, all of you from Bulldog.
Crew 13.
Have to turn the page, watch out. Saugatuck 13. This is Saugatuck's Rogue Rowers. That's in the White Blades Gray Hull, and on the other side, boat 20, CBC, looking really good. And this is a mixed CBC. It looks like a lot of fathers and daughters rowing together and currently not arguing. Great job, CBC. Boat number 19, CRI, and this is CRI. These are the Dawn Patrol, CRI. They're out at about 5 a.m. every morning, and they're back in the light. Behind them, boat 17, named Beauty and the Beast. And this is the PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. And this is their 3rd year in the regatta, having finished in the top 10 the 2 prior years. I don't know how they started 17. And they put a big gap behind them because this is a 40-boat field.
All right,
So we're going to
here
have a
comes the
gap.
next one. Looks like a CRI crew just coming around the corner here.
Yeah, so we'll wait. Everyone gets to see it. We get to watch them spin around in a few gusts if it happens. So. Okay, so we're gonna get
Crew
some
21.
action.
Is that a CRI crew?
So 21, yeah, from out of CRI in Brighton. This group is a combination of rowers from the women's and men's team, just like the other one, apparently. And so they're back, and this is the second or third year they've done this, and CRI's just got a fabulous big master's program. If any of you on the bridge or on the shore, even you cops who are helping us, if you want to take up rowing, CRI is the place to do it. Get up early enough, you can get out there and really have a different non-concussive sport. It's great. All right, CRI, boat 21, going under now.
Then we got 22 coming along. in the black
22,
boat.
white blades, dark hull, boat 22. This is Johnson & Johnson. Throughout Europe, they're corporate teams and corporate clubs, not so normal in the U.S. Here we have the J&J Rowing Club, founded 4 years ago. It trains with Rutgers in New Brunswick and with Fairmont in Philadelphia. Welcome, J&J. I think we ought to have like little Band-Aids on the oars. Okay, and 23 from Pittsburgh is our old friends rowing together for the love of the sport out of Pittsburgh, coming to enjoy in a weekend in Boston, a trip down the Charles. Love to have you here. Oh.
28 behind them.
Okay.
All in white.
28 behind them. In white is the Friends of WPI Rowing. No further details on this group. Nice new Filippi hull with decals all over it from WPI. And what do we have here coming up with the Belmont Hill Blades?
It's crew 24.
Next crew up, 24. This is a Cambridge Boat Club boat borrowing equipment from Belmont Hill next door. And it has Blair Crawford in it, Oxford grad, coach of the Nobles crew, and a bunch of Mary Jo's Miser is the director
Mary
of the
Jo's
head. Todd Millay, who once rode for Dartmouth, our manager, Yancey Yanuzzi, and Sarah Cowherd. So there's the CBC.
Go CBC.
8, go. Followed up by boat 26, which is, have I done this before? Friends of WPI. I think we might have made a mistake here, but here 26 unmistakably is the Friends of WPI.
And then 25 in the Empacker.
And behind them in the yellow hull, the Empacker, yes, is boat 25. Great friends, unaffiliated, rowing, coming out to take a row down the course. And average age 41. This race is handicapped. The older you are, the more time you get. I don't know the niceties of it, but Nick, do you know the rules? Maybe 3 seconds.
It's a complicated chart. This is crew 31 in the white boat.
Boat 31, white hull. Flipping the page is from Ottawa. Terrific, Ottawa, Canada. Ottawa Rowing Club coming down in a mixed 8, and they've set this up with the women in the bow and stern pair and the men in the middle 4. And I guess there's a lot of strategies on mixed 8s and how to get the best rhythm. And here we've got a little
38
action.
hugging the bend.
White Blades 38 hugging the bend is Rowhouse from Irvine, California. This is Team Rowhouse, which I think that's a commercial endeavor. I don't know, for Irvine, looking good. And behind
27.
them, in a very interesting colored boat, 27, which may be out of CRI. It is out of CRI. This is CRI's Military Veterans Rowing Program. CRI offers free rowing to all military veterans and service members, and they come from all branches and all eras, and we very much thank CRI for doing that. And I finally get it. That's a red camouflage hull.
Exactly.
29. And behind them, boat number
29.
You're not 39? Boat 29, CRI, red hull. This is the Choate boat. These are current and former attorneys and staff from the law firm of Choate Hall and Stewart in Boston. And this is their third head of the Charles Regatta. Well, that's a sporty thing to do. And 33 behind them is Deep Dive, and they're from Shenzhen in Gonung Progress in the People's Republic of China. So we have a Chinese mixed eight going down the course right under the bridge now.
Yay!
Welcome. Whoa, that is a long way to come for a director's challenge.
Yeah. Their president is, or the founder is the president of the Asian Rowing Federation.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. And most members are Chinese entrepreneurs who started to row 4 years ago. 250 members. Okay.
All right.
More red.
This is crew 34 coming up here.
Another CRI crew. I think this CRI crew is composed of employees of the company The Bathworks in Natick, Massachusetts. So this is a company team going down, and this boat is set up with the stern 3 as men. And there they go, under the bridge. Way to go, MathWorks. Okay, 32. And no surprise here, this is CRI. And we should maybe rename this whole event.
The CRI Memorial event.
And this is quite a mixed crew. We're looking at the ages. They average 34. They're down as low as 16 and up as high as 58. And welcome, CRI.
And then no surprises, the next boat, 37, is also a CRI boat. Is this a CRI crew?
This is out of CRI, but they're calling themselves the Harvard Waves. And this is a rowing club for Harvard Chinese students. Founded a year ago. And I don't know whether they're involved with the lawsuit currently going, but they've got their own rowing club.
I'm not sure we should be talking about this weekend. Crew 35, though.
And 35, here we are doing an outside run.
Doing?
37's had a little bit of a hiccup. We'll get straightened out, and 35 is now going to take a run at that bridge. 35 is the Bumblebee from Hangzhou in China, the Bumblebee Rowing Club. And, be careful here. Harvard Waves, be very careful. Way enough. Oh. Okay, so we need a rescue launch. Who we have down below? Launch operations, please. The boat may sink, launch operations. It took a bad hit. That red boat, I would take that right into the dock at Belmont Hill, the dock in front of you. Okay, we have at least one more boat coming down.
These guys have also got CRI blades. CRI have got an amazing number of crews in this race. This one's crew 30.
Okay, boat number 30 out of CRI. This is CrossFit Arsenal. This boat is a mixed boat of people of all ages and abilities who got their start at the CrossFit Training Club. Well, that's a nice niche. Average age 35, and There we go, CRI, CrossFit CRI, right down to the middle of that arch. No messing around with the edges. And stroke kitted out with a CBC vest. Not using the full slide, but yep, there we go. 700 meters, 750 meters up CRI.
Now 36 is taking this corner really nicely. All the buoys running under the blades.
The coxswain is doing a great job here for boat 36. And this is from Rock Creek Reservoir. This is a mixed crew from various clubs around the United States. And their average age is 66, with Richard Dyer at 81 anchoring and leading the boat. I bet he's the guy in the foreseat. And well done for this mixed crew. There you go. Finish it off. What do you think? Yeah, that's a Rock Creek. There's the guys that just went by. Oh, these guys. Oh, row house. We had row house. Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know what they were. Okay, thank you for you stalwarts who remained on the bridge. And thank you, Nick, for joining me and giving me some
Sure,
facts.
I think it's time to go in and get warm.
Yeah,
Without a
and
doubt.
thank you all for that, Charles. We will be back a year from now on a warmer day.
Exactly. The weather's on order already.